Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue our coverage of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. And we're going to be dual streaming today. So you see me sitting at a different computer. This is my regular computer over here. Let me just welcome to Trial TV. All right, just want to make sure my audio is okay. So we're dual streaming today. So we're continuing Verdict Watch, Raul Valle. And then over here, we're starting a new trial, Iowa versus Ali. I think I don't know how his last name is pronounced. Yanes or Yanes, I'm not quite sure. Anyway, thank you for joining us. And so my plans are for here, we're going to Verdict Watch, and I'm going to replay testimony from Faison, Ryan, and Tommy, right? So that will hopefully take us through the majority of the day, and we can always play more testimony from there. But also my main focus is going to be over here with this new trial. So if you guys want to hang out here, that's fine, and talk. If you want to come over here and chat, mostly my focus will be here. And I will say, hey, a verdict is announced, and then I'll obviously jump back over here. So if you want to come over here and join us over here, cool. And the Ali trial, I'll definitely say, hey, verdict for Valle has been announced. Come join us over here. So that's where we stand right now. I want to play a news clip while we wait, because we have about 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Excuse me. Let's see here. Get myself in order. All right. So let's check this out. Just want to make sure my audio is all okay. All right.
Also this evening, after a full day of deliberations, the jury in the Raul Valle murder trial has not reached a verdict. NBC Connecticut's Jennifer Cuevas is live in Milford with the very latest from court. Jennifer, where do things stand right now?
Hey there, Keisha. Well, as of right now, the jury will have to come back tomorrow and continue those deliberations. Right after lunch, the jury returned and they gave that note to the judge saying that they were deadlocked on that first count of murder, meaning that they could not unanimously agree. So essentially, the judge told the jury to go back and deliberate the other counts that Valle faces and then return back to that first count. Now, the jury is being allowed to take a look at the witness testimonies, the video evidence, as well as those full exhibits entered in by the state.
Note reads, we are hopelessly deadlocked, 11-1 on the charge of murder at count 1.
Now there you see Raul Valle sitting next to his attorney, Kevin Smith. There, the judge informing the courtroom that the jury cannot agree unanimously on count 1 of murder. Defense attorney Jim Bergen says it's surprising that jurors are in a deadlock this early in their deliberations, but he says it's not completely uncommon. Now today we learned Valle's self-defense claim comes with some statutory disqualifications from the state, meaning if the jury finds that Valle provoked others to use physical force against him, then self-defense does not apply, nor if the jury finds that he was the initial aggressor.
The killing took place in one set of fights, if you will, well after a whole other set of fights. And so who started it? Who's the aggressor? I think that's a mess.
Now, sometimes when we hear the word deadlock, it leads people to think about mistrials, but Attorney Bergen says it's far too early in this case to lead into mistrials or to even start to think about a mistrial. He says that more often than not, judges do want the juries to reach a verdict, and so these deliberations will continue tomorrow at 10 a.m. Live in Milford, Jennifer Cuevas, NBC Connecticut News. Back to you, Keisha.
Jennifer, thank you. Also this evening, after a full day of
All right, so there you go. Psychosaurus, hello. Widespread Panic, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, Lady Luck, that's a good question. Let me pull that up if I can find it. Here we go. Hello, does anyone know if there's a hung jury, can the state rescind their immunity deals with Snyder and De Silva for the retrial? I think that is a problem here. That's a really, really good question. And we do have a feed here, so let me pull this up. We might as well get ourselves ready here. We have the seal up already. We're ready to go. Let's pull ourselves up there. Yeah, I don't know. That's a really good question. I'm not quite sure. So, hey, Mel, stopping by. Wish everyone a wonderful morning. Good to see you. Grandma Jenny, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for watching. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Bob Buckner, I think the one holdout wants a manslaughter charge. I can't see how he can walk on all. Yeah, I agree. Raul needs some sort of, what's the word? Punishment, I guess. I mean, you could say he was defending himself, but he can't. I don't think he can walk free. I don't know. He's got some kind of punishment, because maybe for the three, Faison, Ryan, and Tommy, maybe you could make that argument. But for Jimmy, if and this is a big if Jimmy was kicking him while he was down, because there is that's out there, and that's only coming from the defense, but that is out there. He was not doing anything to Raul when Raul came back into the fray. So there's got to be something, right? Something. Kim says, I did a quick search and I don't think the state can go back on their immunity deals. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Lucy H says, I agree the kid needs to be punished. Hola, I think if it was the Henry Ford holdout here, I'd go with the majority vote. Charmaine, good morning to you. Suber, good to see you. Grandma Jenny says, I just wish they wouldn't have tried him as an adult. I know. Sadly, he can't walk on Jimmy. Yeah. Psychosaurus, what if the one holdout is a guilty vote, right? You never know. Bob says Connecticut is a retreat state, which he did. Yep. Once he goes back in, the self-defense is out the window. That is true. Jag, good morning to you. Anja saying good morning. Alice, good. Oh, is Brat with us? Did I miss you, Brat? Where's Brat? Well, I'll pull up widespread. I think the immunity can be rescinded if the prosecution thinks one of them didn't tell the truth on the stand. That is true, absolutely. Real Happy says a deal is a deal, only if they get charged for perjury. Shirley Stanley, yeah, only if they get charged for perjury. Sorry, Brad, I didn't see you come in, but good to see you. There you are. Brat saying good morning. Hope you're feeling better. So we are going to be dual streaming today. We're going to be streaming a new trial over here. Ali Jans, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce his name yet. So we're going to be streaming over there, and we're going to be streaming here. So my focus will not be here all the time. I'm going to be over here too. So and our mods will be split. So definitely, please be kind to each other. Be kind to our mods. Just because we're not focused here doesn't mean we're not watching. So please just keep the conversation civil and courteous. That's all we ask, and you guys have been. So appreciate you guys. Ola says, I agree with that, Grandma Jenny. He wasn't an adult. That's why I think even if he gets sentenced, I don't think he's going to get the maximum, because he was a minor. Because that's what Jack and I think Tyler said the same thing. One of them said, because we were minors, we'll get paroled sooner, or it won't be as stiff, or something like that. Yes. Please give us some mod love, Widespread Panic says. Momo Shark, good morning. Didn't they rescind Kayla Montgomery's deal? I don't know. A good time for misbehaving. Hola. Please, please, please. I know you won't. Richard in the kitchen. A mistrial does not automatically allow the state to withdraw a valid immunity agreement as long as the individual who received immunity has complied with the terms of the agreement. Thank you, Richard, for that. Appreciate that. Aaron says, I figured the jury would convict on a lesser charge, not necessarily a hung jury. Jennifer, what is the other feed? I don't see it under my subscription. If you go to our channel, well, here I can plop it in. If you go to our channel, it's there, but I'll pull it up for you. I'll drop it in. I'll drop it here in chat. All right, so here's Iowa versus Yanez. All right, so if you guys want to go check us out over here. So it's a bench trial. He's accused of strangling a college female, and he split for Jordan. His parents helped him, and they spent some time in jail. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting. So DM asks, will you say on the other channel if there's a verdict? Yes, absolutely. I will say on the other trial, I'll be like, hey guys, I'll type it in if it's in the middle of a testimony. I'll just type it in and say, hey, we won't miss it. Trust me, we will not miss the verdict. I'll even, we'll just pause it. And I'll just keep it for people to come in. So if we're all over here, or most of us are over here, or some of us are over here, I'll give us, say 5 minutes to, because don't forget, I don't think they're going to announce it and then, I think they're going to give time. She didn't say, Judge Murphy didn't say how long it would take. Like sometimes they'll say 15 minutes, a half hour, we want you there immediately, whatever it is. I will make sure that we have people over here. MG says these kids were coached to say what they said. Yeah, possible. Cynthia, I call it accountability. Raul needs to serve time. I predict 10 to 20 years. Although he is now an adult, I would still advise mental health counseling. Yeah, I wouldn't, for me, I know he would be upset, but for me, for Jimmy, I think that would be justice for Jimmy too. It's not another channel. It's our channel, Momo. It's just another feed. If you go to our channel, if you go to Trial TV Live, you'll see that we have another feed. Jennifer says, usually 20 to 30 minutes to allow everyone to get to the courthouse. I agree. Kindness is free. Please use it. Yes, Mel. I agree. KJ saying good morning. Angela saying Psychosaurus Rex, congratulations on your new color. Looks good on you. Vice says she didn't address particulars should and when a verdict comes in. She did not. She has not. Ashley, no, a verdict has not been reached. We are waiting. We are waiting. Real happy. Got my notification set for new one. Cool. Cal says, I think every kid that night involved in a fight should have been charged with something. Yeah. Ed says no verdict yet. MG says, to some extent, if anything, I think he should be held accountable for his actions. Yeah, absolutely. Merciful to you. Koberger will probably wind up on Idaho prison. We're going to cover his sentencing. Lazy boy, yep. Ollie fled to Jordan. Yep, with the help of his parents. Nan R, good morning to you. Good morning to you. So let's see. I guess I could get this going. Oops. Don't want that. Well, not yet. Not yet. Aaron, thank you for that. Thank you so much for your $4.99 donation. If a hung jury, do you think state will retry the case? And if they do retry it, do you think the state will drop second-degree M and just go for the lessers? Great question. Some people think they overcharged. Some people do think they overcharged. Definitely assault. And just go for the lesser, which would be voluntary. Maybe. Yeah, that might not be. That's probably going to be easier conviction. that's probably going to be an easier conviction is manslaughter, just straight up. I think first degree manslaughter. Elizabeth saying hello. Lazy Boys, yes, his parents were convicted. I read that they only served a couple months, but I could be wrong. That's just what I read. Aussie, this will confuse me 2 streams, but I am up for it. All right, you can do it, Aussie. Did I see Pammy come in? Pammy! I was just talking about you to Aaron yesterday. I'm like, we miss our Pammy. Pammy, we're dual streaming. We're streaming over here in about 15 minutes, and then we're streaming over here. So we're dual streaming today. Proctor, how are you? Good to see you. Quilting and true crime addict. I just read that minors in Connecticut that are charged with certain felonies are automatically transferred to adult court. Yeah, that's tough. DM, thank you for the One Trial TV Live membership. Bellatrix, good to see you. Who did you get? KJ. KJ got gifted. Awesome. Aaron says, personally, I thought this case was voluntary manslaughter. Definitely overcharged, Momo Shark says. Pammy, good to see you. Paul says, good day from Detroit. What's your name again? The Squeegee of Justice. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Here, Paul, I'll tag you. Here I am. Squeegee of Justice. There you go. Squeegee of Justice. Gourmet Thursday, hello to you. Pammy says, that makes me feel good. My straddler needs a workout. There you go. Ruby says, Pammy, I've been missing you. I hope you had lots of fun. Pammy Sammy, get your straddle pants on. Brenda also saying, Maureen, I love your voice. Thank you, Maureen. I always am like, eh. I know a lot of people think their voices are like, eh. That's kind of what I think, but thank you. Appreciate that. I will take that compliment. Sharon Jordan, good morning to you. My 2 cents saying good morning. Mikey, let's hear a verdict today. It'd be nice. Suber is saying hello. I feel close to my Aussie friends in chat because they're similar time zone. You guys are late night fans. I do appreciate you. Carol, you are set for dual streaming too. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is we'll wait. I don't even know if Judge Murphy's going to call them into session. She let them out yesterday. She called them back and said, so I don't know if they're just straight away deliberating right now or, hey, sis, Shumati. Hello from the Jersey Shore. Good to see you. Oh, my voice is calming. Speak on. All right, cool. Thank you. Appreciate that, Maureen. So let's see. All right, so I'm going to replay testimony here. We're going to go over to this stream over here. So I'm going to be focused on this one over here. This is Iowa versus Ali Yanis or Yanis. I'm not quite sure how you pronounce his last name yet. I'll find out in a second. He is, so I'll play testimony here. I've got testimony lined up here. So I'll give it another couple minutes before I do replay. But as far as I know, they're they're deliberating right now. As far as I know, they're deliberating right now. Excuse me. Mikey says, your channel is awesome and most of the chat is nice and understanding. Thank you, Mikey. I want to change that to not most. I want to change all of the chat. I want to change that to all of our chat. I don't want most. I want all of our chat. All of our chat should be nice and understanding. We all have difference of opinions. We get it. And we can express our opinions. We get it. We just don't want to, just don't hammer it home constantly, because, you're not going to, you may not convince somebody. Just let people have their opinions and let's move on. And let's just be kind and courteous to each other. That's all. Gourmet Thursday says, if this jury thinks stabbing Jimmy was self-defense, they are confused. Christian says, there would seem to be among the jurors a predictable, significant divergence of opinion. Well, look at us. look at the polls we've taken. We're not like 90% and 10. We're like 60, 40, 55, 45. We're all pretty close. Jennifer says Connory shouldn't have been attempted murder. He was not. He's assault. Tommy, Ryan, and Faison are all assault. Ryan and Tommy are first degree because they had life-threatening injuries. Faison is second degree assault because he did not have a life-threatening injury. Sis Shumati, love your channel. You keep it real. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. And I appreciate you. Yes, Pammy, Psychosaurus. She got the wrench. We wrenched her up. Lucy, going to be right back. All right, no problem. Mo on the go. Good morning. It's going to be a good day. Yes, Psychosaurus says to Lucy, we will save you a seat. All right, I'll wait till 10 after, then I'll start. I'll just do replay. DM, I hope we get a verdict on something in 2 hours before your bedtime. I know, right? Jennifer, that was no, that was Ryan. Ryan had the collapsed lung. He was the one that got stabbed in the side. He had the collapsed lung. Tommy got stabbed in the leg, and I think because it hit an artery or was very close to an artery, he could have bled out. So Ryan was the one that got, Ryan got in the lung, Tommy got in the leg, among other places. Daisy Jane, good morning to you. For those that are just coming in fresh, we are going to be dual streaming today. I'm streaming here, and then we're going to jump over here to Ali, Iowa versus Ali Yanis. And so if you want to join us over here, that's where my main focus will be because it's a new trial. So I just ask that you be kind to yourselves and to our mods who are going to be dual streaming. So let's just be aware of that. And I'm going to replay testimony. I'm going to do Faison. He's first up. We'll replay Faison, and then Ryan. Then Tommy, and then Ryan. So I'm going to replay their testimony. Suber's going to be straddling. Awesome. Lucy H, I hope it doesn't take all day. I know, here we are like telling the jury what to do. I'd rather them take 5 months and get it right than to be hasty. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather them take their time and not be hasty, you know? Jennifer, I love how this chat is understanding by any confusion with all these kids and who is who. Vice says, God forbid another fatality had resulted. This young man would never see the light of day. Good trouble. Faison Teal has to be one of the coolest names.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, everyone. You may be seated. Thank you. We are here today to continue on with the trial of State of Connecticut versus Raul Eliah Valle. I would ask counsel to please first place their appearances on the record for purposes of today's proceedings.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Durso for the State of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tatiana Messina for the State of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kevin Smith for the defendant, Raul Valle.
Okay, thank you very much. Court has a matter to put on the record at this point in time, and then we'll call the jury in. So, counsel, as you are aware, the court received a note yesterday evening at approximately 4:45 while taking the bench to dismiss the jurors for the day. Due to the lateness regarding the hour of the day and the closure of our court facilities at 5 p.m., the court decided to address the note on the record this morning. Counsel has had the opportunity to review the note, and it will be marked as a court exhibit for ID purposes only, as it does contain the deliberative process of the jurors. The note does, however, indicate that the jury remains deadlocked as to count 1, and also cannot reach a verdict at this time as to counts 2, 3, and 4. It is the court's intent to instruct the jury to continue its deliberations. I did have an opportunity to informally meet with counsel in chambers this morning. It is my understanding that both the state and the defense are in agreement with instructing the jury to continue on with its deliberations with a short instruction to the jury regarding that continued process without at this time giving a Chip Smith charge or accepting any verdicts that may or may not have been reached. So I would hear from counsel on the record.
The state is in agreement with that, Your Honor.
That's correct.
All right. So with that, I do intend to instruct the jury to continue their deliberations. I will call them in. I also had an alternate juror, just for purposes of the record, indicate that the alternate juror had a medical appointment this afternoon. As you are aware, I have not discharged the alternate jurors. That alternate juror asked to be able to leave for his appointment and or be dismissed. I know that I met with counsel informally in chambers as well relative to that issue, and it was the decision based upon conferring with counsel to allow that particular alternate juror to leave for his medical appointment, but to keep the alternate juror on board with respect to his role as an alternate juror in this case. So the jury clerk is relaying that information to that particular juror. All right, does counsel wish to be heard on that?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Nothing from the state.
Very good. So at this time, I would ask clerk to please bring in our jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jury.
The state will stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you for returning for us today. So I do want to acknowledge that I did receive a note from you late yesterday afternoon, early evening, as I was taking the bench to dismiss you for the evening. It does appear from your note that you indicate that you are deadlocked as to count one, so you remain deadlocked as to count one, and also deadlocked as to certain charges at counts 2, 3, and 4. It does, however, appear to the court that you are deliberating as your duty requires. By the court's estimate, you have been deliberating a little less than 5 hours at this point in time. I would simply suggest that you continue with your deliberations. Again, you should review the evidence and the position of each juror to determine if any evidence has been overlooked or any juror's position misunderstood with respect to either the evidence or the law. I remind you that you may have portions of any testimony read back to you if you deem it essential for your deliberations. You have all the full exhibits with you in the court deliberations room. Kindly explain your views and listen to the views of others. That goes for everyone. Ultimately, of course, you will make up your own mind and decide this case on the basis of your own individual judgment and conscience. So at this time, I am going to redirect you to the jury room to continue on with your deliberations relative to this case. Thank you. Counsel, do either of you wish to be heard on the court's instruction to the jury?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, at this time, the court will move into recess. Thank you.
All right, court's in recess.
All right, so there you have it. No verdict. No verdict yet. Let me just make sure my audio is working. Hold on. All right, no verdict yet. So at 4:45, as she was dismissing the jurors, she got a note, and court closes at 5. That's why they're always out of there before 5. She said counsel has reviewed the note. It has to do with the deliberative process of the jurors. They remain deadlocked on count 1. They cannot reach a verdict on counts 2 through 4. She says she will instruct the jury to continue deliberation. Both the state and defense are in agreement to continue deliberation. The alternate juror has a medical appointment today. Alternate has a medical appointment this afternoon, and they will be allowed to leave, but they want to keep this person on board. She then calls in the jury. She acknowledges the note from yesterday. It appears to the court that you are deliberating. Court notes that you have been deliberating a little less than 5 hours. You may have any portion of evidence read back. Head back to the jury room and continue on. So there you go. Hey, Olivia Spice. I don't believe anybody will. Yeah, I know. Just want to say hello to Olivia's. Whoop, hold on. Olivia's trying to pull that up. Hey, Olivia's. How are you? Maybe the jurors don't agree with the pleas the others got. I know, right? Sis, enough with sending them back. Now dismissing jurors. Sketchy. Well, no, that alternate is not dismissed. They have a medical appointment. They can go to it, but they can come back. All right, guys. I'm going to start my stream with the other. Here, if you guys want to join us over here. If you want to join us here, this is the new. All right, hold on. I'm just getting some instructions from Aaron. All right, hold on a sec. All right. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play some testimony. Here, let's pull this up. This is going to be our verdict. That's going to be that. All right, just hold on a sec. Let's see, hold on a sec, you guys. All right, that's not it. Hold on just a second. Sorry, guys, just trying to sort something out here real quick. Okay. Okay. So we're in jury We're in jury watch. We're in verdict watch. We're in verdict watch right now. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to replay. All right, so this is Faison. Actually, let me see. This should come down here. Okay. All right, so we're in verdict watch here. We're in verdict watch there. It just says, you think another trial? I hope not. Leave the kid alone. A fight. These kids will all have to take accountability for the actions. I don't know. Catherine, cases like this aren't completely black and white at all. 100% agree with that. Ode Pueblo, hops. If they retry, I hope state uses an actual prosecutor who won't cry. State of confusion, we do not know if they're still at 11-1. Do not know that yet. Do not know that yet. All right, I'm going to go ahead. This is Faison coming up, and I'm going to jump over to the alley trial. So I'll leave you here. Be kind to each other, and remember that our mods are dual streaming, or we are dual streaming, so our mods are in both places. So I'll see you guys. I'll check in a little bit.
Clerk's going to put you under oath, okay? Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling, and last name.
Faison Teal, Faison Brewentele.
Please state your address.
My address is 82 Waverly Road, Shelton, Connecticut.
All right, sir, you may be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Good. You nervous?
A little bit.
Faison, how old are you?
I'm 20 years of age.
Do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
I'm a fourth-year student at the University of New Haven.
And have we met before today?
Yes, we have.
And why did we meet?
We met regarding the incident that occurred on May 14th, 2022.
And how many times have we met? A couple times?
A couple times, yeah.
I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 17 years of age.
And were you in school?
Yeah, I was.
Where were you in school?
Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
Yes, I did.
What sports did you play?
I played football.
And I want to direct your attention to that day.
Yes.
Was there an occasion where you went to a house located at 44 Pawtucket Ave?
Yes, there was.
All right. Tell us why you went to that house.
So I was at my friend Rodrigo Crespo's house for my friend Antonio Capamola's surprise birthday party.
And how long were you there for?
I was there for maybe like an hour.
And do you recall what time you got there?
I got there around 9 p.m.
And so you were there from between 9 and 10 p.m.?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you leave there?
Yes, I did.
Why did you leave?
I left to go to Tyler Rich's house because Roddy's party was done at the house.
And why did you go to Tyler Rich's house?
Just a regular thing to do. He texted us to come there.
So you went there?
Yeah.
How did you go over there?
I was with my friend Jeremy Oko. He was driving.
Okay. When you were at 44 Pawtucket Avenue, what kind of party was that other than a surprise party? Were you guys hanging out?
Yeah, hanging out, high school party.
When you say high school party, did you have any alcohol to drink at this high school party?
Yes, I did.
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking beer.
And how many beers would you say you had?
I had about like 2.
And when you left, when Jeremy Oko brought you to Tyler Rich's house, actually, I'm going to show you this exhibit real quick. Exhibit 5. You know whose house that is?
Yes, I do.
Whose house is that?
That's Tyler Rich's house.
And that's the house you went to that night?
Yes, sir.
And when you went over to Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022, did you bring any alcohol with you?
No, I don't believe so.
When you got there at Tyler Rich's house, did you go right in the house when you got there?
Yeah, I went right into the house.
And was it just you and Jeremy Oko in the car?
It was me, Jeremy Oko, Jacob Villalobos, Matthew Moore Sanchez, and Aida Aul.
And when you got there, you said, where did you say you walked in the house?
No, I walked in like through the backyard.
Okay. What side? You're looking at this exhibit?
Yeah.
To the right.
To the right, like kind of, well, not to the right, like straight, and then like around the house to the right.
So if I'm pointing to this area here.
Yeah.
Okay, in front of the blue pickup truck where it's open, you can kind of see like a. You can kind of see a.
Yeah, like a little opening. Yeah.
Is that where you went in?
Yeah, I went around and through the back.
All right. And what kind of entrance is over there?
Over there, it's an entrance to the basement.
Okay. And you walk down into the basement?
Yeah.
Now, when you got to the basement, what kind of things were going on in the basement?
People just chilling.
All right. When you say chilling, what does that mean? The jury doesn't know. You got to explain that.
Just like hanging out, drinking a little bit, I guess, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. And there was alcohol being consumed?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you have any alcohol yourself?
Yes.
And what were you drinking?
2 Bud Lights.
And outside of the 2 Bud Lights, did you have anything else to drink that night?
No, sir.
So you had 2 at 44 Pawtucket, 2 at Tyler Rich's house.
Yes, sir.
And you got there at about 10 p.m.
Yeah, like
What-
around like 10:15.
What kind of night was it? Was it dark? Was it pitch black?
It was a regular night, like dark a little bit.
When you were outside before you got into Tyler Rich's house, could you see inside? Can you see outside and notice?
Yeah.
Was there anybody outside when you got to Tyler Rich's
When I
house?
got to Tyler Rich's, no.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
He's a really good friend of mine. I met him when I first came to Shelton. Always been close with him, played football with him. He really brought me around everyone. Picked me up for school every day. Yeah.
Okay. You know who this is? This is State's Exhibit 54. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's me.
State's Exhibit 56. Do you know who this is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
I played football with him. He was 2 years under me.
Younger than you?
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 55. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Tommy Connery.
How do you know Tommy?
Tommy's always friends with him. Met him through high school.
State's 57. Do you know who that is? State's 57.
Yes.
Who's that?
Jimmy McGrath.
Do you know Jimmy McGrath?
Yes, I did.
How do you know Jimmy?
I was friends with him.
Now, on May 14th of 22, were these individuals at Tyler Rich's house at the time?
Yes, they were.
Do you know Ricky Fiola?
Yes, I do.
Was he present at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, he was.
How about Sal Perry? Was he there?
Yes.
What about Mike Samperi?
Yes.
What about Charlie Connory? Was he there?
Yes.
And how about Jake Villalobos?
Yes, he was there.
He was there because you went there with him, right?
Yeah.
And how about Matt Lockovich? You know Matt Lockovich?
Yes, I know Matthew Locke.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, he was.
All right. Now, when you got to, if I may have, when you got to when you got to 43 Laurel Glen, what were you wearing that night? Do you
Yeah,
recall?
I was wearing a rubber ducky Marvel T-shirt.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 23.
Yes.
You recognize State's Exhibit 23?
Yes, I do.
What is this exhibit?
That's the shirt I was wearing that night.
When you got there, you were chilling out with your friends in the basement. How long would you say you were there for?
Like in the basement?
Yeah.
Probably like 15, 20 minutes, give or take.
After about 15 or 20 minutes, did withdrawn. You're familiar with Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with him?
He played football with me.
And after about 15 or 20 minutes, did Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik show up at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, they did.
And when they showed up at Tyler Rich's house, did you speak with them?
Briefly, yes.
And in speaking with them, not with what they said, but when you spoke to them, were you informed about an incident that occurred prior to Tyler Rich's house over at Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, I was.
And were you aware of what had happened over on Lazy Brook Road with regards to Ryan Hines prior to Ryan and Griffin arriving at Tyler Rich's house?
No, I wasn't.
So you were informed when you got there that something had happened at Lazy Brook by them?
Yes.
Were you aware, based on that conversation, who that involved?
No, I wasn't aware yet on who it involved.
And after you spoke with them, withdrawn. Prior to speaking with Ryan and Griffin, were you aware of any group chat messaging that was going on in relation to that incident that happened on Lazy Brook Road?
No, I wasn't.
After speaking with Ryan and Griffin, were you made aware that there was a group chat messaging that was happening with regards to that?
No, I wasn't.
At any point during your interaction with anybody at Tyler Rich's house, were you aware of this group messaging that was going on?
Yes.
Okay, when did you become aware of it?
I would say, I believe it was Tanner who was talking about it.
And at some point in time, withdrawn, when Tanner informed you that this group messaging was going on, did that happen before or after individuals showed up to the house?
This was before. Wait. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Let me ask you this way. At some point in time, did individuals that were not invited to Tyler Rich's house show up to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you made aware of this group chat before that happened or after that happened?
Before that happened.
How long before?
Maybe about like 5 minutes, give or take.
Okay. And when those individuals showed up to to Tyler Rich's house, how were you made aware that they showed up to the house?
So someone, I do not recall who said, but someone said people were like pulling up the ties, and obviously I don't know who they was talking about. But
and when they said that, what if anything did you do as a result of that?
Well, I also was told that they had McDonald's, so you know me, I'm a big kid, so I was hungry. So
So you were made aware that they had McDonald's and you were hungry?
Yeah.
So at some point in time, did you exit Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, I did.
And when you exited Tyler Rich's house, how did you leave the house?
I left through the back, and then next to that AC unit, came out towards the front area.
So you exited where the Bilco doors were? You exited through the Bilco doors?
Yes.
Again, if we're all on the same page here, State's Exhibit 5. You exited this area here?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm pointing to the area it looks like a circle clearing in front of the blue pickup truck and what appears to be looks like a mulch pile right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you exited that area, did you walk down? How did you walk down the driveway? How did you walk towards the car?
Like through the grass.
What's that?
Like through the grass. Like, well, through the driveway first, and then like across.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 49. When the car arrived at Tyler Rich's house, are you able to describe to the jury, using State's Exhibit 49, where you observed the car at that moment?
Yes.
Where was it?
It was across the street.
Okay. When you say across the street, can you describe where across the street?
It was on the right. Well, yeah, it was on the right-hand side. And it was.
Okay. Are we?
Well, yeah, yes.
Can you use some of the? Was it was on the right side of the street here?
Yeah, this side of the street over here. Oh, my bad. I forgot. Yeah, it's on the right side of the street. Sorry.
So, let me know if I'm correct. I'm pointing right here, just to the area left of these bushes on the bottom of 49, on the right side of the road of Laurel Valley.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can the record reflect that? That's where I'm pointing?
Yes.
To the left of those trees on the bottom of Laurel Glen, States 49.
Or to let the record reflect.
So, when you notice the car, was it parked on the side of the road? Was it in the middle of the road?
It was more like in the. It was like in the road, like near the side. It wasn't like exactly all the way over though.
Okay. And what? So this is a picture of Tyler's house. Are you aware that the road this road right here on the lower left-hand portion of 49, that's Adams Drive?
Yes.
And do you know this road up here on the other side of Laurel Glen? Yep.
I did not recall.
Okay. When the car arrived, was the car facing that way, or in other words, facing, I guess, upward in this picture, or facing towards Adams, if you can recall?
I do not recall.
All right. And when you went out of the house to approach the car, were you with anyone?
Yes, I was.
Who were you with?
It was me, Tyler Rich. I do not recall who else was with us.
How many people would you say were with you at the time?
Like around 5 to 7 people
Okay.
out there.
At some point in time, did more people come outside?
Yes.
Did you approach this vehicle at all?
Yes,
What
I
kind
did.
of car? Do you remember what kind of car it was?
It was like a black SUV.
Showing you states 30. Does that look like the vehicle that you saw that night?
Yes, it does.
And when you approached the vehicle, do you remember what side of the car you approached?
Yes.
What side?
Driver's side.
And when you approached the driver's side, how close to the car did you get when you went up to the car?
Pretty close.
When you say pretty close,
Like I was right next to the car.
so like a foot or two?
Yeah, like a foot or two, yes.
And based on the lighting that night, were you able to see inside the car?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were able to observe when you initially approached the car.
So when I first approached the car, I saw about 4 people in the vehicle.
You only saw about 4 people?
Yes.
Do you know if there were anybody else in the vehicle?
No, I do not know.
And did you recognize anybody in the vehicle that night?
Yes.
Who did you recognize?
Mackenzie Traficante.
And who else? Did you recognize anybody else?
No.
Who is Mackenzie Traficante?
Girl from Shelton.
And how do you know her?
I know her. I went to middle school with her.
And when you approached the car, did you have a conversation with anybody in the car?
At first, yeah.
Who did you have a conversation with?
I believe it was the driver because I was asking about the McDonald's. And then after that, I really backed off. I wasn't.
So you were asking about McDonald's to the
Yeah.
driver and you backed off?
Yeah, like they said, he was like, no, we don't got a McDonald's. And I was like, all right. So I really I was off towards the side after that. Just like chilling, but I was so close to the car. Like I wasn't like far away.
When you were initially talking to the driver, were you having, did you indicate anything else to him other than whether or not he had McDonald's? Did you say anything else to him?
No.
And after you spoke to the driver, you said you moved away from the car?
Yeah.
Did you observe anything happen between your friends and the car while you were out there?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe?
So they started like arguing while they was like near the car. And then that's where I got closer and I started like screaming like, yo, y'all gotta leave. Like, y'all gotta dip. And
What
then,
did you say? You guys got to leave?
Yeah, gotta leave, yeah.
Okay. And what else did you say to them?
Oh, you're like, y'all gotta dip. Like, that's like another.
What does that mean?
That's another term for like leaving.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you say that loud?
Yeah, definitely.
And what happened when you were telling them to leave?
When I was telling them to leave, they like weren't moving at first, and then like we started like rocking the car, like back and forth. Then after that, they left. They went straight down the road, and they started like coming back and forth.
And when you say they went down the road, did they drive? Well, there's a map behind it. It states Exhibit 1. You approach the driver's side door.
Yeah.
So was the car facing this way if you approach the driver's side door? Facing towards Farmhouse Lane?
Farmhouse, yes.
And which way did the car drive when they left?
They left. They went that way, then that way, then that way, then that way. They just kept driving back and forth.
And when they kept driving back and forth, what, if anything, was happening?
People were like chasing the car per se. Like they were running behind it, like when it was going back and forth.
Do you recall if any of your friends threw anything at the car?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you recall being thrown at the car?
I'm pretty sure it was a beer can.
And was anything thrown from the car at any point?
Not that I recall.
Now, do you recall when the beer can was thrown at the car, do you know where, did it hit the car, do you recall?
Yeah.
Where did it hit the car?
I don't know, but I heard like a shatter.
Okay. So,
Like a loud like thump.
do you recall whether or not, can you see this
Yeah.
effect in the windshield?
Yeah.
Do you recall whether or not that was that caused by the beer can that was thrown? Do you know?
I don't recall.
But you heard some type of shatter?
Yeah, like a loud like thud.
Now, at some point in time, does the car stop driving back and forth?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about that. What do you recall about that happening?
When it stopped, there were some people over there. I didn't personally see what happened over there, but then
You say over there. Where did they stop?
where the car stopped.
Yeah, where do you recall where on the street the car
No,
stopped?
I don't recall.
Was it close to 43 Laurel Glen, or was it further away?
A bit further away. It wasn't like right exactly there.
Was it closer to Adams, or was it closer to Farmhouse Road?
It was definitely closer to Farmhouse.
Okay, so when the car stopped closer to Farmhouse Road, how did you see that it was stopped?
How did I see it was stopped?
Where were you?
I was like, stop. I was like on the side of the road. On this.
You were on the side of the road in front of Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah.
And how long would you say you were watching what was going on down the road when the car stopped?
Like 30 seconds, if that. Like
After
maybe
30
that.
seconds, what did you do?
What I do, everybody they just started coming back to the house.
Okay. And did you go back inside the house?
No,
Okay, what did you do?
I didn't. I was just like outside, like with the guys. Like
Yeah.
afterwards,
What were you doing outside with the guys?
you're chilling. Like everybody was amped up a little bit. Like after it all like took place.
Do you recall whether or not any of your friends went down the street after the car?
Yes.
Do you know who went down the street?
No, I do not recall.
Now, at some point in time, do you recall whether or not your friends came back from down the street?
Yes.
And when they came back down the street, what, if anything, did you do?
I was just waiting for them to come back. Like I was just dapping people up, like whatever. After that, like I was like giving high fives, like shaking hands after,
Why were you doing that?
because they came back from running people off from the house.
Okay. And when they came back and you guys were chilling and you guys met back up, did you go have an occasion to go back inside the house?
No,
You stayed outside?
I stayed outside.
And at some point in time, when you were outside, did the car return?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when your car returned?
So when the car returned, two individuals got out of the motor vehicle and they came up to us around the front of the Rich's house. And when they came up,
I'm going to show you stage 4.
yeah,
Can you show me on stage 4 where they came up?
when they came up, yes. So
Just describe it.
just describe it. It's towards the grass, like kind of near the red bush.
So this red bush, did it come up the street here?
Yeah,
And at what point when the car was driving up here, did you see the two individuals get out?
when they were parked, when the car was stopped.
Do you remember where the car parked or where the car stopped?
Yes,
Where?
it was on the side, like where the grass is. Like,
States 52. Can you show on States 52 where you recall the car stopped?
Where I recall the car stopped.
Okay, so somewhere over here?
Yeah, somewhere over here.
Okay. That the record can reflect, it's the bottom, near the mailbox on 52, Your Honor.
I'll let the record reflect it's near the mailbox, but it's to the right of the mailbox. Thank you.
And when the car stopped, you said you noticed individuals get out of the car?
yes,
And who did you notice get out of the car?
Lido, and then Tyler De Silva.
Do you know Tyler De Silva?
Prior to that, no.
And do you recall what Tyler De Silva was wearing that night?
Yeah,
What was he wearing?
he had like a blue baseball jersey on.
And you said Lido. Do you know Lido?
Yeah, now I do, yes.
But prior to
Prior
that
to
night,
that,
you didn't?
no.
And does Lido have a different name?
Raul
Raul what?
Valle.
And is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Raul Valle. Thank you.
Now, did anybody else get out of the car that you recognized at that point?
No,
It was just those two individuals?
just those two individuals.
And when they got out of the car, can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how they were? Did they approach you and your friends?
Yes.
And how did they approach you?
Not in like it was in their demeanor was looking like they were trying to start a problem.
Trying to start a problem?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to States 52, do you recall where on States 52 behind you, where they walked on the property?
Yeah.
The record can reflect he's motioning to what is the tree that is on States 52.
All right, court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
How close were the defendant and Mr. De Silva when they were approaching you and your friends on the property?
Like how close were they to me?
Yeah.
So at first I wasn't really close to them, and then when they were talking to Tyler Rich, he was at the front. I overheard them say, "Where's Aiden King?" And Aiden King, that's one of my close friends. So that's when I came towards the front because they said they was looking for Aiden.
Do you know who was asking for Aiden?
No, I do not recall.
Now, how close was the defendant and Tyler De Silva to each other when they were approaching you and your friends?
Like, how close were they to each other?
Yeah.
Like, probably like 2 feet apart.
Okay. And someone walked up asking for Aiden King?
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, were you close to Tyler De Silva or the defendant at any particular moment?
I was definitely closer to Raul, the defendant.
I'm sorry?
I was closer to the defendant.
Okay. And when you were, did you have an interaction with the defendant when you were close to him?
Yes.
And what was that interaction like?
I said, y'all gotta leave and get out of here.
And what was the defense reaction to you saying he had to leave?
Just like disregarded.
And did he argue with you?
Not with me personally, no.
Was he arguing with anybody?
Yes.
What was he doing?
They was just standing there and they was bickering with Tyler Rich, like arguing with him.
How long would you say the arguing back and forth lasted for?
Like 30 seconds, if that.
After 30 seconds, did something happen?
Yes.
What happened?
A punch was thrown.
Do you recall who threw that punch?
Yes, I do.
Who threw that punch?
Tyler Rich.
And do you recall why he threw that punch?
No, I don't recall why.
Right before the punch was thrown, were you close to the defendant?
Yes.
And do you recall who out of your friends was near you at the time?
No, I do not recall, besides Tyler Rich.
Do you know Ty Wood?
Yes, I know Tyler Wood.
Do you recall Ty Wood was near you?
Yes, he was outside with us.
Was he near you right
Yeah,
before the punch was thrown?
Yes.
And you say you know Tommy Connory?
Yes.
Was Tommy Connory close to you at the time or no?
Not really. He was a bit like behind me,
Okay.
per se.
How about Charlie Connory? Was Charlie near you at the time?
Not too close to me, no.
Now, when the punch was thrown, do you recall who got hit?
Yes.
Who got hit?
Tyler De Silva.
Tyler got hit?
Yes.
And when that happened, did the fight start?
Yes.
And describe what happened when the fight started.
So when the fight started, Tyler and De Silva went to the ground, and they was over there, like towards this area right here.
And where were you in relation to 52?
Right here. I was like around here, this area for a little bit.
Okay. So it's around near the tree?
Yeah, near the tree, yes.
And did you participate in the fight?
Yes, I did.
What did you do during the fight?
I was throwing some kicks,
Okay, what kind of kicks?
like stomps, like
Were they hard? Were they soft? What kind?
they weren't too hard.
Okay. Why did you do that?
Why did I do that? Because these individuals, they came on the Tyler Rich's property uninvited, trying to cause an issue.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you stop engaging in the fight?
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Because I was like, it was time to start breaking up the fight.
How long would you say it lasted for, your interaction?
My interaction, like 20 seconds, if that.
And when that was going on, were you closer to Tyler De Silva or the defendant?
I do not recall.
But you were involved in the fight?
Yes, I was.
At some point in time, Tell us what happens after you stop fighting. You stop fighting.
After I stopped fighting, after I stopped fighting, at first I see Tommy Connery on the ground, like with his legs. It's like he couldn't move.
Why couldn't he move?
He was stabbed. And
What did you observe about Tommy?
like he was laying on the grass, like he like couldn't move at all, and there was just blood coming from his legs. And then I looked over to the right of him, and I seen Jimmy, like just sitting there bleeding out, and Sal and Jacob were like trying to help him. And then after that, someone came up to me with a flashlight, and it was like, Faison, your arm. And all I saw was like a big piece of fat like hanging out of my arm, and just blood like bleeding down the side of me.
Do you recall being stabbed that night?
No, I do not recall.
Do you recall seeing any weapon that night?
No.
Did you have any weapons on you that night?
No.
Do you recall whether or not? Do you recall why? Let's run. You don't recall being stabbed. Why don't you recall being stabbed?
There was so much like adrenaline flowing through my body, and I didn't even have an idea that there was a knife or anything, because I was just like turned around kinda. I didn't really see anything happen at that point, like after breaking up the fight. And then,
Prior to your testimony today, did we review a video of the fight?
yes, we did.
And I want to show you just a still from that movie. This is State Exhibit 60. Okay. This is the, we're going to show you the slow motion version of State's Exhibit 60, frame number 178.
Yeah.
Counsel,
Yes, sure.
whenever you feel there's a good time to stop.
Okay, thank you. Stop it, actually, go back. Right there. At 171, we're going to do frame 171. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, I can.
171. Faison, who is this individual right here?
That's me.
Okay. You indicated before that you had a Marvel t-shirt on.
Yes.
Doesn't look like you have a Marvel t-shirt.
No, I did not have my shirt on anymore.
Why did you not have your shirt on?
One, it was hot, and two, I was just shirtless at that point in time. Like I took my shirt off like myself.
You know if this is a good moment to stop.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time to adjourn for the day. Obviously, the state is not done with its direct examination of the witness, so we'll pick back up with that later in the evidentiary portion of this trial. So I am going to remind you of your obligations and tell you that you must abide by the rules of juror conduct. I did describe those rules to you and that conduct that you have to follow in the beginning of the trial. I also have reiterated those rules throughout the course of the trial, so continue to abide by those rules. We will see you tomorrow, same time. Have a good evening. Thank you so much. Court stands adjourned.
All rise.
All right. So that was Faison, but let's get to, that was day 3. So now we'll get to day 4 for Faison. Just make sure my mic's working. All right. All right, so let's get over to day 4. So this is going to be Faison continuing and then Tommy. So it's going to be Faison and then Tommy.
He said at some point the car stopped driving back.
All right, so this is Faison. This is Faison and then Tommy. So these are the two that got attacked. Faison got his arm cut here, and Tommy broke up the fight between Ryan and Raul, and he got stabbed here, punctured his lung. Juju Bean, I don't know a lot about the case. Valle won't get self-defense, correct? They're right now. The jury is hung. They're deadlocked. They're hopelessly deadlocked. So the judge said, go back in and try and sort it out. Hey, Curviol, this is why so many people in Florida are going to prison for SDSYG issues, because they assume you can just do whatever. You cannot. There are still rules and parameters that one has to abide by. That is true. All right. I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. But here we go. This is more Faison and then Tommy's testimony.
Back here today for evidence on the matter of State of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. I'm going to ask the state if it is prepared to get Mr. Faison Teal back to the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so then why don't we do that?
He's right there. Right there.
Counsel, good morning. Is there anything that we need to address before we continue?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Teal, please come on up. Going to ask that you retake the stand. And also, sir, I just want to remind you that you do remain under the obligation, the oath that you first took when you entered the stand, okay? Thank you. Go ahead, come on up and have a seat. All right, at this time, I will ask Madam Clerk to please bring in our jury. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'd ask counsel to please stipulate to the return of our jury.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Members of our jury, when we adjourned yesterday, state's witness Faison Teal was on the stand. So at this time, we are going to continue with the direct of Mr. Faison Teal. Thank you. I would direct the state to go ahead and proceed.
Just get it there. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday we were talking a little bit about the fight.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong. When just before the fight started, where were you standing in the yard of 43 Laurel?
Right before the fight started.
I get it. Showing you 50, state's 52.
It's right about when, before the fight started, you were saying, like, around this area.
Okay. And when you were standing in that area, who were you close to?
Tyler Rich.
Okay. And were there two individuals on the lawn at the time?
Yes.
That were not invited to the party?
Yes, sir.
And those individuals are who?
Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle.
And out of the both of those individuals, who were you closest to?
Raul Valle.
Okay. And when the fight started, can you tell us what occurred?
What occurred when it started? So Tyler threw a punch, and then after that, it's really not so blurry, but I don't really recall who I was throwing kicks at, but I was involved in the fight.
What kind of kicks were you throwing?
There was like medium-sized kicks. Like there was like a stomping motion. It wasn't hard though.
And at some point in time, did you stop kicking?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you did that, what were you trying to do at that point?
Break up the fight.
And at that point, I think you indicated yesterday that you were amped up. You had adrenaline.
Yeah, a lot of adrenaline flowing through the body.
At some point, how long was the fight?
Like 30 seconds.
And after 30 seconds, at some point in time, Did you hear anybody scream anything?
No, I did not.
And when the 30 seconds ended, at some point in time, did you have an occasion to realize that you were injured?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
So when I realized I was injured, someone came up to me with a flashlight and they pointed it towards my arm. And when they pointed it, there's like a piece of fat sticking out, like this big giant piece, like just gushy fat, and then just blood like all down the side of my body. So yeah. And then before that, I even noticed I got stabbed. I saw Tommy on the ground, laying in the grass, like couldn't move his body at all, and he was just like kind of stuck there, like helpless.
What did you notice about Tommy?
His knees was just bleeding, like his whole legs, and he was just laying down there, and like just like helpless. And then when I looked over to the right, I saw Jimmy McGrath. His like body was just like blood everywhere, and it was Sal and Jacob was helping him. Yeah.
Did you notice if anybody else was injured?
No, that's all I noticed at that time.
When you realized you were injured and you saw Tommy and Jimmy, what did you do after that?
So when I realized I was injured, I was with my friend Benjamin Catley, and I went into Tyler Rich's bathroom to try to clean me up because there was so much blood on the side of my body. They thought like I might have got stabbed in my side, but that wasn't the case, obviously. So it was me, him, and Danny Rivera in the bathroom, just cleaning myself up, like trying to like figure stuff out, trying to like find something to wrap my arm up with. And then after that, we went back outside, and there was cops there, ambulances there, and that's when they brought Jimmy to the hospital first. Then it was Tommy, and then after that, because at first I wasn't really trying to go to the hospital because I thought I was fine, and I didn't want my parents to get mad at me for like getting stabbed or whatever. But I wasn't trying to go to the hospital. Okay. But then they told me I had to go, so I went after that.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to show you. This is State's Exhibit. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60. I think that's where we pretty much ended yesterday.
Yeah.
I'll show you frame 171. This individual right here with his black shorts on, t-shirt off, and looks like something on top of his head. Do you know what that is?
Yes, that's me.
And do you know what you're doing at this moment in the fight?
There's definitely throwing some kicks right there at the beginning, and then trying to break it up after.
And can we play the lightning version? Now, have you watched the regular version of the video?
Yes, sir.
Lightened up version. I want to ask you a few questions.
Yes.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's do it!
Now, the person that yells, yes, sir, do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Tanner Chernowski.
And who's the person that, after Tanner Chernowski yells, yes, sir, who's the person that says, let's go?
Let's go. That was me.
Okay. You were yelling that?
Yeah.
Why were you yelling?
So, like the whole, I don't know, it was just what I was saying at the time. Like when I said, let's go, M-word.
Okay.
It's just the way I talk.
Okay. And when you heard in the video, he's got a knife, you didn't hear that?
At that time there, nah, I didn't hear that.
Do you know who said that, having watched the video?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, when when the paramedics arrived, did you in fact end up going to the hospital?
Yes.
And what hospital did you go to?
Griffin Hospital and like Ansonia Derby.
Okay. And when you got to the hospital, can you tell us a little bit about
what treatment you went through?
They just stitched me up. Honestly, I don't really remember much from me actually being at the hospital because I really like kind of blocked it out of my head. But they sent me up there. It was like maybe like I was there. It's like 3, 4 in the morning, maybe, and then after that, I just went home.
If I may approach the witness room. Faison, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 70 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State 70?
Yes, I do.
And what is State 70?
That's my arm.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate picture of your arm the morning of, after you got stitched up?
Yes, sir.
To show you State's Exhibit 71 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 71?
Yes.
And what is 71?
That's also a picture of my arm.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate picture of what the wound looked like stitched up after you left the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And the only difference between 70 and 71 would be what?
The piece of paper over my arm.
It shows the length of the wound.
Yeah, length of the wound. Yeah.
Stay off and just full exhibit your arm.
Okay. All right. Court will accept into evidence dates 70 and 71. Thank you. Full exhibits.
I'm going to show you State 70 that's been marked as a full exhibit. State 70, is that what your wound looked like after your hospital visit, Faison?
Yes, sir.
And State 71, that show, I guess, the length of the wound
Yes, sir.
on your arm?
Yes, sir.
Faison, do you still have a scar?
Yes, I do.
Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that is?
That's right here.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses pointing to his left elbow area?
Attorney Smith, are you able to see you and your client?
I can see, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
And when you received the stab wound that night, you said you had fat hanging out?
Yeah.
How far was it hanging out?
It was like, hey, it was nasty, man. It was like hanging like down to here. Like it was.
And when you went to the hospital, did they have to push it back in?
I don't know. I don't recall like what they did with it.
How long after you got out of the hospital and you received these stitches? How long was your recovery in this case? In relation to your wound?
To my arm. So I had my arm wrapped up and stitched up for about 3 to 4 weeks, give or take. I had slight nerve damage, like nothing too insane, but I did not feel it in my arm for a little bit. It was just numbness. And then for about a year after it all took place, like I could be doing the simplest of things, like going to get a glass of water from the fridge. And my whole arm just like shut down out of nowhere for like just like a split second. Like and just go numb, just come down. I'll just be like, oh, whoa, that's crazy. But not.
Does that still happen?
Occasionally, it's not as often. Like I'll just say, like literally every once in a blue moon, it will happen.
Now, as a result of being stabbed on May 14th of 2022, have you had any other types of effects? Has this wound had any other types of effects?
Like mentally?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has.
Can you explain how it has mentally affected you?
Yeah, it was the worst day of my life. Plain and simple. Like,
why was it the worst day of your life?
Never in a million years did I think being at one of my best friend's house, I would get stabbed, or 3 other of my friends would get stabbed, or Jimmy McGrath would die. It's like, even I think about it like every day, like I try to really mentally block it off from myself because I tried therapy, but that don't work for me. It don't. Like, I just couldn't do it. So I just try to like mentally block out everything. Even some days I'm just like thinking to myself, like, why him? Like, it sounds dark, but I'd be like, it should have been me instead of Jimmy, because you don't see kids on this earth like that. Like, just a kid that smile every single time you see him. You don't see that. It's really rare. And it's like, I don't know, man. It affects me every day. Like, I can't even go to church no more like that. I used to go to church all the time. Like, I'm talking pastor, my dad a pastor, all that stuff. That's why I figured out Jimmy died. So I can't go there. Like, even when I try to go, I start messing my head a little bit. I just start thinking about everything. But yeah, like, this messed me up, man. Like,
Has since May 14th of 2022, has this affected you with regards to your schooling?
yes, it has also. I started at the University of New Haven really like 3 months after I went to, after the incident happened. But I like couldn't really do school because all I would think about is what happened for the first year and a half. So I had to drop out and start doing community college for a little bit. Just like get back on my feet, kind of, sort of. But this year I will be going back to the University of New Haven and then hopefully graduate on time. That's a hope. That's a hope. But if I'm in 5th year, it happens. You know, it's normal. It's life. But that's really it. You know, like, it was hard in school, man, because I had no one to really talk to about it. Because I didn't want to like even tell people like I was involved, because it like paints a picture that you trying to like get people to feel sorry for you off the rip, and you're just meeting new people, you know? So I don't want them to think of me as like, oh, this is just a kid who just got stabbed and he's like looking for remorse from all of us and we just met the kid. So I really just kept it to myself when I first got to the school.
On May 14th of 2022, at Tyler Rich's house, did you have any weapons on you?
No.
Did you use any weapons that night during the fight?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right. Attorney Smith?
Thank you.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Teal. How are you?
Doing good. How are you, man?
Good. We've never met before.
No.
I'm just going to go over with you some of your testimony from yesterday and today. If you would just keep your voice up, you know, we've got these loud fans going here for us. You told us yesterday that you had started the evening at another party, right? That was at Mr. Crespo's house?
Yes.
And that was for a surprise birthday party, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought maybe you'd had 2 beers there or so?
Yeah.
And you thought you got there around 9 o'clock, spent about an hour there, and left around 10, right?
Yes.
And from there, you went over to Tyler Rich's house because you told us that was the regular thing to do.
Yeah, pretty much.
When you say the regular thing to do, you meant on a weekend night in general, or that month because something special was going on?
Regular thing to do, hang out with your friends. That's it.
And was it a regular thing to go over there and that there would be underage drinking going on?
I wouldn't say it's a regular thing.
No?
Just hanging out.
Okay. So this was unusual to go over there and that there would be drinking going on that
It wasn't unusual. It's not like it don't happen every single time. Like, I might drink every once in a blue moon, but it's not like every weekend.
Okay. Did you know when you went over there that Mr. Rich's parents weren't going to be there?
Nah, I didn't know.
When you got there, did you discover that Mr. Rich's parents were not there?
No, not really.
You didn't know that because you went straight down into the basement? And you told us you didn't bring any alcohol with you.
No.
You went right into the house.
Yep.
And you'd shown up with Mr. Oko, who drove you,
Yes.
Jacob Villalobos, and Matthew Sanchez.
Moore Sanchez.
I'm sorry?
Matthew Moore Sanchez.
Matthew Moore Sanchez. Is that like hyphenated?
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. It might be. I don't know.
You walked into the basement through what we've all heard about, those Belco doors, right?
Yeah.
And people, you said, were just chilling, hanging out, and they were drinking down there, correct?
Yeah, they were drinking.
You yourself hadn't brought any alcohol?
Nah.
There was alcohol provided to you there. You had 2 Bud Lights, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember who gave you those 2 Bud Lights?
Nah, I was just bumming a beer off someone.
Okay. Did you see Aiden King there?
Yeah, I saw Aiden King.
Did he have Bud Lights?
Not that I recall.
And you told us that you think you had maybe as many as 4 drinks, right?
Yes, sir.
It was dark that night?
Yeah, it was nighttime.
Sure. Was it also misty or rainy?
Not that I recall.
You don't recall that?
I don't recall.
And when you got there, you said that no one was outside, right?
No, sir.
When you got down into the basement, how many people were there?
Probably like anywhere between 20 to 30. Give or take.
20 to 30?
Yeah.
You remember telling us yesterday that it was maybe less than that? 15 to 20?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And you told us that you were really good friends with Tyler Richards.
Yes, sir.
And you're also friends with Jimmy McGrath?
Yes, I was friends with him.
And how did you know Jimmy McGrath?
I knew him just through other people, pretty much. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you he's my best friend in the whole wide world, but he's a really good friend of mine.
You went through a list of folks that were there. It sounded like most of them you either went to school with or you played football with.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say? And you identified yourself as having worn a Marvel Duck shirt that night, right?
Yes, sir.
But at some point you told us you'd taken that shirt off.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Do you remember when you took that shirt off?
When I was outside.
Was it before the fight that we saw?
I don't believe so.
It didn't get taken off in the course of that fight, right?
No, it was just hot outside.
You said that Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik showed up, right?
Yep.
And you spoke with them briefly.
Yeah.
So they showed up after you were there, or they were in the basement?
It was after I got there they came.
Okay, so they arrived after you.
Yeah.
And when they got there, you learned that there had been some sort of fight over at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
And you said you were unaware of the basketball group chat?
What group chat?
You don't recall there being a group chat going on that evening?
No.
Griffin Marcinzik or Ryan Hines didn't tell you, hey, we're texting these kids, telling them to come over here?
No.
You didn't show up at the house until sometime around 10:30?
Yes, sir.
When you showed up and went down into the basement, nobody was talking about a 5 Lazy Brook?
Not when I got there, no.
That was only after Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik arrived?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you told us yesterday that you learned of that group chat from Tanner Chernowski before these kids arrived, right?
I did not say that.
You don't recall telling us yesterday that you learned about this group chat from Tanner Chernowski before the kids arrived?
I didn't say before which kids arrived.
Before the kids from the 5 Lazy Brook fight arrived in the pilot.
Are you talking? Oh, before that? Yeah, before that, yes.
Before that, you'd learned from Tanner Chernowski,
Yeah, from Tanner
that there was
Chernowski.
this group chat going on, right?
No, I didn't know nothing about a group chat. I just knew they was texting.
Well, that he was texting.
Yeah.
Is your understanding that that's different than a group chat?
I mean, a group chat is when there's a lot of people, but I wasn't really like looking for details. You just said like they was texting.
Okay, so you didn't know that there was a group chat, so to speak, but you did know that there was texting going on.
Yes.
And you knew that that texting, you learned about that from Tanner Chernowski.
Yes, sir.
And you knew that that texting involved texting the address of 43 Laurel Glen Drive to these other kids, correct?
No, sir.
What was your understanding of what that texting involved?
I just knew they were talking to someone else.
You knew they were talking in a polite, friendly fashion with someone else?
I had no idea, sir.
They didn't tell you what they were texting? They just said, hey, we're texting?
I don't recall.
You don't recall what they were texting?
No, sir.
So Tanner Chernowski told you that they were texting someone, but he didn't tell you what that had anything to do with?
No, sir.
Then you said that then shortly thereafter, Griffin and Ryan arrived, some people that were not invited showed up, right?
Yeah.
And again, it's your testimony that you didn't know that in fact they had been told to come to that address by these people that were texting them.
I had no idea.
And then you told us you saw that somebody had McDonald's. Who was that?
I heard that they had McDonald's.
You heard that the people that had showed up in the car had McDonald's?
Yeah.
Do you remember who told you that?
No, sir.
Okay. But you told us you're a hungry guy and that McDonald's drew you out there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you walked through the driveway and across, and the car that you described as having showed up, that was across the street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Close to the right-hand curb of the other side of the street. Right?
Yes, sir.
And you told us you didn't recall which way it was facing, though.
No, I did not.
And when you went outside, you were with Tyler Richards, correct?
Yes.
And then you said 5 to 7 other people, but yesterday you couldn't remember who any of those people were other than Tyler Richards. Do you remember who any of those folks were now?
No, sir.
And that ultimately You and those 5 to 7 other people were then joined by more people, correct?
We're like outside by the car.
When you went outside?
Yeah, by the car. Like, well, at what point?
Near the car?
Repeat the question for me.
Sure. So we're talking about now when you've gone outside and you're with Tyler Richards, right?
Yeah.
5 to 7 other people.
Yep.
You've seen this car that you've described for us as being across the street.
Yeah.
And you said that it was your understanding that those people had not been invited.
Yes.
Okay. So that's where we are now.
Okay.
You and these 5 to 7 other people, where are you standing at this point?
I was near the driver's side.
You were near the car, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, you told us that you were right next to it, right? You got pretty close.
Yeah, I got pretty close.
And then you were joined by more people, correct?
It was like, not really. Like,
Okay. You don't remember telling us yesterday that you had been joined by more people?
no, we were outside by the car. No, I don't recall that.
Okay. When you're outside by the car, it was just you and 5 to 7 other people.
I believe so, yes.
Where were the rest of the people that were at the party?
They're out. Some people are outside, but they was really just standing on the grass.
They were just standing on the grass.
Yeah.
So just you and maybe 5 to 7 other people are by the car.
Yes.
Not any other people joined you.
No.
Okay. You looked into the car and you said there were 4 people inside, correct?
Yes.
And you recognized Mackenzie Trafficante because you knew her from middle school.
Yep.
And you talked with the driver, right?
I don't believe so. No.
You don't recall telling us yesterday you conversed with the driver and you were asking him about McDonald's?
I didn't say that.
Okay. Did you ask anybody about McDonald's?
Yeah. Well, when I came to the car first, I was like, I asked like, y'all got McDonald's or whatever. But then after that, I was really just something to leave.
Okay. Who did you ask about y'all have McDonald's?
At the time, I didn't know who the driver was, but now I know it's Jack Snyder.
Okay. So you did ask the driver about McDonald's, right?
Yeah, I asked somebody in the car.
Well, was it the driver, sir, or was it somebody else?
It was the driver.
It was the driver.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they said, no, we don't have any McDonald's, and you backed off, right?
Yeah.
But you were still near the car at that point.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you hadn't been joined by anybody else. It was just you and these 5 to 7 other folks.
Yes, sir.
So that's you, Tyler Richards, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's 2. And you can't remember who the other
No, I do not
5 to 6
recall.
people were.
I don't recall.
You said you observed some arguing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was arguing?
I do not recall.
You said you got closer, correct?
I do not recall.
Right. And you screamed, y'all got to leave, y'all got to dip, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you do remember that part that you told us yesterday.
Yes, sir.
You don't remember who it was that was arguing or telling us that you got closer, though.
What, bro? Repeat the statement.
Right. You don't remember telling us yesterday that you had gotten closer to the car after you observed the arguing.
I do not recall.
Okay. And you said that the vehicle wasn't moving, right?
No, not at first.
And then these people that were near the car, which you've described now as being just 5 to 7 people, they started rocking the car, right?
Yeah.
They had their hands on the car?
Yep.
You're sure it was just 5 to 7 at that point?
Yes, sir.
Nobody else had peeled off with you to go stand back and away from the car?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember who those 5 to 7 were?
I do not recall.
Was Tyler Richards one of them?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you do recall that it was Tyler Richards who was one of those people?
You already asked me that.
Sir, I'm asking you now. You just told us before that you didn't recall who any of those 5 to 7 were.
You asked me, besides Tyler Rich, do you remember any of those people? And I said, I do not recall.
Well, trying to figure out who is still around that vehicle. You've now told us that you moved away from the car, correct?
No, I said I stepped a little bit away from the vehicle.
Right. Leaving at least Tyler Richards there by the car, correct?
Yes.
But you can't remember who any of the other people.
No, I do not recall.
Okay. And you saw Tyler Richards do what near the car?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall seeing Tyler Richards reach in to the front driver's side window?
No, I do not recall.
And you don't recall who it was that was rocking the car, but you would agree that there was rocking of the car going on?
Yes, sir.
And you said that at some point the vehicle went down the road towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then back towards Adams, right?
Yes. Like
The car went back and forth and people were chasing it, right?
Yep.
And the Shelton High kids, they were throwing things at the car, you told us.
Yeah.
You don't recall anything being thrown from the car, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
And you heard something hit the car and heard it shatter, right?
Yeah. Like a bang sound.
But you don't recall seeing what that was.
Nah, I didn't see it.
You didn't see anybody throw anything at the car that you could identify who that was?
No, sir.
Then you said at some point the car stopped driving back and forth, right?
Yeah.
And that there were some people over there a bit further away, closer to Farmhouse Lane at that point, right?
I do not recall.
I'm going to show you. State's Exhibit 1. Put it right there behind you. You recall looking at that yesterday?
Yeah.
And you recall telling us that the car stopped driving back and forth and there were some people over there a bit further away, closer to Farmhouse Lane. Do you see Farmhouse Lane on that exhibit?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember telling us that yesterday? Okay.
Yes, I do remember saying that.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
Okay. And that you were still at this point on the side of the road by 43 Laurel Glen Drive where that red marker is on the Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that everybody started coming back to the house and you stayed outside, right?
Yeah.
And you watched as friends of yours went down the street, correct?
Yeah.
But you weren't with them, right?
No, sir.
You stayed there at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Just looking down the street to see
Yes,
what was
sir.
going on. And those people, they were about 2 football fields away. Is that fair to say?
I do not recall.
You're a football player, correct?
Of course I am.
Okay. Well, when you looked down that way, did it seem like it was maybe about 2 football fields away?
No, I don't recall.
How close did it seem to you?
I do not recall. It was like down the street.
Okay. You can't put a distance on it?
No.
Okay. Did you hear anything when you saw your friends go down the street?
No, sir.
You didn't hear anything being thrown, any threats being shouted, anything like that?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything being thrown?
No, sir.
Did you see anybody get out of the car?
No, sir.
At some point, these folks who had gone down there, how many people do you think went down the street?
Maybe like 5, if that.
Was it the same 5 that had remained around the vehicle?
I don't recall.
But at some point, these people came back, you said, and you dapped them up and high-fived them, right?
Yeah.
For running people off, you said.
I did not say that. Just
You didn't tell us yesterday that you dapped them up and high-fived them for running people off?
Yeah, like away from the property, yes.
Okay. Well, why did you say you didn't say that?
But just the way you worded it. That's it.
And then you remained outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never went back into the basement?
No, sir.
But most of the other folks did go back in the basement, right?
Yes.
Was anybody else outside with you at this point?
It was like me, Rich, trying to think. Or Ty Wood was out there with us. Definitely. Who showed? I don't recall after that.
But you, Tyler Rich, and Ty Woods at least stayed outside, didn't go back into the house?
Yeah, no.
And you told us at some point that this car returned, this Honda Pilot, right?
Yes, sir.
And you and Tyler Rich were still outside when that happened?
Yes, sir.
And did Tyler Rich say, "They're back"?
I do not recall.
You don't recall hearing anybody say they're back?
I don't recall.
Do you recall hearing anybody say anything?
Not really, no.
And you said 2 people got out and they came up to you, right?
Yes.
And that was in that area that you described for us near the cement box by the tree that's now there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you told us that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva got out of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where Mr. De Silva got out of the car from?
The car?
Passenger side, back seat?
I do not recall.
But you do recall that he was wearing a baseball jersey?
Yes, sir.
And you said they approached and they looked like they were trying to start a problem, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean by they looked like they were trying to start a problem?
I mean, when you could just like tell when somebody's walking up at a place they're not supposed to be, and it's the way somebody look.
Okay. How did they look?
Just like ready to start an issue, bro. Like I don't know like how you want me to describe it. Like they didn't like look like they was coming like cheery, like mad friendly, like, hey guys, how you doing? Like, you know, they wasn't like that or anything. Like they just came. Like you just tell by their demeanor if you're able to read a person.
Did they come running at you?
Nah.
Did they have their fists up?
Nah.
Did you see a knife?
No, I didn't see no knife.
Did you see Mr. De Silva approach Mr. Richards?
Yes, sir.
Rich, sorry. And was he talking to Mr. Rich?
Yeah, they was talking.
And did it appear to be civil?
Yeah. Like at first, kind of, sort of. Then.
How many people were in the yard at that point?
At that point in time, I would say like 5 to 10, like in the yard.
At some point, you were joined by everybody that had been inside the house, correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of people outside.
There was a lot of people outside?
Yes, sir.
How many?
About like 20 to 30.
And those 20 to 30 started to encircle Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle, right?
No, sir.
No, sir?
Nah.
What did they do?
They was outside chilling.
They were just outside chilling?
Yep. Observing the scene.
Observing the scene?
Yeah, like just like watching from the grass. Like
quietly?
Yeah, pretty much.
Did you see anybody with their cameras out?
No.
Didn't see anybody recording anything?
Nope.
Didn't see anybody with flashlights?
Nope.
You said that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva were not close to you, correct?
At first they weren't, no.
You heard somebody say that they were looking for Aiden King, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Aiden King anywhere?
Not at the time, no.
And at that point, you told us you moved to the front of this group.
Yes, sir.
How did you move to the front of the group that was just milling around and chilling?
Nah, I don't. You want me to show you?
I'd like you to describe it if you could.
I mean, I could describe it to you. I was a bit in the back. Then I heard them saying they was looking for Aiden King. So I came to the front.
You were in the back of who?
And I don't recall who. I was just like, I wasn't standing like toe to toe at first. Like I was just like a little off to the back.
Okay. But you had to move around some people in order to get to the front?
Maybe like 1 or 2 people, yeah.
Just 1 or 2 people?
Sure.
I'm sorry?
I said yes.
Do you think it might have been more?
No.
No, you think it was only 1 or 2?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva were only 2 feet apart, correct?
Yeah.
Was Mr. Valle behind Mr. De Silva?
I do not recall.
Was Mr. Valle beside Mr. Rich?
I do not recall.
And you told us you were closer to Mr. Valle and you said y'all got to leave, right?
Yeah.
You also said, as you told officers, but you haven't told us here, my friends are crazy, they get rowdy, right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to Detective Bango on June 8th of 2022?
No, I do not recall that.
And you don't recall saying to Mr. Valle, my friends are crazy, they get rowdy, y'all need to leave?
No, I do not recall that.
Would you describe your friends as being crazy and Getting rowdy?
No.
No.
Nah.
You said somebody was arguing with Tyler Rich, right?
Yeah.
Who was arguing with Tyler Rich?
I don't recall.
There were only 2 people that got out of that car. You don't recall who was arguing with Tyler Rich?
Oh.
How close were you to Tyler Rich when this happened?
I was fairly close to him.
And you said the arguing lasted about 30 seconds.
Yeah, if that, like maybe 20.
And that then a punch was thrown by Tyler Rich, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't recall why he threw that punch, right?
No, sir.
You didn't see Mr. Valle do anything to attack Mr. Rich, did you?
I do not recall.
You didn't see Mr. Valle do anything to attack you, did you?
I don't recall.
You didn't see Mr. Valle do anything to attack anybody at that point, did you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall why Mr. Rich decided to punch him, but it wasn't because you saw Mr. Valle do anything to Mr. Rich or anybody else at that point.
I don't recall.
Well, did you see Mr. Valle do anything to anybody at that point?
I don't recall.
But you recall seeing Mr. Valle?
Yes, sir.
But you don't recall what you saw him do?
Nope.
You do recall, however, somebody saying, "Where's Aiden? That's my boy. I want to talk to him."
Yeah, I recall that.
But you don't recall telling the officers that someone threw a punch, but you didn't know who it was.
I do. Wait, what? Restate the statement.
You're telling us that you saw Tyler Rich throw the punch, but you didn't tell officers that when you spoke to them, right? You said, "I don't know, someone threw a punch, but I don't know who it is."
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that. And you recall that then Tyler De Silva got hit, correct?
Yeah.
Who hit Tyler De Silva?
Tyler Rich.
Tyler Rich hit Tyler De Silva?
Yeah.
And Raul Valle?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did Tyler Rich hit both of them?
I don't recall.
You do recall, however, telling us that Tyler De Silva went to the ground near the tree, right?
Yeah.
And you told us that you participated in this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell the officers that you participated in this when you spoke to them, did you?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall telling officers that you participated in kicking and stomping?
I don't recall.
Do you recall talking to the officers?
Yeah.
But you don't recall telling them whether or not you were involved, right?
I don't recall, sir.
Because you didn't tell them that you were involved, right?
I don't recall.
And you told us that you were throwing some kicks, what you described as stomps, right?
Yes, sir.
You described those as being not too hard, right?
Nah.
Love taps.
Yeah, something like that.
And then today you said, well, maybe those were medium kicks, right?
Same word, sir.
They're quite the same words. Not too hard, medium. Could they have been hard kicks?
No.
No. When you were throwing those kicks, were you telling anybody, hey, these are just soft kicks, don't worry about these kicks?
No. What? I don't recall.
Were you saying, hey, these are just medium stomps, don't worry about these stomps? I'm going to stop in just a second.
I don't recall that.
No. You don't recall that because you didn't say that, right? You said, let's go. And then as you described it, inward, right?
Yes, I did.
That was directed at the person that you were stomping, right?
I was just saying that. That's just the way I talk.
Just regularly as you're walking about, that's the kind of thing that you just say?
I mean,
let's go inward. Just talking to the ether.
I mean, I can say that word whenever I want.
I imagine that you could. Anybody could. I'm asking you in this particular situation, You were not directing that at the person that you were kicking?
Yeah, I was directing it towards him.
You were directing it towards him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why didn't you tell me that the first time when I asked?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean?
The first time I asked you if you were directing that at the person that you were kicking, you told me you didn't recall. Now you recall?
Sure, yeah.
Fact of the matter is, Mr. Teal, you're telling us here today things that you didn't admit to when you had the opportunity to before, when you spoke with officers. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree on that.
You wouldn't agree. You've told all of this to the officers, that you were involved in the kicking and the stomping.
No, I didn't really tell him anything, bro.
You didn't tell that to officers, right?
No, sir.
Not when you talked to him on the 15th, correct?
No, sir. not
when you talked to him on June 8th, correct?
Sure. Yeah, I don't even...
And at some point you said you stopped kicking, right?
Yeah.
And you decided at that time that it was time to start breaking up the fight, right?
Yeah.
And you thought that perhaps you had gotten cut when you were trying to take someone off the top of Tommy Connory, right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to the officers, that you were trying to take someone off the top of Tommy Connory and that might be when you got cut?
I don't recall saying that.
Do you recall taking Tommy Connory off the top?
I don't recall.
You don't recall having any interactions with Tommy Connory?
I don't recall, besides when I saw him out there. That's why I can tell you I remember.
You don't recall being stabbed, correct?
No, like in that moment of time, no.
Because you had so much adrenaline going at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
A lot of adrenaline going when you were throwing those kicks, right?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When you were throwing those kicks and you were saying the things that you were saying, were you trying to scare the person that was on the ground?
I wouldn't say scared. It was, it was a fight.
It was a fight?
Yes, sir.
How many of you were fighting the person that was on the ground?
3 to 4.
That's it?
That's it.
What were the other 17 or 18 people doing?
Observing.
You recall seeing Jimmy McGrath there that evening at the party, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't recall where he was during the course of the fight in the front yard, do you?
No, I do not recall.
He wasn't one of the people you believe that was there with you, the 3 or 4 people kicking and fighting that person on the ground?
I do not recall.
The person that was on the ground, was that Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
That you were fighting?
Yes.
You don't recall who the other people were there that were with you while you were stomping him?
No, I don't recall.
These folks that were at this party with you that night at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, these were all good friends of yours, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
And you would do anything to protect these friends of yours, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And you wouldn't want to see anything damage their reputations or their memories. Is that fair to say?
Objection. Relevance.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
You can answer, sir.
restate the question for me?
You wouldn't want to see anything done to damage their reputations or their memories, correct?
Yeah, no.
And so today you've come in here and you've testified to us. And you would agree that you can't recall a large amount of what happened that evening, correct?
To a certain extent, yeah.
And that extent to which you can't recall involves what your friends were doing that night, right?
No. This is really the who.
I'm sorry?
This is really the who, like, where would they stand and stuff like that.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any of your direct?
Faison,
Yeah.
counsel just asked you whether or not you can recall the things that your friends were doing around you that night. You said you can't recall, right?
Oh,
Can you recall what you were doing that night?
yeah.
And is that what you told us in
Yeah.
your testimony today?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything on that limited direct?
Nothing further.
All right, very good. All right, Mr. Teal, you relieved. All right. Please watch your step as you exit the witness box. And I think this is a good point to go ahead and take our 15-minute recess. So we're going to take an earlier 15-minute recess today and then come back with the next witness. So court is going to stand in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All rise, court to recess.
Physician's Assistant Eric Black to stand, please.
Thank you.
All right, I want to get to, okay, so I'm going to go
Good morning.
to Tommy next.
Please enter the witness stand, remain standing. Please remain standing. Thank you. That's okay. Madam Clerk's going to put you to oath, okay?
I want to get to Tommy.
Please raise your right hand.
Here's Tommy.
Do you solemnly swear?
Yes. 39 Southern Lane, Johnson.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, Tommy.
Good morning.
If you don't mind, just sit close to that microphone, keep your voice up. The acoustics in here are pretty bad, so ladies and gentlemen need to hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tommy, how old are you?
Me, I'm 21.
And do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
Central Connecticut.
And what are you studying?
I'm studying finance.
And are you working this summer?
Yes, I am.
What are you doing?
I'm self-employed. I work for myself. I do marketing.
Marketing.
Yeah.
Prior to your testimony today, have you and I met?
Yes, we have.
Why have we met?
To discuss the case and what I saw.
So I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 18 years old.
And were you in school?
No, I was not in school then.
Where were you? So did you had just graduated high school?
Yes, I graduated in 2021.
Okay. And where did you go to high school?
Shelton High School.
And at some point in time on May 14th of 2022, were you hanging out over at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, I was.
And around what time did you get there?
It was around, like, I'd say 7 to 8 p.m. in that area.
And I'm just going to show you States 5. Do you know whose house that is?
Yes, that is Tyler Rich's house.
That's the house you went to on May 14th of 22?
Yes, it was.
And why'd you go there?
He told me to come over. We were going to hang out, just a little bit of us, some of my friends and some of the friends in his grade.
And when you said you wanted to hang out, what does that mean, hang out? What did you guys do there?
Well, we usually hang out in his basement, just a couple of us, and we would, just do normal stuff that, high school guys and graduate guys would do.
And how did you get to
I drove myself that night.
You did, okay. Showing you States 49. Do you remember where you parked?
Yes, by the far right red maple bush by the road.
So if I'm pointing at the States 49, you're talking about this red bush here?
Yes, that one.
Okay, so would you have parked on the side of the road?
Yes, that right there.
Would you be facing the driveway or facing away from the driveway?
Facing towards the driveway.
And when you got there, did you go in the house?
Yes, I did.
How'd you go in the house?
Every time I go there, I go in the same way. I went on to the left side where the side door is, to the left of the garage.
And when you went into the house from the left side of the house, where did you make your way to when you got in the house?
I started off in the kitchen, greeted Tyler, and then we proceeded to go into the basement and hang out with the other kids that were there.
And when you got there, how many kids would you say were there at the time?
It was still relatively early, so I'd say about 10-ish, a little less.
And what kind of things were you guys doing in the basement?
Hanging out. We were just having a couple drinks.
Okay, when you say a couple drinks, what do you mean by a couple drinks?
I had a few beers that night.
You had a few beers that night?
Yes, I did.
All right. And was anybody else drinking?
Yes, they were.
Were you provided alcohol, or was it like a bring your own?
I don't recall if I was or not, but
you had 2 beers?
Yeah, I would say so.
And at some point in time, did anybody else show up to the party?
Yes, later in the night, the younger kid showed up, which was Ryan, Hines, and Griffin.
Okay. All right. Prior to that, let me show you this exhibit here. State 54. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who's that?
Faison Teal.
And was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
Showing you State 56. You know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Ryan Hines.
Was he there that night?
Yes, he was.
Show you State 57. You know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
Was he at the party?
Yes, he was.
How do you know Jimmy McGrath?
He was friends with my younger brother. They would hang out all the time. They hung out a lot when they were younger in middle school, and then as high school went along, they would hang out here and there.
And who's your younger brother?
Charlie Connory.
Was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
Tommy, do you know Ricky Fiola?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
I'm really good friends with him and his father and his mother. We grew up together once him and my brother met in middle school, maybe a little younger, 5th and 6th grade, and we became family friends through that.
And do you know if Ricky Fiola was at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Sal Perry?
Yes, he was there too.
You know him?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
Me and him, we grew up together playing baseball, Shelton American Little League.
How about Mike Sampieri?
Yes, I know him.
How do you know him?
He lives down the road from me my whole life.
Were they at the party?
Yes, he was.
Alex Bernstein, you know Alex Bernstein?
No, I do not know Alex Bernstein.
How about Jake Villalobos?
Yes, I know Jake Villalobos.
How do you know Jake?
We played football together when we were very young, and then I knew him from school from then on.
Was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Matt Lockovich?
Yes, he was there.
How do you know Matt?
I know him from baseball too. We started playing when we were young together.
Okay. Do you know if Matt was at the party?
Yes, he was.
Now, you say that Griffin and, how do you know Griffin?
He's really good friends with my brother too.
Okay. So Griffin and Ryan showed up at the party at some point?
Yes, they did.
Do you recall what time it was?
It was later. I would say 9:30, 10-ish time.
And what was the lighting out like that night? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was nighttime, so it was a little bit, darker, but it wasn't too dark. There was the moon was light, and his driveway has, they had lights there too.
So when Ryan and Griffin showed up to the party, were you made aware of an incident that occurred at Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, I heard people saying that they were, jumped at a St. Joe's party down the road in Lazy Brook.
Were you made aware that this happened prior to Ryan and Griffin getting to the party, or after they arrived?
After they arrived.
Were you aware about a group messaging or group chat?
No, I was not aware of that in the moment, no.
Are you aware of it now?
I am aware of it now.
After the fact?
Yes.
But at the time, when Griffin and Ryan got to the party, was there any talk about a group messaging that was going on?
Nothing that I heard of, but I assume there was.
Now, at some point in time in the night, did individuals who were not invited to Tyler Rich's house show up?
Yes.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about that?
So people showed up in a Honda Pilot. They showed up and they were parked in the far side of the road across from the driveway, and they're facing down towards Farmhouse Lane.
So I'm going to show you States 30. Is this the car you saw that night?
Yes, that is.
And with regards to States 49, you said they parked in the road?
Yes, across from the driveway, but more towards the Adams Drive side.
So can you describe on States 49 where you actually saw them park?
So if you're looking, do you see the sewer grate on that side? The opposite of that. So
Here, so it would be over here?
no, yep, right over there. Yep,
So they parked somewhere over here,
correct.
facing
Down the road, that way, yep.
And when you came out of, when you heard that the car arrived, did you leave Tyler Ridge's house?
Yeah, I walked out of the basement, I walked out through the Bilco doors because I heard there was people there that weren't invited, and everyone went outside, so I followed the crowd out there.
And when you went out the Bilco doors, where are the Bilco doors located?
On the far side of the house, you cannot see them in that image.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5. Can you see in State's Exhibit 5 where the Bilco doors would have been located?
Yeah, so if you see the AC unit to the right, they're behind that.
So right here?
Yes.
In this area behind the SH unit?
Yep.
So if the record can reflect, he's pointing to the clearing in the area to the right side of the house in front of the blue truck where you can see an AC unit, and it would be behind the AC unit, I think is what he indicated.
Yes.
All right, record will reflect that. Thank you.
So when you came out of Bilco doors on the right side of the house, what path of travel did you go when you left the house in States 49? I'm going to put that back up there.
So I walked along the house line, so in that grassy area between the white and the blue truck.
Okay. And then you walked down the driveway?
Yeah, but not too far. I'd say I was sitting in the middle of it, standing.
Okay. And so you didn't walk all the way down the driveway?
No,
Why didn't you walk all the way down the driveway?
because I already saw there's some people in the road, and I didn't want to go and get involved.
How many people would you say were outside at that moment?
It was about outside or by the car?
Well, how about by the car?
Probably about 10-ish people,
And how many people were outside in total, do you think?
probably 20-ish.
So there were around 10 people near the car and another 10 people maybe.
Yeah, more
where you
people in
were?
the driveway.
And did you, can you describe what the interaction was with regards to the people who were near the car?
So I just heard bickering back and forth. People were yelling, and it was loud. I did not hear exactly what it was, but that's all I was able to pick up from it, just arguing.
And did you observe anything about, withdrawn, do you know who went and approached the car when you were
No,
outside?
I do not recall exactly who.
Okay. But they were your friends?
Yes, they were my friends.
And do you recall if, when they had this bickering back and forth with the individuals in the car, do you recall what, if anything, they were doing? Did they do anything to the car?
Nothing that I saw, no.
Nothing that you saw? Do you recall if anything was being done from the car towards
No,
your
I do
friends?
not recall if anything.
At some point in time, well, withdrawn, how long did the back and forth bickering last for?
Probably a good 5 minutes.
And at some point, did the car leave?
Yes, the car sped away very fast.
Can you describe what happened as the car sped away?
So the car drove down the road towards that way, and it sped off like full speed, full throttle.
And if I'm pointing to States 1 that's behind you, I think you have a pointer near you. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where it sped off to?
So it was here, right here,
Yep.
and it sped off this way.
Okay. So if the record can reflect, he was motioning down Laurel Glen Drive towards Farmhouse Lane.
Record shall so reflect.
Okay. And at some point in time, where were you when you saw the car drive away?
When the car was driving away, I was still in the driveway in this area.
Okay. And when the car drove down the street, did you move at that point to see where the car had gone?
No, I went back into the house at this point.
And when you went back into the house, how'd you go back into the house?
Through the Bilco doors the way I came in.
Okay. And when the car sped off down the street and you went back into the house, what did you do when you went back inside the house?
I was just talking to my friends, like, what was going on out there? Like, it's over now. Let's go back inside and hang out.
So did you hang out inside for a little bit?
Yeah, I would say 2 minutes.
And were you guys drinking still?
No, there was no drink at this point. It was so brief between the incident I went outside.
Prior to you going back inside the house, do you recall seeing the car drive back towards the house at any point?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, you say you're hanging out inside the house. Do you exit the house again?
Yes, I do.
And why do you do that?
They said they were down the road just sitting waiting, and that people didn't leave yet, and they were still on the road. So I went outside to see what was going on, and I walked out through the Bilco doors.
And when you went out through when you went out through the Bilco doors, what path of travel did you go? If you can show me in States 49, or you can use that too.
Yeah, so I went out this way. I went along the tree line here, and then I was right here.
Okay, so if we're looking at States 49, then you walked along the tree line here, and you were kind of on the side of the road near this red bush where your car was parked?
Correct.
Okay, and you looked down the street?
Yeah, I looked down the street, yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe down the street?
I just saw a bunch of people in the road, and it immediately just made me think, what is going on? And I just didn't want to entertain it, so I went back inside again.
Prior to the car going down the street, did you recognize anybody in the car from your vantage point in the driveway?
Yes, when I was in the driveway, I saw the kid Jack Snyder was driving it, and Lito Valle was in the back seat behind the driver's seat.
And when you say Lito Valle, does he have another name?
Yes, his real name is Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a black suit with a black tie.
Can you point him out for the?
Yes, that's him right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Record can reflect the witness identified, Mr. Valle. Thank you.
And so when you noticed, are those the only people you noticed in the car?
Yes, those were the only people I was able to notice.
Do you know whether or not there were other people in the car?
Yes, there was other people in the car.
But you couldn't see who
I
they
could
were?
not see who, no.
So now the car's down the street, you're watching down the street, and you're thinking to yourself, what's going on?
Yeah, I was like, what is going on right now?
Could you tell who was outside the car down the street?
No.
Do you know whether or not anybody from your group of friends was down the street?
There were people, but I was not able to identify who.
Okay. And how long would you say you were watching what was going on down the street?
Maybe 30 seconds.
And after 30 seconds, what did you do?
I went back inside to the Bilco doors.
And when you went back inside, what were you doing inside at that point?
The same thing, just kind of talking to the people about what's going on and saying that they're still out there. People are just in the road.
Okay. And how long would you say you were inside at that point?
Probably another 2 to 5 minutes.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house for any reason?
Yes, I later exited through the Bilco doors.
And why did you do that?
I heard they came back and they were back in front of the house parked.
And when you left the house, did you go outside the Bilco doors again?
Yes, I did.
And when you left the Bilco doors, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what path of travel you walked outside the house.
So I walked out through the Bilco doors here and went right to under this tree area.
Okay, so if we're looking at States 49 again, you were under this tree area here,
Correct?
right? And that would be in the area in front of the blue truck in States 49.
Yes.
At some point in time, did you make your way over anywhere else in States 49?
No, not until a fight broke out.
What did you observe when you walked out of the house on May 14th of 2022?
I noticed that there was a group of Shelton kids face to face with who was Raul Valle and Tyler Silva.
And do you recall what they were wearing that night?
Who, my friends or the other kids?
What was Tyler Silva wearing?
He was wearing a blue, like a baby blue jersey.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
Same color, but a t-shirt.
I'm going to show you States 6, just so we can understand what you're talking about here. Can you pinpoint where you were standing when you observed in State 6, when you observed the initial?
Yeah, so I was standing in front of the blue truck by that mulch pile.
Okay, so if I point right here.
Yes, sir, right there.
So if the record can reflect in front of the blue truck in State 6, there is a brown mulch pile just to the left of the red bush, but obviously it's behind the red bush.
Court will note it on the record. Thank you.
So in regards to State 6, can you tell us where the defendant and De Silva were standing?
Yeah, they were standing to the road side of the red bush facing Shelton kids.
Right around here?
Yes.
Okay, so the left, so below the red bush to the left, down in this area here.
Correct. Maybe a little more to the right for your finger.
Right around
Yeah.
here?
No, left more a little bit. Yeah, right there.
Okay,
There.
so the record can reflect I'm pointing to the left lower hand portion of the exhibit, which is in the grass area, which is down to just slightly below and to the left of the red bush.
All right. Court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And when you saw the defendant and Mr. De Silva in the yard, where were they standing? Were they close to each other?
Yes, they're close.
And who was on the right, who was on the left? Do you remember?
The driveway side was Tyler Silva, and the other side was Lito Valle.
And do you recall if any of your friends had approached them?
They approached my friends, and my friends were, yes, face to face with them.
And do you recall who out of your friends were face to face with them?
So from the driveway starting, then going to the left from the driveway was Tyler Rich, then Tyler Wood, and then Ryan Hines at the time, who I believe was my brother.
And you thought Ty Woods was your brother at the
No,
time?
I thought Ryan Hines was my brother in that moment.
Okay. And who was Ryan Hines and Ty Wood closer to?
They were closer to Lito.
Okay.
And Ty Rich, who was he closer to?
Tyler DeSilva, I'd say.
And when did you observe them interacting?
Yes, they were.
What was the interaction like?
It was just talking back and forth, arguing at first.
They were arguing?
It was, yeah, they were talking. They weren't being.
Was it peaceful?
I guess so, maybe. Not really. They were just arguing, so I wouldn't say peaceful, no.
Okay. And do you recall what they were arguing about?
No, I could not hear exactly what it was.
You just saw arguing?
Yes.
And when you were witnessing the arguing, can you explain how long the arguing took place for?
For the time that I was there, it was about 20 seconds, and then there was movements.
Okay, can you describe what happens when there's movement?
Yes, so it looked as Raul Valle was to go make a punch, and then someone from Shelton threw a punch and it hit him.
Do you recall who punched him?
No, I didn't, but it was someone on the right side.
But you say you recall watching the defendant make a move?
Yes, his body jolted like he was going to do something.
Can you show us physically what you saw? Like, can you see?
Yeah, he was like this, and he was like went back.
He like cocked like he was
Yeah,
gonna.
it's like that. Yes.
Okay. With his right hand, he cocked with his right hand.
Yes.
Now, after you said someone from Shelton threw a punch.
Yes.
Do
As
you know
that
who
was
they
going on.
punched?
Do I know who he punched?
Yeah.
Yes, Lito.
Okay. And when that happened, can you describe what happened next?
Yeah. So right when that happened, I knew there was a fight breaking out. So I ran over from the mulch pile into that fight. And then as that happened, I went to the far left which was Ryan Hines was standing, and I pushed him and Lito were going at it at that moment. I pushed him and Lito away from each other, but I ended up taking his place. So now it was Lito and me face to face with each other.
Why did you run over into the fight?
Well, one, because I immediately thought he was my brother, since he was standing next to Ty Wood, who's my brother's best friend. And I knew that there was a fight going on, and I didn't want to see people fighting.
So, what did you witness about the interaction between the defendant and who you now know as Ryan Hines prior to you going over?
They were just tussling, no, like just pushing each other, like on like hand movement, no like full punches.
Now, prior to you going over to push Ryan Hines out of the way, did you have a weapon on you when you went over?
No, I did not.
Now, when you went over, you thought Ryan was your brother?
Yes.
When you said you took his place?
Yes.
What does that mean? Describe what
I
happened.
pushed him and Lito away from each other, and as that happened, I kind of mostly pushed Ryan, and I was now face to face with Lito, and he was to the side of me.
Okay, so when you say face to face, if the microphone is Lito, are you like this?
Yes.
Okay, so you push Ryan out of the way with, you get in between them, push
Yeah, I
Ryan
get in
out?
between them. Yes.
Now, when you push Ryan out of the way, describe what happens next.
So me and Raul had made eye contact, and he slipped back, so he was kind of down like waist level with me.
So he was like on like a knee?
Yeah, something like that. Not a knee, but bent over.
Okay.
Like he was slipping, holding himself up. And he looked at me, and then he proceeded to, at the time I thought he was punching me in the leg, which he was stabbing me.
So wait, so I want you to, can
You want me to demonstrate?
Yeah, let's demonstrate. Can you maybe step down here?
That's fine.
Okay, so if I'm you, and I'm standing like this?
Yes.
Okay.
He's like this. Like, not here like this.
1, okay, 2, 3, 4, okay. At the time when he was hitting you in your left leg,
Yes.
did you know you were being stabbed?
No, I did not, but I felt like being punched.
Okay. And did you have any other feelings when this was happening other than being?
Yeah, I was able to feel like almost like a sharp pop, but I didn't acknowledge it was a stab. I didn't know in the moment, but it did feel stronger than a fist.
Okay. And at that point in time when that happened and you had withdrawn, did the defendant hit you more than 4 times at that point?
Not that I know, no.
And after he hit you 4 times, what happened next?
So as he was hitting me, I was pushing him away, trying to get him to stop hitting me.
How were you trying to push him away?
Do you want me to just demonstrate it? So if you were on a knee, and I'm like this.
Yeah.
Hines is here in this moment.
Yeah.
And I was like this. Get off. Like that.
Okay. And did the defendant move away from you at that point?
After the times he was punching me, me and him for some reason just separated. The fight just stopped, and I just walked back, and he walked away towards the road.
Okay, and what did you do next? Well, withdrawn. Do you recall where the defendant went to after that?
No, but he went towards the curbside.
Okay, and after you and him separated, what do you recall about the things you went through after that?
So in that moment, I kind of just stood there and sat around I was in shock, my body. I didn't really have anything that I fully did after that I could, recall. I was just sitting there, my body was bleeding, and I was just looking around, like trying to soak in what's going on.
Did you realize you were bleeding? When did you realize you were bleeding?
When the car eventually drove away, I realized I was bleeding.
And when you realized you were, who did somebody bring it to your attention that you were bleeding?
No, I brought it to my attention because I knew it was drizzling out, but I didn't think it was pouring. And I was like, why is my leg soaked? I feel like I'm covered in water. And then I took a flashlight out from my phone and I put it on my leg. And then I realized my leg from my quad all the way down to my ankle was covered in blood. There was no skin to see and my shoes were covered in blood.
And when you realized that you were, stabbed at that point, what happened?
I immediately was like, I need stitches. And then I dropped to my right hip and laid there waiting for people to come over.
And who came over to help you when you dropped your hip?
The first person there was my cousin, Will Berardi.
Your cousin Will Berardi?
Yes.
And did he render aid to you?
Immediately, no. I was like, call 911, call 911.
And did somebody call 911?
Yes, he called 911.
And when he was calling 911, did you notice anything else about your surroundings?
So when I was on my legs, I was on my right side, laying down like this, looking up towards Will, saying, call 911. And I looked over to my left, and I saw Jimmy McGrath standing there by himself by the basketball hoop.
And what did you notice about Jimmy McGrath?
He was standing there by himself, and I was like, Jimmy, are you okay? And there was no response, but he slowly pulled up his shirt to see that he had a blood coming out. And as I looked at that, I was like, are you okay? You okay? And there was no response, and he collapsed to the floor. Like, he didn't put himself down, he just fell.
And when he fell, what, if anything, happened next?
People started running over to him because I was like, Jimmy's not okay. And he sat there and bled out for a while.
Now, when you were fighting, when the defendant was hitting you in the leg, did you observe any type of weapon at that point?
I saw something black in his hand, but I didn't realize it was a knife or anything. I didn't think anything of it. But I saw a hole in his hand as like a black spot.
And did you notice any of your other friends that were injured that night? Did you see any of them get stabbed?
No, I did not.
And when Jimmy fell to the ground, did you say anything to your friends with regards to helping Jimmy?
I was telling people to go help him, yes.
Okay. And did people in fact go help him?
Yes, they did.
And at some point in time, did 911, did somebody call, did first responders arrive at the scene?
Yes, first responders arrived sometime later.
And when they arrived at the scene, tell us what happened. What did you observe?
So the officer came up to me and he was asking me if I needed some assistance. And he gave me a tourniquet and he put a tourniquet on my leg, as I already had some homemade tourniquets on my leg.
Yeah, molding rubber. Yeah, approach around.
Yes.
I'm gonna help you.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 77 for identification. You recognize 77?
Yes, I do.
And what is State 77?
It is me on the ground with a tourniquet on my leg and another homemade tourniquet and stab wounds.
Is this a screenshot or a picture of what your leg looked like on the night in question?
Yes, it is.
I'll show you State 73. Recognize 73?
Yes, I do.
What is 73?
That is my leg sometime later, weeks later.
And is this a good representation of what your leg looked like weeks later after the incident?
Yes.
I'll show you State 74. Recognize 74?
Yes, I do.
What is State 74?
That is my leg in November, I believe, this recent November.
And does that accurately reflect what your leg looks like?
Yes.
After post-injury in relation to this case?
Yes, it does.
State 75, do you recognize step 75?
Yes, that was my leg the next morning.
The next morning after this incident?
Yes.
Okay, and does this picture accurately reflect what your leg looked like the next morning?
Yes, it does.
State 76, do you recognize 76?
Yes, I do.
And what is 76?
It is my leg a month later, still bleeding.
And does this accurately reflect what your leg looked like a month to the day after the incident on
Yes.
May 14th? State 78, recognize 78?
Yes, I do.
And what is state 78?
That's my leg a couple days later, bruised and bleeding.
And does this accurately reflect what your leg looked like after the incident a few days later?
Yes.
State 79, you recognize state 79?
Yep.
And what is state 79?
That's my leg in November, this recent November.
This recent November? And
Yes.
does this accurately reflect what the left side of your leg looks like from this past November?
Yes, it does.
And finally, states 80, do you recognize 80?
Yes.
And what is states 80?
This is my leg recent November too.
And does this accurately reflect what the, the back portion of your left leg looked like
Yes.
this past November? Yeah, I would offer these exhibits.
Okay.
All right, with no objection, the court will go ahead and enter into evidence as full exhibit states 73 through 80. Thank you.
Now, prior to your testimony today, were you able to review a video in relation to this case?
Yes.
And that video, in reviewing that video, do you recall whether or not that video was shot at the beginning of the fight, or in the middle of the fight, or at the end of the fight?
It was middle towards end, was not the beginning.
And in your review of the video of the fight, do you know whether or not when this video starts, based on your review of it, can you determine if you were already stabbed at this point, or are you stabbed during the video or after the video?
I believe I was stabbed before the video.
Before the video
Yes.
starts? Okay. Can we just...
Yes, sir!
So when that video starts, the fight had already been going on?
Yes.
How long did the fight go on for, do you think, in total?
In total?
Yeah.
45 seconds to a minute, if that.
That video was about 17 seconds. There was about maybe 30 seconds that happened prior to the video starting.
Maybe a little less, 20.
Now, we just went over these pictures. I wanted to give a quick opportunity to mark them. I'm going to show you them now. I'm going to show you which we marked in States Exhibit 77. You see 77, Tommy?
Yes, I do.
So was this picture taken the night that you got stabbed at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
And I see that there's these things on your legs here and here. Can you tell us what these are?
Yeah, so the black one is a tourniquet that was provided by the police officer.
It's right here?
Yes.
Okay.
And the one on the left, right there, that is my t-shirt.
So you took your t-shirt off?
Yes, when I went to the ground, I took my t-shirt off.
And when the cops got there, they put the top one on?
Yes.
I may have one more, Your Honor. Tommy, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24. That's been marked as a full exhibit. Do you see that?
Yes.
what is states 24? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, that is my shirt, one shoe, and one sock.
Okay, you see how it looks like it appears to be ripped.
Yes.
Why is it ripped?
So at first, we only knew there was one stab wound. So what we did was my friend Brett Wadico ripped my shirt to put that one on, and then later to realize there was a lot more stab wounds, so we needed to cover them up and try to cover as many as we can.
So you took your shirt off, you wrapped part of it around you, and at some point was that left on the front lawn of 43 Little
Yes.
Okay. I just want to go through these pictures with you. This is state 73. What time of year was this taken?
This was weeks later. I would say this is probably the last week of May, 2 weeks after it.
You don't have any stitches in your leg. How come?
The doctor only gave me 2 stitches. He gave one on the really big one and then one on the top left one because they said my wounds were too deep and they were dirty, so they could not stitch them properly.
So they wanted, what was the purpose? Do you know the purpose of leaving them on?
So I wouldn't get infected to stay clean.
State 75. When was this picture taken?
This was the next morning.
And it looks like here, your left quad is affected.
Yeah, it's bulged up and swollen and bleeding.
State 78. When was this picture taken?
That's a couple days later. That's bruising and still bleeding.
States 76.
That's
Actually has the date on it.
yeah, so that's in 1 month later and I was still bleeding in that top one.
State 79. This was taken this past November.
Yeah, so that's the entrance wound where the scar is, and then above it is the deformed quad from the actual wound right there.
So do you have an issue with your left quad as a result of this?
Yeah, it's deformed. There's no lower left part of the quad.
So do you look at yourself in the mirror and you look at your legs?
They're very imbalanced, yes.
They're very imbalanced.
Yes, the right one is bigger than the left one.
Do you work out?
Yes,
How often do you work out?
5-6 days a week.
Have you hit legs hard?
Been trying.
Yeah. And has it made a difference as a result of this?
Nope.
States 80. It's the rear portion of your leg. Again, scarring as a result of this incident.
Yep. And then you can see the indent
Past
too.
November.
Yep, and you can also see the indent in the leg.
This is state 74. This is the most recent picture of your scarring. Now, with regards to your friends that were at the Rich's house that night, when you were outside and the fight broke out, how many people would you say were outside at that moment?
10 to 15.
And how many people were actually involved in the fight?
From what I saw, it only looked like 3.
Fair to say that everybody else not involved?
Yeah, in the
What were they
beginning.
doing? Do you know what they were doing just prior to the fight?
No, I did not.
Do you know what they were doing during the fight?
No, not during the fight, but I've seen the video. I've seen more.
It appears, what does it appear most people are doing?
Most people are sitting watching.
And with regards to the lighting that night, when the fight, just before the fight started and during the fight, were you able to see in front of you?
Yeah, I was able to see in front of me.
To recognize people you knew?
Yeah, I was able to recognize faces.
Did anybody have any lighting or cameras or anything else out?
Yeah, there was flashlights on.
Do you recall if anybody, we know now that there was a video of the fight, do you recall in the moment though, was anybody videoing it?
No, I did not know it was being videoed.
Mr. You State 61, this is a still shot from the video you just watched. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
And this individual right here with the white shirt and pink shorts, with the phone in their hand, do you know who this is?
Yeah, that looks like Ricky Fiola.
States, State 63. Have you seen this still shot in the video?
Yeah.
This individual here with the green sweatshirt,
Yeah, that's Ryan Hines.
Ryan Hines. Who is this person here with the to the right of Ryan Hines with the white shirt and black shorts?
Sal Perry.
This guy here with the jeans on and no shirt on. Do you know who that is?
That's Alex Bernstein.
This guy right here with the black shirt, red hat, and jeans. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, it's Michael Samperry.
Do you know who this is on their knees with their shirt pulled up?
Yeah, that's Tyler De Silva.
Do you know Tyler De Silva?
No, I do not.
Did you know him before that night?
I knew of him from his cousins. I knew his cousins.
And where did you know his cousins from?
I grew up playing baseball with them.
I'll show you State 64. You know who this individual is right here on the right with the white shirt, black shorts?
Yeah,
Who's that?
that's my brother.
And again, 65. Is that your brother?
Yes.
66. Do you know who this individual is? Looks like just to the right of Ryan Hines with the white shirt, tan shorts.
Yeah, that Jacob Villalobos.
And this guy right here with no shirt on, with what appears to be camouflage shorts and white shirt hanging out the back.
Yeah, that's Matthew Lockovich.
And this guy right here with the blue shirt, white pants. You know what that is?
Yes,
Who's that?
Jimmy McGrath.
This is State 67. Again, this person who appears to be shoving somebody, you know who that is?
Yeah, that's Jacob Villalobos.
State 68. This guy right here with the jeans on and the shirt pulled up, going towards the street. You know who that is?
Yeah, that's Tyler De Silva.
How about this individual here to his left?
That's Raul Valle.
That's the defendant.
Yes, it is.
69. The individual in the street. You know who that is?
Yes,
Who's that?
that's Tyler De Silva.
And the individual standing right here to the left in the dark shirt and white pants. Do you know who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Jimmy McGrath.
Now, as a result of your wounds from May 14th of 2022, can you tell us about what other treatment you had to go through? Tell us what about your recovery.
So the first night in the hospital, I was there for some time, and I wanted to stay the night because they weren't giving me stitches. So I thought I was going to bleed out. I didn't know. I'm not a doctor, so I didn't know how much blood is too much blood. So I was very scared, and I wanted to stay in the hospital. But they told me I was going to be good to go home. So they gave me the 2 stitches after asking, and they sent me home. And then exactly 1 week later after the incident, I stood up and I passed out and had to go back to the hospital.
And what happened when you went back to the hospital?
They had to, re-treat me, just clean me up, and they told me that I was really deficient in iron in my blood, so that's why I was passing out. So I had to go back and get that.
And do you know why you were deficient in iron?
No, but I'm assuming it's from lack of blood, lost blood.
And what was your recovery time like as far as were you able to walk right away?
I was in a wheelchair for some time, I think 7 to 10-ish days, and then I was crutching around after, and I was crutching for a while. I couldn't walk for over a month, maybe like about a month.
And were you bedridden at all?
Oh, I was bedridden for 3 weeks, no movement. I couldn't bend my leg. It was stiff, and when all the bruising was happening, I couldn't do anything.
And you're in fact still bleeding a month later?
Oh, yeah.
Show you State's Exhibit 55. Do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that's me.
And do you recall about when this picture was taken?
A couple days later, maybe the next day.
Now, have you had any other effects
as a result of this, besides the physical effects?
Mentally, I mean, it was really hard to get through for the first month. My parents would try to help me, and I was telling them to get off of me. I wanted to try to do things on my own, but I couldn't. So I was frustrated with everybody around me, and then frustrated when I was trying to start to learn to walk again. And mentally, I mean, it hurts, but that's really it.
And on May 14th of 2022, did you give any type of statement to the police that night, or did you do it the next day?
I did the next day.
And was that the only statement you ever gave in regards to this case?
No.
You gave multiple statements?
Yeah, I gave 2.
And what you told police, is that any different today than what you told police back then?
I mistake my brother with Ryan Hines.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Connory.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sorry it is under these circumstances. I want to go over your testimony and just review a few things. But let's start kind of close to where we left off with some of these photographs, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, no.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 63. You see that on your screen there?
Yes, I do.
And you identified this person as being Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And he's wearing black shorts with a white stripe, you would agree?
Yeah.
And a green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes.
And this person next to him, you identified that person as being Sal Perry?
Yes.
And the person on the ground, you identified that as being Tyler De Silva, correct?
Correct.
You told us before that Mr. Hines was fighting with Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes, I did.
And in this photo, you'd agree that Mr. Hines is actually over near Mr. De Silva, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you can't see Mr. Valle in that picture, can you?
No.
Do you see your brother anywhere in that picture?
No, not in that one, no.
You see Alex Bernston here?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 64. You still see Alex Bernston there?
Yep.
Correct. You see Ryan Hines here, correct?
Correct.
And you see your brother here, correct?
Correct.
Where are you at the time this picture was taken?
So I am behind that crowd, towards the car, not towards the curb, but behind that crowd. So away from the driveway.
You are behind this crowd towards the driveway?
No. Like directly behind that crowd. Like you cannot see me.
Closer to the pile of mulch that you described earlier?
No. Like if towards the other property line. So directly behind it from our point of view. The pile of mulch is to the left in this angle.
Okay. This is your brother Charlie here.
Correct.
And you are somewhere behind Charlie and this other unidentified individual?
No, I'm behind the Alex Bernstein angle.
You think you're behind Alex Bernston?
Yes,
How far behind him do you think you were at that time?
5 to 10 feet.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No, I did not.
Did you see Faison at any point that evening?
No. Well, during the evening, yes, but not during the fights.
And you see Mr. De Silva in this photo, correct?
Yeah, you could see him a little bit.
You see that Mr. Bernston appears to have his hand somewhat on Mr. De Silva, right?
Yes.
And when this photo was taken, you're behind Mr. Bernston.
Yes.
Where was Mr. Valle?
In the moment he was towards the road.
He was towards the road.
Yes.
And who was around Mr. Valle?
I do not recall.
But you recall seeing Mr. Valle?
Yes.
Was he by himself?
After he was with me, I do not know where he went besides towards the road.
So when this photograph is taken, or with the image captured here, this is a still shot from the video, right?
Yes.
This image captured here, you think you had already separated Mr. Hines from Mr. Valle at that point?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So at this point, Mr. Hines has already been stabbed?
Yes.
You've already been stabbed?
Yes.
When you were stabbed over behind Mr. Bernstein?
Yes.
And then after Mr. Hines was stabbed, he got up and he came over to the fight where Mr. De Silva was?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Is that what you saw?
No, I didn't see him.
And at this point, are you already laying down on the ground on your right
No.
hip?
I'm not.
What are you doing at this point?
Standing in the back, just in shock.
I'm going to show you now states 65. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, I can.
And you still see Mr. Hines here with the black shorts and the green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us who's beside him?
No, I can't tell on that.
This is your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
Who's behind him?
I think that is Joey Romano.
Joey Romano. Where is Will Berardi in this picture?
Nowhere to be found.
Now I'm going to show you states 66. Do you see that photo?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Hines here with the black shorts and the green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, I do.
And he's still standing over top of Mr. De Silva, who's blocked by Mr. Villalobos and
Yes.
Mr. Lakovich, correct?
Yes.
And you see Jimmy McGrath here to the right, correct?
Yes.
Wearing a navy blue shirt and white shorts, correct?
Correct.
That evening, you yourself were wearing a dark shirt, correct?
Yes.
Was it navy blue?
Yes, it was.
Did it have anything on it?
Not that I recall, no.
No graphic on the back?
Nope.
And I'm going to now show you States Exhibit 67. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
And do you still see Mr. Hines' black shorts with the white trim at the bottom?
Yes.
And you would agree that this is showing Mr. Villalobos is shoving Mr. De Silva into the road, correct?
Yes.
And do you see a figure here with a dark shirt on?
Yes.
Do you think that could be you, sir?
Not that I know, no.
You see what you think is Mr. McGrath here to the right again, correct?
Yes.
And you testified here that you were only engaged in fighting with Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
You were never engaged in the fight that was going on with Mr. De Silva,
No, it was
correct?
not.
Okay. So let's go back to the beginning of the night, all right? You told us that you'd started off hanging out over at Tyler Rich's house sometime between 7 and 8 p.m., right?
Correct.
Because he had told you to come over and hang out at that time, right?
Correct.
When you got there, you went down to the basement after going first to the kitchen.
Yes.
Correct? What did you do in the kitchen?
Said hi. Greeted each other.
Who was there in the kitchen?
I don't recall exactly, but a couple of our friends.
Okay. Was there any drinking going on in the kitchen?
No.
You said you went down to the basement and just normal things were going on, correct?
Correct.
And those normal things, that involved drinking down there, right?
Correct.
You would typically go over to Mr. Rich's house and there would be underage drinking going on, right?
Yes.
And you couldn't tell us, you didn't recall who provided that liquor, correct?
No, I cannot recall.
But you said you think you had 2 beers, right?
Yeah.
Just 2?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes.
How can you be so sure that it was only 2?
That's what I recall.
Could it have been more?
Not that I know of, no.
And you said when you got there that there were 10 kids there, right?
Yes, about.
Were there any drinking games being played downstairs?
No.
Just music, hanging out,
Yeah, music,
drinking some
hanging out.
beers. Did anybody have anything other than beers?
Not that I know of, no.
And you said that later that night, younger kids showed up, right?
Correct.
And those younger kids were Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Hines, right?
Yes.
And you had some inkling, did you not, that they were on their way over because your brother Charlie had picked them up to bring them there, right?
He did, but I did not know that.
He didn't let you know ahead of time, hey,
No.
I'm picking these folks up?
Nope.
Had Charlie been at 43 Laurel Glen Drive at any point prior to bringing Mr. Marcinzik and Mr. Hines?
Yes, I believe so.
While you were also there?
I believe so, yes.
So you were there, he was there, he left at some point to go get Ryan and Griffin?
Yes.
He didn't tell you he was leaving to go and
No.
get them? But you had seen him there that night, right?
Yeah, I've seen him there.
Was he also drinking?
Not before he left.
Not before he left.
No.
After he left, he was drinking?
I guess, maybe.
Well, did you see him drink?
No, I did not.
So you don't know whether or not he was
No, I
drinking?
do not know.
You assume he was drinking because that's what was typically done. at
Yeah, I
that party.
assume, yeah.
Anybody ever drink to the point of getting sick there?
No,
Not on that night?
not on that night, no.
That is the shirt and a shoe that you were wearing that night, correct?
Yes.
That is State's Exhibit 24. And what color shorts were you wearing that night?
I think gray.
And are those gray shorts you were wearing reflected here in State's Exhibit 77?
Yes.
Are they some sort of a sweatsuit material?
Yeah, they're cotton.
You identified for us earlier a couple of photographs. I'm showing you right now with the State's Exhibit 57. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And you identified that as being Jimmy McGrath, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. McGrath is wearing the same shirt and shorts as we see later on in the video, correct?
Yeah.
You weren't there when that photo was taken, were you?
No.
Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Whose home is that?
That's Mr. Jesus' home.
Mr. DeJesus' home?
Yes.
And who is he to you?
He is a family friend and a father figure to people.
Okay. He's a family friend and a father figure to people. How old is he?
I don't know. I don't know his age. I'd say the 50s.
Mr. DeJesus is in his 50s.
Yeah.
And is this also a place where drinking goes on a regular occasion?
Yes.
You see a Bud Light there in the photograph?
Yeah.
You weren't there that night at Mr. DeJesus?
No.
Do you know Tanner Chernowski?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Tanner Chernowski?
We grew up playing football together when we were young.
Did you see him there that night?
I do not recall seeing him, no.
You don't recall seeing Mr. Chernowski that evening?
No.
Do you hear him in the video that we watched of the fight?
In the video?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you hear him doing in that video?
Saying, yes, sir.
Do you recall hearing him say that when the fight was going on?
No.
So, Mr. Hines and Mr. Marcinzik show up with your brother around what time?
I would say 9:30, 10-ish.
And once they arrived, shortly thereafter, you learned that Mr. Hines claimed that he had been jumped over at a party earlier that night at 5 Lazy Brook Road, right?
Yes, I heard that.
And what was the reaction of the folks in the basement at that point?
Who did it?
sorry?
Who jumped you? Why were you jumped?
So they started to ask, who did it?
Yeah, who and why?
And then once they asked who did it, shortly thereafter, they started texting the people that they thought did it, correct?
That's what I heard, but I did not know that night.
You didn't see anybody texting?
No, I did not know there was
You
a
didn't
text thread.
hear from anybody that, hey, we're trying to get these kids to come over here?
No, I did not know that.
You didn't see Griffin Marcinzik taking a photograph of the address and sending it out on a group chat?
No.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik that evening?
Yes, I did.
What did you see him doing?
He was in the basement hanging out.
Just hanging out?
Yes.
You didn't see him on his phone?
I mean, everybody's always on their phone. He was probably on it. That's what I thought.
Did you see him on it?
Not that I recall, no.
And you don't recall Mr. Marcinzik, Mr. Hines, your brother telling you that they were texting with these kids that they claimed did this to them?
No, I did not know there was a text.
Did you hear from anybody that they were trying to get these kids to come there?
Not that I know of, but probably, yeah. I'd say that.
What do you mean, not that you know of, but probably, yeah?
That people were talking about that there was something going on, but I didn't know exactly that they were getting them to come over.
What did you think they were talking about when they said something was going on?
I was staying out of it. I'm not involved in the younger kids' situation.
That was just the younger kids' situation?
It wasn't my friend's situation, no.
The other kids weren't talking about this as well?
They were not talking about it, no. They heard about it, but they weren't going on about it.
And so it was a surprise to you then when the Honda Pilot showed up outside?
Oh, yeah, it was.
Nobody was outside waiting that time?
Not that I knew of.
And you heard that the car had showed up, right?
Yes.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't recall who.
Just someone said the St. Joe's kids were outside, right?
They said somebody was outside, yes.
Right. And someone said that, but you can't tell us who that was.
No, I don't know who.
How did they know to look outside to see that somebody was out there?
It was probably a related.
It's speculation.
Sustained.
Was anybody looking outside to see if there was a car arriving?
Objection, does he know?
It's been answered, and it seems sufficient that he didn't know. I'll allow it to stand.
So you don't recall who said someone's here?
No.
But then everybody got up and went outside as a group together, correct?
People went outside, yes.
Well, you say people went outside. Who went outside?
I don't know exactly who, but people went outside.
Who was in front of you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone in front of you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone behind you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone to your side?
I don't recall.
Did you walk outside by yourself?
I walked outside.
By yourself?
I don't recall.
You do recall that there was a group of you, and you said at least 10 people were by the car and 10 people were in the driveway, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall who any of those people were?
I don't recall who I went out with, no.
These were all very good friends of yours that you had grown up with and played sports with since you were little.
Yes.
You can't recall who any of them were.
It wasn't important to me at the time, so no.
Wasn't important to you that your brother was going outside towards this car that you didn't know anything about?
I didn't know my brother was going outside.
You didn't see your brother outside?
No.
You can't tell us anybody that you saw outside.
There's people outside. I don't know the specifics of who was where and what was what.
How close was the nearest person to you while you were standing in the driveway?
Probably me to the judge.
And there were 10 of you in the driveway?
About, yeah.
Who were the other 9?
I don't recall
It's
exactly.
asked and answered.
It has been asked and answered, counsel. I'll sustain the objection.
There were 10 people by the car?
Yes.
Can you tell us who any of them were?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did you see Tyler Rich by the car?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained. He's
I don't
already
recall.
answered. He doesn't know, counsel.
Did you see anybody reach into the front driver's side window?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody put their upper body into the front driver's side window?
No, I did not.
The 10 people that were around the car, they were surrounding the car, right?
They weren't surrounding it. They were on one side of the car. from what I
Only
saw.
on one side of the car?
From my vision, yes.
How far away from the car would you say you were?
It's about 25 feet, 30 feet.
25 to 30 feet away?
Yeah, maybe a little farther.
Further than that even?
Yeah.
35, 40 feet away?
30.
You told us all you could hear was bickering, right?
Correct.
Did you hear anybody say somebody was flashing a knife?
Objection, that calls for hearsay.
I'll ask if he asked if he's heard it. I'll allow it overruled.
I don't recall hearing that.
Did you see anybody flashing a knife?
No.
Did you see anybody throw anything from the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody throw anything at the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you hear a smash or a shattering sound?
No, I did not.
Did you see the car being rocked by the 10 people that were surrounding it?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody put hands on the car?
No, I did not.
Were you watching this whole thing the entire time?
No.
What were you doing?
Probably engaged, talking to other friends.
So your attention was back and forth from the car to your friends?
In that moment, yes.
But you're sure that you looked over at that car and you saw Jack Snyder driving and Raul Valle in the car as well?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Jack Snyder?
Not really, somewhat. I've seen photos of him on social medias.
So you couldn't identify any of your friends that were around the car, but you'd seen photos of Jack Snyder before, and you could tell that that was him from 30 feet away.
Yeah, I saw people on social media from other times.
Okay. Were you familiar with Raul Valle?
Yes.
Had you known him just from social media like Jack Snyder, or had you had interactions with him?
No interaction, just knew him from social media.
So you knew him from social media, and again, you could tell that that was him from 30 feet away.
Yeah.
But you couldn't tell who your friends were that were around the car.
No. I was able to tell from his hair.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No.
Did you see Jamie McGrath?
Not in that moment, no.
Who were you talking to in the driveway?
I don't know.
You said the bickering lasted 5 minutes or so, correct?
About, yeah.
And then without any other interaction between the vehicle, just the bickering, it sped off towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Correct.
And you stayed in the driveway, correct?
I went inside.
Well, you were still in the driveway, and then you went back into the house through the Bilco doors, right?
I went into the Bilco doors, yes.
Who did you go back into the house with?
I don't recall who exactly.
Was it just you?
Probably.
When you got down into the basement, how many people were in there?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody that was in the basement?
No, not really.
Did you think about calling the cops at that point?
No,
Why not?
because I thought they had left. They sped away.
Didn't feel like it was a threat and you should call the cops?
No, they were told to leave, and they sped away, so they left.
And if you called the cops and they came and they found out that there was some underage drinking going on, that might be a problem, right?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. You can answer.
Yeah.
So you didn't want to call the cops because you didn't want them to come and get everybody in trouble. Is that fair to say?
No.
When you went back inside, you told us you talked with your friends about the incident, right?
Said we briefly talked about it, not a full conversation. More of mimicking it. Like, what was that?
Mimicking it?
Just saying, like, why did that happen? Why is that important?
Was there some talk about these guys are pussies, they didn't even get out of the car?
No.
None of that.
No.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lakovich?
No.
Did you see Michael St. Perry?
Nope.
Did you see Sal Perry?
Nope.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos?
Nope.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
No.
Did you see Charlie Connory?
No.
You were all alone in that basement?
No, there's older kids my age and girls my age.
Oh, okay. Who were they?
I don't recall exactly who.
And you told us that you were down there for about 10 minutes. I mean, there was no drinking going on at that point, right?
I said 2 to 5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
I said like 5 minutes.
You said 5 minutes?
About, yeah.
That you were down in the basement?
Yeah.
You don't recall telling us just earlier when you were speaking with the state's attorney that you were down there for 10 minutes?
No, I said 5, I believe.
Okay. 5 minutes, no drinking going on?
No.
You were talking to some folks, but you can't tell us who?
I don't recall who, no.
And then you exited the house again, correct?
Correct.
You said that was because people claimed the car was outside still waiting, right?
Yep.
Who were those people?
I don't recall, it's just people.
More than one?
People were saying it, yeah.
People were saying it.
Yeah.
But you can't tell us who.
I don't recall who exactly.
But whoever it was that told you this, it grabbed your attention enough that though you don't remember them, you do remember then going outside to see what was going on, right?
Yes.
And when you went outside, could you see the car when you first came out the door?
No.
No. You had to go down along the tree line, correct?
Correct.
Over to where your car was by the far end of the tree line, right?
Correct, yeah.
And you looked down the street, right?
Yep.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No.
He wasn't there in the yard?
No, that I saw.
Kind of hard to miss Faison, right?
Why? I didn't see him.
You didn't see him at all?
No.
He wasn't there in the yard?
No, I was by myself along the tree line and right into where my car was.
Okay. And you didn't see anybody else in the yard?
No, I didn't even look for that.
You looked down the street, you told us, and you saw people down there, right?
Yeah.
Who were those people?
I couldn't tell, they were far away.
Did you see the car down there?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell that it was the car?
Same car, yeah.
How could you tell that?
It was the same SUV car with a Honda facing this way. I know the structure of the car.
Well, it wasn't the only car that was in the street that night, was it?
The only one I saw.
That was the only car that you saw?
Yes, the one before I came
There
back
weren't
in.
other cars parked along both sides of the street, up and down?
Well, where the cars were parked at the house, yes, but not down where that car was.
That was the only car that was down there.
That I saw, yeah.
And what was the lighting like?
There was streetlights that way, and, you know, there was also flashlights in people's phones. It wasn't too dark. It was not dark at all.
Did you see a group of Shelton High kids going down the street chasing that car?
They were already down there by the time I viewed it. They weren't chasing.
What were they doing?
I couldn't hear or see how far what they were doing exactly.
You couldn't hear or see what they were doing?
Not exactly, but I saw people.
Who did you see?
It was too far to judge.
Did you see any fighting going on?
Down there, no.
Did you see anybody throwing anything?
No.
Did you see anybody spraying anyone in the face with a can of PB Blaster?
No.
Did you ever hear about a can of PB Blaster that night?
No, not that night.
Did you see Tyler Rich anywhere?
In that moment, no. Later, yes.
How many people did you see in the Shelton High kid group that was down the street?
They were scattered through the road, so I wasn't counting.
How many would you estimate were down there?
I don't know. I've never thought to count how many people were down there.
No, but you went back inside and you told everybody what you saw, right?
I went inside and I was like, they're down there, sitting there. That's all.
Like that, calm and just, they're down there, they're sitting there.
Sure, yeah.
That's how you told the folks?
I don't recall exactly.
Who was it that you told?
I don't recall who.
Who was in the basement at that point?
The older crowd.
Who's the older crowd?
Kids my age. So the kids who graduated in 2021.
Like who?
The girls as like Michaela Holton and them. And then my cousin Will.
So it was just you, Will, and Michaela Hulton, and another girl that were in the basement at that point?
No, there was a little more people, but I wasn't engaging with them, so I wasn't picking up on who it was.
Where was your brother at this point?
I don't know.
And again, you told us that you heard that they came back, right?
Correct.
Who said they came back?
I don't know who.
How did you hear that they came back?
Someone said it.
How did they say it?
They came back.
Like that?
Yes.
They just calmly said they came back.
They said they came back.
You can't tell us who that was?
I don't recall who it was.
You're sure you were down in the basement?
Yes.
You didn't see Faison Teal down there?
No.
You didn't see Tyler Rich down there?
No.
You didn't see Matthew Lokovich down there?
No.
You didn't see Alex Bernson down there?
Nope.
Didn't see Michael St. Perry down there?
No.
Didn't see Sal Perry down there?
Nope.
Didn't see your brother down there?
No.
Didn't see Ryan Hines down there?
No.
In any event, you went back outside once you heard that they were there.
Correct.
Why did you go back outside at that point?
Because I heard they were back, and I was curious to see what was going on.
Did you go out by yourself?
Yes.
Nobody else was with you?
No, I went alone.
So when you got outside, people were already there in the yard.
Correct.
You went to the tree area in front of the blue truck in the exhibit that you were shown, correct?
Correct, by the mulch pile.
By the mulch pile. And you stayed there until the fight broke out, you told us.
Yeah.
And when you came out, you saw a group of Shelton High kids face to face with Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle, correct?
Correct.
Who were those kids that you saw face to face with Tyler De Silva?
Tyler Rich was on the right. Ty Wood was in the middle. And then I thought was my brother Charlie Connor on the left, but that was Ryan Hines.
And that was it. There were just 3 kids that were there
Face
with
to
him?
face. Face to face, yes.
Okay.
Those kids in the driveway who I did not identify.
Only these 3 kids that you saw were in the yard.
That's all I saw, yes.
You didn't see Faison Teal in the yard?
No.
You didn't see Alex Bernson in the yard?
No.
Didn't see Matthew Lokovich in the yard?
No.
Didn't see Sal Perry in the yard?
Nope.
Didn't see Michael St. Perry in the yard?
No, I did not.
Didn't see your brother in the yard?
No, I did not. Well,
Were you
yes, I
looking for
did.
him?
I thought it was him.
I'm sorry?
I thought it was my brother, but that was Ryan Hines to the left.
You'd seen your brother earlier that night, correct?
Briefly.
And he was wearing a white shirt, right?
Correct.
Ryan Hines was wearing a green hooded sweatshirt, correct?
Yes, that's what I was able to tell from the video, yes.
I'm sorry?
That's what I was able to tell from the pictures, yes.
But you thought that Ryan Hines in the green hooded sweatshirt was your brother in the white shirt?
Correct. I wasn't picking out what color clothes they were wearing. I did not think to take notes of that.
So, as best you recollect, it was just those 3 people in the yard facing the tube from the St. Joseph.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Was anybody blocking your view of things?
Of where they were? No.
Of what was in the yard?
No. Not where they were, no.
How close, when you came out, were Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle to the curb there, the road?
I can't tell how close they were to the road. That was their backside, so I'd be looking through 2 lines of people.
Okay. Well, you described for us where you saw them in one of the exhibits before. Do you recall doing that?
Yeah, I do.
How far into the yard were they?
Right by that bush.
Right by that red bush that you had
Do you want me to
described
point?
before?
To where?
The red bush?
Yes, the red bush. Oh, the exhibit's not up.
And you told us you stayed there until the fight broke out. And that was to the roadside of the left red bush, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. They were, Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle were to the roadside of the leftmost red bush. Do you recall describing that to us?
Can you pull up an exhibit so I can see what you're talking about?
Just the big one behind it too.
State's Exhibit 6 is what I'm showing you there. Is this the red bush that you're describing here, this one?
Yes, right where your finger, yep.
And do you see this sort of debris field here in the front?
Yes,
And you see the curve here.
yes.
How far is it from the curb to the red bush?
I don't know, 15 feet, 20 feet.
15 feet, 20 feet. How far into the yard were Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle?
I would say a little more than halfway to that bush.
So 7 to 10 feet in, if that bush is 15, 20 feet.
Yeah, in that range, yeah.
Halfway or so to that bush.
Yeah.
And they were standing close together, right?
Yes, they were.
And you could see their faces.
Yes.
You could see their hands.
Yes.
And did you see any weapons?
No, I did not see any weapons.
You didn't see Mr. Valle with the knife out, flashing it around?
Not in that moment, no.
Did you see Mr. De Silva with any weapons?
No, I did not.
Did you see their hands?
Yes, I did.
Were they in fists?
They were by their side. I don't know if they were in fists or not.
They weren't raised?
Not until I saw the jolt.
And you said that they approached your friends, right?
Yes, they came onto the grass.
They came onto the grass. And you said initially they were just talking back and forth, right?
Yes.
And you described it, well, maybe it was arguing, right?
Talking and arguing, yeah.
And you were asked, was it peaceful? And you said, peaceful, I guess so, maybe. Do you recall that?
I recall saying that.
And that's what you saw that night, right? Mr. De Silva was trying to talk with Mr. Rich.
It wasn't talking. It was not so peaceful as I described. Like they were arguing with each other face to face.
Okay, so it's not as peaceful as you described it?
Yeah, it was not, no.
Okay. So now it's your testimony that in fact it was not peaceful at all.
It didn't start off as immediately throwing hands, but they did walk up. There was talking before a fight.
What was the talking about?
I was 10 feet away. I was not listening.
You weren't listening?
No.
And then you said it looked as though Mr. Valle was going to do something. Do you recall that?
Correct.
You told us that he cocked his right hand, right?
I didn't say cocked. I said he made a jolt like he was going to. So
you don't remember when the state's attorney asked you, he cocked his right hand and you agreed with that?
He jolted. He went back. Like he went like this.
He flinched.
No, he did not flinch.
You're showing your shoulder coming back.
Yes, like that. Like you're going to do something.
Was his hand in a fist?
I did not see that, no.
Who was close to him when he did that?
Ryan Hines and Ty Wood.
Neither of them punched Mr. Valle, did they?
I didn't see who it was that punched him.
And again, at this point, your recollection is that there were only 3 people facing Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes, that's from my view, yes.
Did you see Mr. Teal anywhere?
No.
Did you see Mr. Lokovich anywhere?
No.
Did you see anybody other than those 3?
No, those are the only 5 people that I saw.
And then you said a Shelton High kid threw a punch, right?
Someone in that line, yes.
In fact, that was Tyler Rich, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I didn't.
What blocked your view?
I just didn't see who it was. I said it came from the right side.
And that person threw that punch at Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
Knocked him down to the ground, correct?
Stumbled, didn't fall to the ground.
He didn't fall to the ground?
No. Not that I saw, no.
Do you recall telling officers when you gave a statement to them that you saw Mr. Valle on the ground?
When he was stabbing me, yes. He was bent over as I described.
And you described not that he was bent over, that he was crawling on the ground, right?
He was on one knee coming towards me as I described with
You
to
told
say.
police officers that he was crawling on the ground, correct?
I do not recall.
And you told police officers that they were trying to start things, and one of them said, "We have a knife on us," right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to officers Kozlowski, Ianati, Muyo, and Bango on May 15th at 12:30 in the afternoon when you were at your parents' house?
No, I don't.
Do you recall them saying, one of them saying that they had a knife on them?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall telling officers that you all went over to help?
I don't recall that saying that exactly now.
Okay. You've told us that it was just you who went over to break this up, right?
Yeah, that's what I was engaged with, yes.
Nobody else was with you when you went over to break
No,
this
I
up?
ran by myself. There could have been other people, but not with me, no.
And you described for us that you were able to just get in between the two of these folks and push Mr. Hines away, right?
Yes, I pushed him
That
down
then
to
you
his spot.
took his place.
Yes.
Nobody else around you at that point.
Not that I was thinking of, no.
Did you see anybody with a phone in their hand filming anything?
No.
Did you see anybody with a phone in their hand with the light on?
No.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski anywhere around?
No.
Did you see your brother Charlie anywhere?
I thought my brother was Ryan Hines.
Okay, I understand that. Now you understand that he's not your brother. He was Ryan Hines, right?
Correct.
Did you see your brother Charlie anywhere?
Not after that, no.
Counsel, whenever you feel there's a good time to take a break.
You know, I think perhaps if we stop here, that would be a good spot.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to go ahead and move into our lunch break. So we will stand in recess from now until 2 p.m. We'll pick evidence back up at 2 p.m. I remind you of your rules of juror conduct, the oath that you took, and the instructions that I have repeatedly given prior to our recesses and our adjournments. So please remember to stand by those rules and your oath, and have a good lunch, and we'll see you back for 2 o'clock. Thank you. Court stands in recess. Thank you.
All right, so we are rewatching some testimony, and Super Ball is going to do her best to interrupt my little break here. She said on my keyboard like 3 times, why, just why? Just why? All right. So just to recap, nothing from the jury today. Yesterday, they wrote 2 notes, one at 12:47 and then one at 4:45. They remain deadlocked on count 1, and they can't reach a verdict on counts 2 through 4. So remember, count 1 was, just make sure my audio is okay. All right. Count 1 was for Jimmy's deletion, and then counts 2 through 4. 2 was Ryan, 3 was Tommy, who we're hearing from right now, and then 4 is Faison. So I'm replaying testimony, so we can just kind of look at that. Next up is going to be Ryan. Next up is Ryan. And I just want to remind you guys just to be respectful of each other. Difference of opinion is fine. We just always, okay. Tommy's still on the stand. So Tommy's the one that broke up the fight. So the initial fight was between Ryan and Raul. Remember, Ryan said, well, we're going to hear from Ryan in a little bit. But Ryan said that Raul came out of the car. He had his shirt up over his head, and he flicked it off of his head. He's like, "What are you doing?" You know, that kind of stuff. So, ouch. Why? Why do you bite me? Why? Why are you being the way you are right now? Why? For why? 4Y. So that's where we stand. They've been going since around, a little bit after 10 they got in. Let's see. Yeah, about 10:15 they came back. So that's where we stand. That's where we stand, you guys. So anyway, all right. Oh, I just got bit. She just bit me. Why did you bite me? All right, so let's get back to some testimony. We're watching Karina Cooper's trial over here. So if you want to join us over here, we're over here, and if not, that's cool. You guys can stay here as well. And we're just waiting. Is it time for another poll? Should we do another poll? We did a couple yesterday. I don't know. We did so many polls yesterday. So, all right, let's get back to this.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Sorry.
Sorry. All right, counsel, at this time, I would like you to please stipulate to the presence of our jurors.
They will stipulate.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Connory, I can reorient myself to where we were. Okay, I think you had just told us that a Shelton High School kid threw a punch, but you can't recall who that person was, right?
Correct.
How far away were you from where the person threw the punch?
I was at the mulch pile, so 5 to 10 feet.
5 to 10 feet away.
Yeah, that's about that from the.
You couldn't tell who it was that threw the punch?
No.
But you could tell that it was a Shelton High kid?
Yes, it was from someone's back. Someone's, like, their backside was towards me.
And you said that when you ran over to where Ryan Hines and Raul Valle were fighting, that they were just tussling, right?
Yeah, they were fighting.
No full punches were going on.
I don't recall the specifics, but they were fighting.
And they were fighting on the ground, right?
I don't think so.
And you said at some point you took Mr. Hines's place after you'd pushed them apart, right?
Correct.
And that you made eye contact with Mr. Valle, right?
Correct.
And in fact, when you described that to Officer Bango on July 9th, you told him that he stared into your soul and made creepy, demonic eye contact with you, correct?
Yes.
Demonic eye contact?
It was eye contact of someone who knew what they were going to do. It looked very unpleasant and very scary.
And then you said at some point the fight just stopped, right?
Yeah.
Do we see the fight just stop on that video?
No, it keeps going.
So this end of the fight where it just stopped, that occurred sometime after the end of the video, right?
When I referred to the fight just stopped, that's referring to when me and Raul have separated.
Okay. So after you and Mr. Valle separated, the fight continued, right?
Yes.
And who did you see involved in the fight at that point?
I don't recall seeing what happened after that point.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No, I did not.
Did you see Matthew Lockovich?
No, I did not.
Did you see Alex Burnson?
No, I did not.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
No, I did not.
Did you hear Tanner Chernowski?
No, I did not.
I'm going to ask you to watch what is labeled as State's Exhibit 60. And if we can see the 25% with the frame numbers on them, please. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
And I may ask this to be paused at various points, okay?
Okay.
Yes, sir!
Pause right there, please. Do you see at frame 330 the person that you've described as Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And is he the person to the left of the screen wearing the green sweatshirt and the black shorts with the white trim?
Yes.
Can you play it again, please? Just from where we are. Did you see rain falling through the course of that video?
Yeah.
Do you recall it being misty and rainy that evening?
Yes, I do.
Do we have the ability to go to certain frame numbers on there?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you take us to frame, just start at the beginning at frame 0? Okay. This is the very beginning of this video, correct?
Correct.
And in this video, I'm going to point that on this screen.
Okay.
Your screen. Do you see the green sweatshirt, black shorts with white trim here to the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes.
Do you see beside that a pair of lighter colored shorts with a dark shirt on top?
I'm sorry. I can't see where you're pointing.
I'm sorry, just to the right of the person you described as Ryan Hines.
Yes, I can see that.
You can see that on your screen as well?
Yes.
Is that you?
No.
You were wearing a dark top and light shorts that day?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's not me.
How do you know that's not you?
Looks like there's a logo on the back of the shirt.
Okay. Can we go to frame 10, please? And I'm going to point here on this screen again. Do you see the green top, black shorts with white trim that you've identified previously as being Mr. Hines?
Yes, I do.
And do you see beside him the dark top with graphic on the back and the white shorts?
Yes.
Do you see beside that another person apparently wearing light shorts and the dark top?
Yes.
Is that you?
Not that I recall, no.
You recall telling us that you were close to Mr. Hines, correct?
Yes, but before the video is when I had my interaction with him.
Before this video is when you had the interaction?
Yes.
And can we go to frame 14? We're gonna have a little trouble zooming, getting to that pinpoint. Okay, that's fine. Let's go with 16 there. Oh, okay. And do you see in frame 14, again, green top, black shorts with white trim over to the right-hand side of the
Yes, I
frame?
see that, yes.
And do you now see two people with lighter shorts and dark tops, one of which has a graphic on the back, one of which does not appear to have a graphic on the back?
I see they both have graphics on the back.
When you say they both have graphics on the back, the farthest one to the right, you believe that's a graphic as opposed to that person's head?
Yes, it looks like a graphic to me.
What color shoes were you wearing that evening?
White.
Would you agree that these two people both appear to be wearing white shoes?
No.
No. Okay.
That looks like black.
Can we play through to frame 29? Would you pay particular attention to frames 25 and 29? Can you see the counter on the bottom?
Yes, I can.
Do you see from frame, here we are at 22, is there a way to make it progress frame by frame?
Oh.
Do you see now, okay, here we go. Let's stop there. Did you see those two people kicking their legs?
No.
No. Is there a way to, does that have a playback speed on it? You can slow it down. Really just want to focus in on 25 to 29. Can we go back then to frame 79? Thank you. That's fine. Yes, thank you. Perfect. Now, can you see this on your screen as well?
Oh, yes, I can.
And do you see sort of center left? Again, Mr. Hines, green top, black shorts, and white trim.
Yes, I see that.
And do you see this person with dark pants, a white top, and some sort of multicolored graphic on the back?
I can't see reporting, sir.
It's to the right of Mr. Hines, sir.
Are you talking about the, looks like long black pants, like the closest person?
I think so, yes.
Can you point it again? Because actually, I'm sorry, you're blocking my vision.
Do you have no way for me to do so.
Do you have a pointer here?
Yeah.
Could you use that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Do you see this person right
Yes.
here with the dark pants and the white top and the multicolored graphic on the back?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who that is?
I cannot tell, no.
Where were you while this frame is being seen?
I believe I'm in the far back.
In the far back.
So-
Can you say in the far back behind this group of people?
Yes, behind that, yes.
And you see Mr. Hines here?
Correct?
And you believe at this point you'd already been stabbed?
Correct.
You believe Mr. Hines has already been stabbed?
Correct.
Can we play forward to 112? You see a person on the ground here, Mr. Connory?
Yes, I do see that.
Do you believe that to be Tyler Da Silva?
I can't tell in this, but
Well, you described him before as wearing a blue baseball-style jersey, correct?
yes.
And can we play it to 135? Here we are at frame 135. You see the gentleman with the white shirt, multicolored graphic on the back, and the dark pants to the right?
Yes.
You see beside him a person with a dark shirt, light shorts, and some light shoes.
Yes, I do.
You see beside him another person, dark shirt, light shorts, white shoes.
Yes.
Would you agree that this person that we've just described in the dark shirt, light shorts, and white shoes is going to the left of the screen towards this altercation happening to the left?
Yes, it looks like that.
Would you agree that these other folks we've described, these two on the right-hand side, they are participating in something that's going on to the right side of the screen?
Yes, they look like they're looking that way.
And do you see on the far left what we've already identified before as being Enrico Fiola holding a camera?
Yes.
And can we play that ahead to frame 182, please? Okay. This is frame 182. Would you agree that's the still shot that we've seen earlier when you were shown the exhibit? Easy for me to do. Would you agree?
Yeah, it looks similar to it, yes.
Right, because we see Enrico Fiola here again, right? He's looking towards the screen. We can see the light in his eyes.
Yes,
And he's again holding the camera, correct?
correct.
And there's, again, this person on the ground, which I believe earlier you identified as being Tyler De Silva.
Yes, that's him.
And that's Tyler De Silva on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And then, can we play it forward? Just a frame or two ahead. One more. I'm sorry, can you back that up to maybe 180? 180? Yep. And one more. Okay, there we go. Do you see here, again, Mr. Hines with the black shorts, the white trim, and the green top?
Yes, I see him.
What is he doing there?
Standing over the kid on the ground.
Can we play that forward to 183? Sir, would you agree that he is kicking that person that is on the ground?
It looks like he's doing something.
Doing something, but you're not sure what.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
All right. Can we play that forward? And I'll just ask you when to stop her. Thank you. Can you stop? Do you know who this gentleman is that's standing here in the front of the frame with the white shirt and looks like some sort of dark bottom?
It's hard to tell with the light on his face.
Can we play that forward just a little bit more? And again. Stop, please. Any idea who that was?
It looks like someone named Alex Zaborek.
I'm sorry?
Alex Zaborek.
Alex Zaborek.
Yes.
Do you remember him being there that evening?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody about Alex Zaborek being there that evening?
No one's asked me about him.
No one's asked you about it. Can you play that forward again? Can you pause it there? We're at frame 332. Do you see that, Mr. Connory?
Yes, I do.
And do you see here to the left, standing beside somebody with their camera out, Ryan Hines with the white trim, black shorts, green top?
Yes, I see him.
Do you see Mr. De Silva on the ground with his baseball jersey up over his head, hockey style?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see Alex Bernson leaning over him?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see Michael Sampieri also coming towards him?
Yes.
Is this your brother coming into the frame here from the right-hand side?
Yes, it looks like it.
Can we play that again forward ahead? And can we pause that? And do you see your brother being followed by this gentleman in the gray top with the dark shorts?
Yes.
Who did you tell us that was before?
Joey Romano.
Joey Romano. Did you tell anybody that Joey Romano was there that evening?
None.
You weren't asked?
No, I was not asked.
Do you see this gentleman here with his shirt off and the dark colored, maybe camouflage shorts?
Yes.
That's Matthew Lokovich?
Correct.
And he's in a group, you would agree, with Mr. Romano and your brother?
Correct.
Can we play that forward again, please? Can you pause it, please? Do you see right behind Mr. Lokovich a person with white shorts and a dark top?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that to be Mr. McGrath?
Yes.
Can you play that forward again, please? Can you pause it there, please? And you see Mr. Hines standing to the left of frame 400, correct?
Correct.
Green top, black shorts, white trim, correct?
Correct.
Jacob Villalobos shoving Mr. De Silva, correct?
Correct.
You see the leg and part of the body of Mr. McGrath, correct?
Correct.
And he's standing in close proximity to this group that is shoving Mr. De Silva away. You would agree?
Yes, somewhat close.
Can we play that for me, please? Can we pause it there, please? We're at frame 490 now. Can you see that?
Yes.
Where were you located when that was going on?
In the back area where I was saying before, behind the crowd.
Still behind the crowd?
Correct.
Are you laying down at this point?
No, I was not.
What were you watching at this point?
I was just in shock and just staring off.
You still see Mr. McGrath here in frame 490, correct?
Correct.
Where were the rest of those people that were just with Mr. McGrath?
There to the left of him?
You could see them?
No, but just from the last clip before.
You're inferring that they didn't just disappear?
No, they did not disappear.
Just going to hand this back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, is your testimony that, at least when you saw Mr. Hines engage with Mr. Valle, that they were just tussling and there was no punches, correct?
They were tussling. I didn't see punches or anything else.
Did you see Mr. Hines kick anybody?
No, I did not see him kick.
You didn't see him punch anybody?
I didn't see punches.
Did you see him tackle anybody?
It wasn't tackling. It was just tussling. I don't know how to exactly describe it, but they were going at each other.
And after you claim to have separated them, did you see Mr. Hines go and do any of the things that we just saw there on the video?
No, I was not looking for that.
You couldn't see any of that?
No, I was not looking for it.
Did you see Faison Teal stomping anybody?
No, I was not looking for him.
It's your claim or your recollection that you were stabbed even before the video started?
Correct.
And it's your claim that there were only 3 people involved in the fighting?
From what I saw, from what I was looking at, the angle I was at, yes.
And that most people are just sitting watching?
From my point of view, correct.
You were dressed similarly to Mr. McGrath that evening?
Different color shorts and no logo shirt.
Dark top?
Yes.
No logo on your shirt?
Nope.
White shoes?
Correct.
Light gray shorts?
Correct.
All of the kids that were there at that party that night, other than the kids who showed up in the pilot, were very close friends of yours, were they not?
Oh, yeah, they're, I wouldn't say super close. Some were closer than others, but they were friends of mine, yes.
Many of them you had grown up with since childhood, correct?
Correct.
You would get together almost every weekend over at Mr. Rich's house, correct?
Not at his house, but we would get together with everybody every weekend, different places.
Different places, but engage in a similar sort of party wherever those places were, correct?
Not every weekend, but here and there, there'd be something to do.
And when you would get together, there would typically be drinking, you told us?
It depended on the situation.
And you wouldn't want to see your friend's reputation or memories be harmed in any way, would you?
No.
After watching that video the way we just watched it, does that change your recollection of anything that you've told us?
No. What I remember is what I remember.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
I have questions. Hey, Tom.
How's it going?
Counsel just asked you about this video.
Correct. This is frame 252. Do you know who that is by the car?
Yeah, that's Raul Valle.
You didn't see that, right?
No.
At the time?
No.
But you know that now.
Yeah, I know it now.
Can you play the video, please? Stop. And frame 287 on the ground, that's Tyler De Silva, right?
Correct.
But you didn't actually see that at the time of the video, right?
No.
Can you play it? Stop. Now, frame 397, who is this individual starting to push Tyler De Silva out into the street?
Jacob Villalobos.
Play it, please. Stop. Now, frame 416, who is that stumbling out towards the street?
Towards the street is Tyler De Silva.
Who's directly behind him?
Raul Valle.
Do you remember that happening on the night in question?
No.
And who is this individual standing by himself right here on the left side of the frame?
The one with his arm right
Yes.
there? That's Jimmy McGrath.
And was it at this point that you looked over and you saw Jimmy McGrath stabbed?
No, no.
Play it, please. Stop. Who's standing out in the street all by himself in frame 453?
Tyler De Silva.
That's not the defendant right there?
No, that's not the defendant.
Play, please. Now, this individual on frame 489, who is this right here?
I'm sorry, you're blocking my
Frame 489 on the left side of the frame.
That's Jimmy McGrath.
Okay. Standing all by himself?
That's what it looks like.
Do you remember seeing this happen on May 14th of 2022?
I saw him standing by himself, but after they drove away.
Can you please play it? Frame 533. Do you see Mr. McGrath?
Yes, I do.
What does he appear to be doing at this moment?
He's backing up away from something.
Did you see that happen on May 14th?
No, I didn't see that.
Who is next to Mr. McGrath in this frame?
Tyler De Silva.
So, you remember certain things happening that night, but not everything that you saw in the video.
Correct.
Is that fair? Safe assessment?
Yes.
So, at what point in time do you remember seeing Mr. McGrath after you realized you're stabbed?
So after I realized I was stabbed, they have already driven off, and actually he was standing somewhere near where he is in this video, and that's when I saw him stabbed and fall to the floor.
You saw him lift up his
He
shirt?
pulled up his shirt, there's blood, and he just dropped.
Now, counsel asked you a little bit about you giving a statement to the police about the defendant making eye contact with you just prior to him coming towards you and hitting you in the leg, right?
Correct.
Describe why you said what you said.
Because the way he looked me in the eyes, no one's ever looked at me that way before, and it was, now when I think about it, the punches that I thought were being punches was someone who looked at me knowing what they were going to do.
So, how would you describe withdrawing it? When he looked at you, is that the moment that he came towards you?
Yeah, we made eye contact and then we engaged.
So, describe how, when he made eye contact with you, how he engaged you.
He was on, literally bent over as I described before. He looked me up right into the eyes, and I looked at him, and then he came right at me with the leg, and that's when he was doing the hooking motion into my leg.
And when he came at you, what was your reaction to that?
I immediately was doing the thing, get off, like this.
Okay. And when counsel asked you the fight just stopped, what did that mean, the fight just stopped? It didn't just stop.
Me and him had our separation, and then that's when I stood there in that back just looking around in shock.
And when you were in shock, were you, what were you doing? Were you focusing on what was happening?
I think, I don't recall exactly what was happening around me because my body was just telling me, like, you're hurt, figure out yourself. So I was just sitting there, standing.
Were you engaged in who was around you and taking notes on all your friends around you?
Not at all.
So when counsel asked you, was Matt Lockovich there, and you said you can't recall. Why did you say you couldn't recall?
Because that night I was not thinking, where is Matt Lockovich right now at this moment?
And when he asked you where Mike Samperi was at any particular moment, why weren't you?
I wasn't thinking, where is Michael Samperi?
And how about where your brother was?
I thought I already had pulled my brother out.
And what about where Jimmy McGrath was?
I wasn't thinking, where is Jimmy McGrath right now?
And how about any of your other friends that have been mentioned?
Not a single person I was thinking about now, not where they are.
So with regards to when counsel asked you about when the car initially drives up and people say someone's out in the front yard or the car's here and you walk out into the driveway, but you stand at about, I think, 30 feet away, how many people were around you that were from the Shelton party?
Like I said, there was 10 people in the driveway around me.
How many people were close to the car?
About another 10.
And at that moment, were you taking notes about who was to the right of you, who was to the left of you?
Not at all.
Why weren't you taking note of that?
Because I was taking note of who were the people that were not supposed to be here in the car.
So where was your main focus at that point in time?
The people in the car.
And with regards to when you go back into the house and then you come back out a second time, remember when you just testified on cross that the car was down the street and you come down the tree line area?
Correct.
So I think your testimony, this is State's Exhibit 49, testimonies you were somewhere down near the second red bush towards the street.
Yeah, correct.
Down the street. You remember when counsel asked you about, do you recall Faison Teal was in the yard at that time?
Yes, I remember that.
Do you remember what your response was?
No, I did not see him. I do not recall seeing him.
Why didn't you see Faison there?
I wasn't in the yard. Hey, where's Faison Teal? Thinking that.
But was Faison Teal at Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah, he was at the party, yes.
You just can't recall whether or not he was in the yard at that particular moment?
No, I cannot recall.
Could he have been at the yard?
Sure, he could have been, yes.
Maybe you didn't see him?
I wasn't looking for him.
So, with regards to anybody that may have been around you, in addition to Faison Teal, again, was your focus on your friends around you or what was happening down the street?
I was looking down the street. I wasn't thinking who's next to me in this moment.
Now, with regards to one final question. Counsel asked you about this picture. State Exhibit 57. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know where that picture was taken?
Yes, I do.
Where was that picture taken?
Mr. DeJesus' house?
You didn't take that picture, right?
No.
How do you know that this is Mr. DeJesus' house?
I've been over there before.
Okay. And when you say Mr. DeJesus, who are we talking about?
The father, the person who owns the house.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. DeJesus has any children?
Yes, he does.
And who are his children?
He has 3 boys and 1 daughter.
And are you friends with any of his
Yes, I am.
children? Who are you friends with?
Nick DeJesus through my brother, and then Joey DeJesus because he's older than me.
And was any of those individuals at Tyler Rich's house then?
Yeah, Nicky was.
Nicky was?
Yeah.
So when you're referring to Mr. DeJesus, who's 50-something years old, you're talking about the father, not the son?
Yeah, the father.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
You were just asked about when you had been out in the driveway looking across the way. There were 10 of you in the driveway, you recall, and another 10 across the street with the car, correct?
Correct.
And you told us you were just focused on who was in the car that wasn't supposed to be there, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you didn't see anybody rocking that car, correct?
Correct.
That's why you didn't see anybody put their hands on that car, correct?
No, I did not see that.
That's why you didn't see anybody throw anything at that car, correct?
No, I did not see that.
That's why you didn't see any of your friends do anything to that car that night, correct?
No, I did
Because you
not
were
see
just
that.
focused on who was in that car.
Correct, I was focused on who was
So
in it.
focused that from 30 feet away, you could tell us, despite the 10 people being in front of you, that Jack Snyder was the driver and Mr. Valle was a passenger, right?
Yeah, I had a sight on them. I looked at them, and that's what I acknowledged.
Thank you. Nothing further.
When you noticed the defendant and Jack Snyder in the car, did you hang out there the whole time, or did you make your way back into that?
No, I went inside.
Okay, so you didn't stay outside the entire time during that?
No, there was already so many people out there. I didn't need to be out there.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
All right, you're dismissed. Thank you. Just watch your step as you exit, okay? Thank you. Attorney Messina,
Thank you.
the state's ready.
Call Dr. Roselle Bauman to stand, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yes, please step into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk, to my right will put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall
All right, so next up, all right, I want to get to Ryan. So Ryan's going to be next. This was the next, this is the surgeon that worked on Tommy. So I want to get to Ryan's testimony. Okay, so here's Ryan. So these are the three that got stabbed. How are you guys doing? We doing okay? Lex says, I don't know, it's really hard to call it self-defense when he was, for one, flailing a knife around and two, stabbing some of the victims multiple times. He wasn't just swaying it to get them away from him. Luher says, everyone's testimony was conflicting and everyone minimized their involvement actions. There should have been more charged, not just one. Lex Luthor says, and also when he showed back up after multiple suggestions to leave and keep returning to the scene. Don't forget that Tyler and Jack all said that they were going to fight. So it's not, you can't pin that all on Raul. Raul, Jack and I'll play Jack and Tyler's testimony as well. They both said that they were going back to fight. So that's not, you can't pin that completely on Raul. Kathy says, why did anyone need to be out there? You go inside, close the door, and they'll drive away. Simple. Ken Rosenberg, and I think it's easier to find yourself in a place of indecision, not comfortable with guilty or not guilty in self-defense cases. Widespread panic. I think that many of us feel that it's not an all or nothing on any of the charges. The jury is allowed to convict of lesser charges on all of the crimes. Yeah, well put. Well put. Yeah, I think there's some kind of guilt, but it's like what level? What level do you do you find him guilty? Baca says trials have been jinxed with bad prosecutions lately. Cal says the jury probably in the back playing Uno until they feel it's a good time to say they're deadlocked again. Right. Gourmet Thursday, the first fight wasn't fair either. Lito threw a sucker punch. Tyler jumped in and Lito bashed his helmet on Tyler. I disagree with that. I don't think he bashed his helmet. I didn't see that. And also, he sucker punched him. I'm not going to disagree with that. But one witness, I'll play her testimony. She said that he headbutted. Griffin said he took off his helmet. I'm going more with, I think her name was Elizabeth or Emily. Her name was Emily. It looks like he kind of slides down and he sort of headbutts him, but it's not a clear headbutt. He did not take off his helmet and swing his helmet. I did not see that, and a witness said that she was right there I think she was filming or she tried to break up the fight. She did not see him take off his helmet. So that's the only thing I'd say. Yeah, he did throw the sucker punch, but he did not. And it was Griffin that said it. Another witness said he did not do that. So you gotta be careful with that. Headbutt is worse than swinging. I think swinging would probably cause more damage. I would think, but they're both bad. Yeah, they're both equally bad, Elizabeth, for sure. DeVita, why did it take 3 years to try this case? I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's get back to said testimony here. This is going to be Ryan. So this is Ryan Hines. He got stabbed in the leg. He's the one that you'll hear. He said Raul came up. He had the shirt over his head, and he flicked it off his head. So he touched Raul first. So in this fight, Raul, according to Ryan, got touched first, and then Tyler sucker punches him. So everybody's sucker punching everybody else, unfortunately. All right, so let's get to this.
Good afternoon. Please step up into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath.
That is true. He had a different lawyer. You're right. I forgot about that. He had a different lawyer. Who said that? Yeah, Cal. That's right. He had a different lawyer. He did change lawyers, and both lawyers rejected 40-year plea deals. So he did have a different lawyer. Both of them rejected the pleas. So thanks, Cal. I'm not sure when they switched. I don't remember when they switched. Yeah, Cal said it. Thank you. All right. All right, Neil, we'll get, I'm going to play Emily. I think it was Emily's testimony. She was there. She was either taking that video or she was the one that tried to break it up. She said he did not take off his helmet. So, again, it's who are you going to believe? Who's going to be more credible? That's what this boils down to. So, let's get back to it.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or come found in perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Ryan Hines, RyanHeinz.
Thank you, and please state your address.
91 Drive.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you. Ryan, do me a favor, just sit close to that microphone and keep your voice up, because the acoustics in this courtroom is not too good. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are?
I'm 19 years old.
And do you go to school?
Yeah, I'm going to be attending Alfred State University in the fall.
And what are you going to study?
Heavy machinery operations.
And prior to Alfred State University, were you in school?
I just ended a postgraduate year at Bridgeton Academy.
And did you play any sports?
Yeah, I played football there.
And are you working for the summer?
Yes, I am.
What are you doing?
I'm working at the UPS store in Fairfield.
Now, prior to your testimony today, have you and I met?
Yes, we have.
About how many times?
3, 4.
And why did we meet?
To talk about today.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 16 years old.
And did you go to school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to school?
I was in Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
Yeah, I played football and baseball.
And what year in school were you back then?
I was a sophomore at the time.
You were a rising sophomore, or were you ending your sophomore?
I was ending my sophomore year.
So I want to direct your attention to earlier on in the day on May 14th of 2022. You familiar with Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes, I am.
How do you know Griffin?
Griffin's a really good friend of mine. Ever since I moved to Shelton, he's been one of my first buddies.
And did you and Griffin hang out somewhere earlier in the day on May 14th of 2022?
Oh, yeah, I think we hung out at his house for a little bit that day.
Around what time would you say you were at his house?
Getting closer to the evening time.
And at some point, did you leave his house?
Yes, I did.
And where did you guys go?
Natalia Rizdik's house.
And how did you get to Natalia Ridzik's house?
I believe we walked.
Is it close?
Yeah, it's only 2-3 streets away.
And when you got to Natalia Ridzik's house, what kind of things were you guys doing there?
Just sat down, hanging out. She had a couple people over. It was no more than like eight of us there.
Now, were you guys drinking alcohol?
Yes, we were.
And were you drinking?
Yes, I was.
And how much were you drinking?
I would say at her house, no more than 2 beers.
Did you drink at Griffin's house prior to going to Natalia's house?
No, I didn't.
When you went to Natalia's house, did you bring any alcohol with you?
Yes, I did.
And what did you have with you?
I had a 12-pack of Bud Light with me.
And you said you drank 2 beers out of that Bud Light?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long would you say you were at Natalia Ridzik's house for?
30, 40 minutes, something like that.
And at some point in time, did you and Griffin leave Natalia's house?
Yes, we did.
Why did you leave Natalia's house?
Because we were invited to Austin Leifer's house.
And do you know where Austin Leifer's house is?
Yes, it's on Lazy Brook.
And did you in fact go to Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And how did you get there?
Tanner Chernowski drove us there.
Okay. And when Tanner Chernowski drove you there, was it just you and Griffin?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, did he drop you off?
Tanner, yeah, he dropped us
Lazy
off.
Brook Road. Around what time do you think he dropped you off?
Gosh. Around like 7, 8 o'clock, somewhere around there.
And around 7, 8 o'clock, what was the lighting out like out?
It was still daylight out.
And at some point in time, was it getting dark?
Yeah.
And when you got to Lazy Brook Road, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when you got there?
So we showed up there. We were just walking up the driveway, and then the garage door was open, and we just heard music and noise, and we walked into the garage, and that's about as far as we got in.
Now, when you got to Lazy Brook Road, were you drinking a beer down the driveway?
Oh, no, I still was only at 2 beers.
And you say you got as far as the garage. Why did you only get as far as the garage?
Because as we're about to walk into like what you would like the door from the garage, like into the house, there's 3 or 4 people getting kicked out, it seemed like, of that door and getting told to leave.
And do you know who those people were?
At the time, no.
Do you know who they are now?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
The defendant, Jack Snyder, and Tyler De Silva.
And you say the defendant. Who is the defendant?
Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you please point him out for the record?
He is right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
Court will allow the record to reflect the witness has identified Mr. Valle.
Now, when you say you were trying to get into the house and the defendant and his friends were being, what you deemed being kicked out of the party, tell me what happened at that time.
Him and his friends started just questioning us who we were and asking what our business was there.
And what was your response to that?
Austin had invited us over. I played football with Austin for a year in 8th grade for Shelton. Became pretty good friends with him. And he had told me and Griffin that night, come over, I'm having a party, come over.
When you got to Lazy Brook, did you notice if there was any drinking going on at that house?
Oh, yes, there was.
And when you responded to the defendant and his friends, telling them that you were there because you were invited by Austin, what was their reaction to that?
They didn't care. They didn't They didn't seem to ask Austin who we were. They didn't care. They weren't worried about if we were invited or not. They weren't worried about that.
Was the defendant saying anything to you in particular during those moments?
No, not really. It was more of Snyder that was saying stuff to me.
And at some point in time, how long would you think that interaction between you and the defendant and his friends lasted for?
About 2 or 3 minutes.
And then at some point in time, withdrawn, did this interaction happen inside the garage
all
area?
In the garage, all in the garage.
At some point in time, did the interaction between you and the defendant and his friends extend to outside the garage?
Yes, it did.
Tell us about how that happened.
So basically, it started with Snyder asking me for a beer because I had my 12-pack in my hands. And I actually said, yeah, sure, you can have a beer. And then the defendant asked me for a beer also. I said, yeah, sure, you can have a beer. I gave each of them a beer. And they were just like, they weren't okay with that. They started getting very argumentative with us, still wanting to know who we were, why we're there, and insisting that I give up my whole entire pack of beers for them.
And what happened after they insisted that you give up your beers?
Like I said, I gave each of them one beer. I was just like, is that all right? Like, can we just be cool about this? And for a second, it seemed like, yeah. They were like, yeah, sure, it's cool, it's fine. And we're like, all right, cool. Like, can we get by? And then all of a sudden, I get my beer grabbed from out of my hands by Snyder. And then all of a sudden, me and Griffin are getting pushed out, not on our own.
And how were you getting pushed out?
Literally got grabbed and just started being walked out by Snyder out of the garage into the driveway.
And once you got out into the driveway, what was your reaction to how you were being treated?
I was in shock. Like I wasn't trying to be an aggressor in any sort of way. I just had given them a beer, trying to be cool, make some friends, whatever. But they were very just like, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. Who are you? All this, that, and another thing.
And at some point in time, did you get angry with him?
Yes, I did. I got upset with Snyder, and I simply said to him, listen, like, that's not how this is going to happen. And I told him, like, I'll fight you for my beer right now.
And so when you told him you would fight for your beer, what did you do at that point?
He said, okay, sure. I don't know where or who had my beer at that point in time. And I kind of just put my hands up, getting ready to fight him.
Now, prior to you getting ready to fight Snyder, do you remember what he was wearing at that point in time?
He was wearing, I believe, some sort of Nike hoodie and some shorts.
Do you remember what the defendant was wearing?
Yeah, he had a Ole Miss baseball shirt on.
Show you State's Exhibit 53. Show you State's 53. Is this what you recall the defendant and Snyder looking like that night?
Yes.
Okay. You see that the defendant has some the helmet on?
Yeah.
Did he have that on when you initially talked?
Whole time.
Okay. And he has some type of neck pillow on?
Yeah.
Did he have that on when you spoke to him in the garage?
I don't recall.
Okay. So when you get out into the driveway, you squared up with Jack. What does that mean, you squared up?
I put my fists up, like, just kind of saying, all right, let's go. Let's do this.
And did Jack, in fact, put his hands up?
Yes, he did.
And at some point in time, what happened after that?
I'm kind of looking at Jack, just like kind of walking closer to him, like about to go and punch him. But then it happened so fast where I get hit, like right here, I get hit. And I'm thinking it's Jack that hit me. Like, it happened so fast, but then I'm like, whoa, like, he's far away. But it just instincts took over, and I just went and tackled Snyder to the ground.
And at some point in time, how long would you say the fight lasted for?
30 seconds.
And do you know who you were fighting with at that moment?
I was just trying to fight Snyder.
And do you know if anybody else was fighting with you?
I felt a lot of blows to the back of my head multiple times, over and over, repeated, getting like what felt like being punched in the back of my head many times. while I was just on top of Snyder. And then all of a sudden I'm getting ripped off by my neck, and that was about it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 58. Have you seen the video from the fight at Lazy Brook?
Yes, I have.
Stop right there. So I'm going to give a pointer right there.
Yeah.
So this is frame 47. The individual here in the red sweatshirt, do you know who that is?
That's Snyder.
Okay. And the guy here in the green sweatshirt and the black shorts?
That's me.
Do you know who this is behind you?
That's the defendant.
Okay. Just play a little bit. Right there. Frame 100. This individual right here to the left, do you know who that is?
That's De Silva.
Now, after this fight ended, what did you do?
I got my beer back and I left.
Do you know how you got your beer back?
I believe the lifer's mother gave it back to me.
And was there any arguing back and forth going on after this fight ended?
No.
You just grabbed your beer and you took off?
Yep.
Now, when this fight occurred, do you know whether or not, would you recall where Griffin was at the time?
He was like, I don't know.
You can't see him in the video.
No, he's not in the video. He's like over to the right more. Like,
but he
you
was
kind of
close.
see where those people are standing behind it to the right.
Yep.
He's like a little bit more behind them and to the right. I don't know. I think somebody like grabbed him and like held him back, not letting him.
But in other words, he was close to see what was going on, right?
Yes, Griffin definitely saw.
Now, at some point in time, you grabbed your beer. What did you do? Walk up the driveway?
We'll walk down the driveway.
Walk down the driveway, excuse me. Okay, when you walked down the driveway, what did you do when you got to the end of the driveway?
Me and Griffin were kind of just standing there like, well, we got to leave, but we don't have a ride or anything like that. But then I can remember there were girls down at the bottom of the driveway and they offered to give us a ride home.
Showing you States 59. See that? Do you see States 59?
Yes, I do.
Who's this individual in the back here?
That's me.
That's you?
Yep.
And was this picture taken before or after the fight?
Oh, that's after.
And can you see, if you look close enough, looks like you have you have like a bloody lip there?
Yeah.
Who's this individual here to the left of you?
That's Griffin.
Okay. And did you know any of these girls that night when you walked down the driveway?
I did not know.
Why were you involved in this picture?
I don't know.
Because somebody else took it?
Yeah.
Did you get a ride home from Lazy Brook after this picture was taken?
Yes.
Who took you?
One of these girls.
Okay. And where did they take you?
Back to Natalia's house.
And when you were at Natalia's house, did you drink any alcohol there?
I don't know. I didn't.
How long would you say you were at Natalia's house after they gave you a ride there? How long were you there?
minutes.
10 minutes? Now, at some point in time between Lazy Brook and Natalia's house, did you become aware of a group chat that had started?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
That was a group chat that I had been added to a week or two prior, actually.
Why were you added to it? Do you know why?
I really don't know, to be honest. My buddy Michael Kinnick added me to it. It was his little like basketball group chat to go play at the community center with some buddies. And I just remember that group chat, like there would be a lot of shit talking that happened in that group chat, like all the time. and he just one day added me to it and was just like, talk some shit to these kids, blah blah blah. That's really all I remember about.
So you didn't actually go play basketball?
No, you could ask any of my friends. I don't really like playing basketball.
Now, do you know whether or not the group chat involved any of withdrawn? The individuals that you just got into an altercation with back at Lazy Brook, did they go to school with you?
Just Griffin.
Griffin went to school with you, but did the defendant go to school with you?
No.
Do you know where he went to school?
He went to St. Joe's.
What about Jack Snyder?
He went to St. Joe's as well.
What about Tyler DeSilva?
He went to St. Joe's.
Do you know if any of the girls in this picture here States 59, do you know if any of the girls in this picture, did you go to school with any of these girls?
No.
Do you know where they went to school?
I believe St. Joe's.
Okay. Now, in this group chat, were you aware as to whether or not individuals from St. Joe's were added to the group chat?
I was not aware. I saw a lot of phone numbers being added to it, but I didn't know who was who and all that.
Do you know whether or not, not what was said, but do you know whether or not any commentary that was going on in the group chat when you were driving from Lazy Brook to to Natalia's house had anything to do with what had just happened at Lazy Brook?
No.
Were you in fact involved in the group chat from Lazy Brook to Natalia's house?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you know whether or not Griffin was at that point?
Not that I recall.
So when you get to Natalia's house, you said you're there for 10 to 15 minutes?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, you leave Natalia's house?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Charlie came and picked us up.
Charlie who?
Connory.
And how do you know Charlie Connory?
Good friend of mine.
And did you go to high school with him?
Yes, I did.
Now, at some point in time, after you leave Lazy Brook, when you get to Natalia's house, do you text message anybody about what happened to you at Lazy Brook?
No, everybody already knew for some reason. I didn't go around telling people all this and that about what happened. I didn't really care that much. I didn't tell anybody about it. Everybody just already knew.
Well, in fact, at Lazy Brook, did you go there to fight?
No, I just came because Austin invited me.
Now, so Charlie Connory came and picked you up from Natalia's house. Where did he take you?
To the richest house.
And when you say the richest house, who's the richest?
Tyler Rich.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
I just played football with him that past year.
Did you go to school with him?
Just for that sophomore year because due to COVID, freshman year, all that stuff. So freshman, sophomore year, you could say, yeah, I went to school with him.
States Exhibit 5, do you recognize this house?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
Tyler Rich's house.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, did you go in immediately inside the house?
Yes, I did.
And how many people would you say were there when you got there?
20 to 30.
And when you got there, what kind of things were going on inside the house?
I just had people coming up to me and questioning me what had happened. Just wanted to know what had happened. I wasn't everybody like I said before, they already knew. I don't know how they knew, but they knew what had happened, and I just simply explained to the people that asked me what had happened.
And did you in fact tell them what happened at Lazy Brook?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you were, aside from what you told people happened at Lazy Brook, what other things were going on inside Tyler Rich's house?
Conversation.
People hanging out?
Yeah.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see who was drinking alcohol, or was it just kind of just there and people?
Yeah. It was just.
What kind of alcohol was being consumed? Do you remember?
Just beers or seltzer, something like that.
Did you bring your beer
Yes.
or what was left of them with you to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, I did.
Did you in fact drink any alcohol when you were at Tyler Rich's house?
One
beer?
Yeah.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house, how did you enter the house? Do you remember?
Through the cellar side doors.
Do you recall where the cellar side doors are?
Yeah, it's on the right of the house.
So if I'm, so I'm pointing to this area here. Is this around the area where you came into the house?
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be what, on the other side of this AC unit?
Yeah.
And when you got there, actually withdrawn. Showing you states 54. Do you know who that is?
It's Faison.
And how do you know Faison?
Just went to school with him and played a season of football with him.
Do you know whether or not Faison was at Tyler Rich's house when you got there?
I don't know.
But was he there at some point in the
Yes.
night? Showing you states 55. Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
Who is that?
That's Tommy Connory.
And how do you know Tommy?
He's Charlie's older brother.
And was he there when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
I believe so. I wasn't really looking around to see who was there, who wasn't there, but yeah, I believe
You said there were 30 people there.
Yeah, he was there.
Did you take into account every single person that was at Tyler Rich's house that night? But do you recall seeing Tommy there?
Yeah.
Showing you states 57. You know who this is a picture of?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
I'd met him one time previously at Tyler's house, I think a few months beforehand. That's really my only relation with Jimmy.
Do you recall seeing Jimmy at Tyler's house?
Yes, actually, I remember talking to him. Actually, he was one of the first people I did talk to when I got there. He was asking me what had happened that night.
Leesburg incident.
Exactly, yep.
Exhibit 56, who's that?
Me.
And do you know when this picture was taken?
In the hospital.
Now, are you familiar with Enrico Fiola?
Yes.
How do you know Ricky?
Very good friend of mine.
And did you go to school with him?
Yes, I did.
And how about Sal Perry? Do you know
Yeah,
Sal
I know
Perry?
Sal, yeah.
And how do you know him?
Played football with him.
How about Mike Samperry?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Just friends. Just got to meet him when I first got to Shelton. We became good friends. He went to a different high school, but we still remained good friends.
How about Alex Bernston?
I'd met him like 2 or 3 times prior, just when I was with Tanner, hanging out with him. Alex would come around every now and then.
Okay. Now, the individuals I just mentioned, were they all at Tyler Rich's party? Do you remember seeing them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you got to Tyler Rich's house and you were telling people what had happened, did you guys kind of just hang out for a little bit?
Yeah.
Do you know whether or not this basketball group chat, was this going on at the time?
Yeah, I wasn't really too involved in it, but I was feeling the notifications going off in my pocket on my phone. My phone, I felt the buzz going off on my phone, and I knew there was stuff being said in there. I just don't know what was being said exactly.
Do you know who was saying anything? And you don't know?
No.
Did you glance at it and say, oh, that's
I would just look at it and be like, oh, whatever. Put it back in my pocket.
Now, at some point in the night, did individuals show up to Tyler Rich's house that weren't invited?
Yes.
Okay, and how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house before that happened?
10, 15 minutes.
And how were you made aware that these individuals showed up to Tyler Rich's house?
Everybody was just like, they're here. They showed up, and people started walking outside.
Were you made aware of it through other individuals in the house, or were you also made aware of it through the group chat?
Just other individuals in the house.
And when you were made aware that they were here, what did you do as a result?
Walked outside.
And how did you walk outside?
Through the cellar doors that I came in from.
And when you walked outside, I'm going to show you this exhibit here. States 49. When you walked outside, can you tell us where did you walk from the house?
Through the side where the cellar doors are, and then kind of through the driveway, and then the car was parked roughly right in front of the driveway.
So if I correct, you walked this way, for all intents and purposes with this exhibit, there's a blue truck here.
Yeah.
You walked down the driveway, and you're saying the car was parked somewhere in front of the driveway?
Yeah, maybe a little bit farther back, but yeah, right about there.
Was it parked on the side of the road? The middle?
No, it was more like right in the middle of the road.
So was the car parked somewhere around here?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the record can reflect, the lower portion of this exhibit, just to the left of the trees on the right side of Laurel Glen Road, towards the middle of the road.
Noted for the record. Thank you.
And when you saw this this car in the road, what did you notice about it? Did you notice what type of car it was?
Yeah, it was a SUV.
And showing your State's Exhibit 30, does that seem to be what you saw that night?
Yes.
And which way was it facing? Was it facing towards Adams or was it facing towards Farmhouse? Exhibit 1's behind you if you want to.
It was facing towards Farmhouse.
Okay. You need to use this. And did you approach this vehicle?
Oh, yes, I did.
And when you approached the vehicle, what side of the vehicle did you approach?
The driver's side.
And how far away did you get from the vehicle when you stopped, when you walked up to it? How far away?
Oh, I was right next to it.
And did you talk to anybody in the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anybody in the vehicle?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
I noticed Snyder driving, and then I noticed De Silva, Raul, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Did you notice anybody else in the vehicle?
A few others, but I didn't know who they were.
And can you describe, did you have, at some point in time, withdrawn, how many of you approached the vehicle?
10, 15.
And when you approached the vehicle, did anybody have a conversation with anybody in that vehicle?
Yes.
What was the conversation like? Not what was said, but what was it like?
It was, I don't really know how to explain it. Like, I feel like there was multiple different conversations going on throughout the vehicle. Like, I feel like someone was having a conversation with the front passenger, someone was having a conversation with the driver, somebody was having a conversation with the people in the back seats. So I'm not really too sure what was said, but it was, the overall tone of it was totally like chill and like normal. And then there were parts of it that were aggressive. And
why did it get aggressive?
Because they had jumped me.
And did you say anything to anybody when you were there?
No, not that I recall.
Do you recall if the defendant said anything to anybody?
No.
Now, at some point in time, you said that it got aggressive?
Yeah.
And when it got aggressive, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when it was getting aggressive.
Cans started getting thrown at the car. And then the car started whipping up and down the road.
Now, when you say cans got thrown at the car, who threw cans?
Multiple different people.
Did you throw any cans?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of cans did you throw?
I threw my Bud Lights that I had still.
Were they empty cans or were they full cans?
They were full cans.
Okay. Do you recall where you threw the can?
I believe I was on the other side of the car at this point, so on the passenger side now. And I believe I hit the door, the passenger side door. Okay. And then the other can I threw completely missed the car because I believe the car was moving at the time.
So you see this defect in the windshield here?
Yeah.
Did you recall doing that yourself?
I did not do that, no.
So if that was done that night, that was done by somebody else?
Yes.
If it was done that night?
Yeah.
Now, after the beer cans were being thrown, other things were being thrown at the car, did anybody else put their hands on the car? Was there anybody else doing anything else to the car?
Not that I recall, no.
And you said the car at some point left?
Yeah.
And where did it go?
Just up and down the road.
When you say up and down the road, if you're looking at State's Exhibit 1.
It was just going back and forth like this way.
And when it was going back and forth, what, if anything, was the car doing?
Going really fast.
Were they throwing anything from the car?
No.
You don't remember any of that?
No.
Where were you when the car was going up and down the road?
In the driveway.
And were you paying attention to it the whole time, or were you talking to other people?
A mix. Like I would pay attention to it, and then I'd talk to the person next to me, something like that.
Now, when you were initially at the car, do you recall who was with you out of all your friends?
No, I wasn't worried about any of that.
Why can't you recall who was with you at the time?
I just wasn't looking for who was with me. I just knew it was my friends, people that I knew weren't going to do anything to me.
Do you know if Tyler Rich was there?
No.
Do you know if Griffin Marcinzik was there?
No.
Do you know if Ricky Fiola was there?
No.
Now, when the car went up and down the road and you were in the driveway, you said?
Yeah.
You said you were just talking to your friends, kind of paying attention. Were you kind of looking down the road?
Yeah.
What were you doing? Okay. And you said you were talking to your friends. What friends were you talking to? You remember?
No.
Why can't you remember?
Just normal conversation, just can't remember.
Can't remember the particular person we're talking to. At some point in time, did the car stop driving up and down the road?
Yes.
And where did you see it stop?
Like right at the corner of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen.
And when it stopped at that corner, what, if anything, do you remember happening next?
I can remember Tyler Rich running down there after the car, and I actually I didn't go fully down there, but I also kind of like walked about halfway down the road towards it.
So I'm showing you this exhibit here.
Yeah.
This is State's Exhibit 49. Can you show me on State's Exhibit 49 where you walked down to?
To about like where all the trees are. I just remember the trees on my side.
The trees here?
The other side of the road.
These trees?
Yeah.
So just past Tyler Rich's property on the left-hand side where there's these, looks like pine trees?
Yeah.
You stopped right around here?
Yep.
So if the record can reflect, he's on the left side of the road, just past the 43 Laurel Glen property, next to what appear to be pine trees next door.
Record shall reflect it. Thank you.
And when you were there, how far away were you, do you think, from where the car was?
I don't know. Several feet away from the car.
Like hundreds of feet, maybe 100 feet, a couple hundred feet?
I don't know.
Were you close enough to see anything going on down the road?
Not really. I was just able to like make out like people and that there were people down there.
And what did you see?
Just like people talking, it looked like, really. That's about it.
When people were outside the car or inside the car?
Both.
And when people were down there talking, do you recall if any of your friends were down there at the same time?
Yeah, I know Tyler Rich was down there.
Did you know if anybody else went down there? No. Did more than just Tyler Rich go down there, though?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not, outside of talking, did you see anybody get into any physical altercation or fight down there?
No.
Did you see anybody throw anything down there?
No.
How long would you say that you were watching what was going on down the road at that point in time?
I think I watched for like 30 seconds and I just stopped caring and I walked back to the house.
You walked back to the house. Did you go back inside the house?
Yeah.
So tell us how did you get back inside the house?
Same way that I went in previously through the cellar doors.
So you walked, did you walk down the road, cut across the property? And
Yeah, I cut through the yard and went through the cellar doors.
And when you got back inside Tyler Rich's house, what did you do when you got back inside the basement?
I just like kind of stood there for like a minute or two. Everybody seemed to be in there. And then all of a sudden I just hear, they're back. They're back. They're in the yard.
Now, before you heard they're back, what kind of things were you guys doing? Were people still drinking, having a good time, hanging out?
Not really anymore. Everybody's kind of just like, this night's over. Nothing good about it.
What time of day was it? Was it late?
I don't know. Like,
if you can't recall, you can't recall.
I can't really recall.
It wasn't light out though, right?
No.
And was it, when you were outside, was it dark enough that you couldn't see in front of you?
No, it was a nice night. Like, it wasn't dark. Like, it wasn't pitch black outside. Like, you could see the person in front of you. You could see like somebody 10 feet away from you. You could make them out.
Were there any other lights around the area at the time? Do you remember if there were any lights from the house?
I think there was like a sensor light from the house, but that's really all I recall.
And you said at some point in time, you heard somebody say they're back.
Yeah.
When you heard somebody say they're back, what did that mean to you?
I don't really know what it meant to me. I just instantly was like, I want to go see what it is.
So you were curious?
Yes.
And because you wanted to go see what it was, what did you do as a result?
I immediately went right back out the cellar door and walked into the yard.
And when you walked into the yard, showing you State's Exhibit 5, where did you go? Do you recall where you went? Can you show me in State's Exhibit 5?
I'm somewhere behind like this red bush.
Okay. So you're somewhere over here?
Yeah.
So the record can reflect I'm pointing to the left side, just behind the red bush.
Record can reflect. Thank you.
And when you come outside and you're near this bush here, what do you see when you come outside?
I see the defendant, and then I see DeSilva.
And can you tell us on State's Exhibit 5 where you saw them?
About the same area. DeSilva was, like, if I'm looking at them, DeSilva was behind the defendant to his right a little bit, maybe 3 or 4 feet.
So if you're looking this way,
Yeah.
the Silva's over here?
Yeah.
Okay, and the defendant is where?
Right in front of me.
And tell us about your did you have an interaction with these two?
Yes.
Just tell us about that.
So when I walk outside, the defendant had just like put his shirt up over his head. And like, I can't do it right now, but he like put his shirt over his head and was just like quietly, very calmly saying, "Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? I want to see Aiden King." And just kept repeating that over and over again.
Did you ask him why he wanted to see Aiden King?
I wasn't really worried about it. I didn't care.
And what was your reaction when he was asking about where Aiden King was?
I just was like, "Don't worry about it. I'm right here. What's your problem? Like, why are you back here?"
Yeah. And what was his response?
"Where's Aiden King?" And then I caught, like, I was like, "Why do you have your shirt on your head like that?" I was saying that, and then I pulled the shirt off of his head, not like hard or anything like that, but I just grabbed it, I pulled it off of his head, and then all of a sudden, like that, it was just a totally different person, and it just got crazy.
What do you mean?
Like, the defendant was really calm and just quiet, and was just like, "Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King?" And like I said, I don't know. I don't care. Like, I'm right here. What's the problem here? Pulling the shirt off of his head. And then the second I pulled the shirt off of his head, just starts freaking out. Like, get very upset and argumentative, and forgot about Aiden King and did worry only about me and the people next to me.
And and when you say argumentative, what was he doing?
Just like getting real fast and just like, "Oh, like, you took my shirt off my head. Like, like there's going to be a problem now, blah, blah, blah." Like, just all types of stuff like that.
Do you recall when you were talking to the defendant in the yard, do you recall who was near you at the time?
Yeah, Nikki DeJesus and Ty Wood right next to me.
And do you recall, if you can, was there anybody near Tyler DeSilva?
Oh, no, I wasn't worried or paying attention to Tyler DeSilva at that point in time.
And when the defendant started to react the way he did and get crazy, as you said, what if anything happened next?
Me, Nikki, and Ty immediately were just like, we're from me to the microphone at this point now, away from him, just looking him right in the eyes, and we're just chirping each other back and forth.
And when you say chirping each other, what does that mean?
Talking shit.
Okay. And how long did that last for?
30 seconds, 45 seconds.
At any point during your chirping back and forth, did you ever tell the defendant to leave?
No.
So after about 30 or 40 seconds, what happens next?
Out of nowhere, really, Tyler Rich punched him in the face.
Do you know why he punched him in the face?
He was on his property. I'm not really sure other than that, though.
But how did you see Tyler Rich punch him in the face?
I just saw like his fist and just hit him in the face.
Come over across. Where was Tyler?
I don't know where Tyler was. I just literally I was looking the defendant right in his eyes, like right in his face. Like, that's all I was looking at. I was locked in on that, and Tyler Rich's fist just punches him.
How do you know it was Tyler's fist?
I figured that out after the fact.
So you didn't know it at the time?
No, at the time.
But it was one of your friends that punched the defendant in the face?
Yes.
And when that happened, what happened after that?
I kind of, it's like weird from there. Like, I just kind of go at the defendant and I punch him in the face like 2 times.
And when you did that, did the defendant engage you?
Yes, he did.
And can you tell us a little bit about how
so
he engaged you?
He was stumped, when he got punched in the face, he stumbled back and just kind of fell. And then that's where I kind of got over him and I punched him in the face, and then all of a sudden I just feel like a like a weird sharp pain in my side, and I just kind of went like this, and I went like this, and I looked down to this, and I see him with his fist clenched up like this, and kind of like his shoulder and like bicep area right here were like held back by something, but he was going like this, and I'm on you can say I was like on top of him at this point, but he's going like this. And I just see like a jabbing motion towards my side, and that's where I felt like the stick right prior. And then all of a sudden, I'm just like, I gotta get away, like I gotta get out of here. And I get off and I just walk away.
And how many times would you say the defendant hit you?
Oh,
do you recall?
I mean, I got stabbed 3 times, but I don't know. It was just, he was just going and going. Like it was not like he wasn't trying to hit me in a certain spot. It was just like just jabbing over and over and over, just trying to poke me basically.
And once that happened, you said you had to walk away?
Yeah, I just like, I don't know, like some instinct in me was just like, get up, get off, like get out of there.
And when that happened, how did you feel?
I was just like dazed, and it's like really like blurry and just like, I don't know. It's just, it's honestly that entire part of the night, like is the like least like there I am, I would say.
Okay. And at some point in time, what are you doing in the yard after this happens?
I realized that De Silva is in a fight with his own like group of people, and I kind of just stood there and watched.
And do you recall whether or not you engaged in that fight at all?
No.
Now, how long would you say that whole fight took place?
A minute.
And when the fight was going on, what kinds of things do you recall seeing about kind of watching the De Silva fight?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, you kind of just stood there, you said, and watched, right? What were you watching? What were you seeing?
Just people throwing punches, I guess, and that's really all I can recall about it.
When you were engaged with the defendant, do you know whether or not there was more than one person engaged with him?
No.
It was just you and him?
Yeah, from what I know.
And at some point in time, when you stop, when you back off from the defendant, do you see where he goes?
No.
Now, when you recall, if you can recall the De Silva fight, do you recall how many people were engaged with De Silva?
3, 4 people?
3, 4. After the fight ends, at some point, do you realize that you're injured?
So like kind of as De Silva's getting like pushed out, my buddy Ty Wood was right next to me again, and he's like, dude, are you okay? And he's seen my clothes and like pointed it out, and I had already started to bleed through my sweatshirt and my shorts. And that's also when I heard my lung collapse in my chest, and I don't know how to describe it, but like it was like bubbles coming from out of my chest, and I just immediately got super like scared, and I didn't know what was going on.
And when you say you were bleeding,
Yeah.
did you say anything how did you realize that you had been injured?
I just kind of lifted up my shirt and looked, and I was like, holy shit, like I was stabbed.
And when you realized you were stabbed, at that moment, did you hear anybody scream anything?
No.
Did you see anything else at that point? What was going on?
I kind of just went into like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like I thought I was gonna die. Like I heard the bubbles come from out of my chest, and I just immediately thought the worst. And I walked myself back in through the cellar doors into the basement and sat down and was like, I want water.
Okay. Now, when you were fighting with the defendant, did you have a weapon on you?
No.
Do you recall if Ty Wood had a weapon on him that night?
No.
Do you recall if Nikki DeJesus had a weapon on him that night?
No, none of my friends carry weapons.
So I'll show you State's Exhibit 60.
Yes, sir!
Okay, now, this individual right here on the left, the green sweatshirt, do you know who that is?
That's me.
That's you?
Yeah.
Do you recall at this moment in time in the video, first of all, have you seen this video before?
Yes.
And do you recall, based on your recollection of when you were engaging with the defendant, is this video before or after you were already stabbed?
This is after I was stabbed.
So how is it that you're standing there watching Tyler Da Silva, and how is it that you don't know you're stabbed at this point?
I just didn't know. Like, I just had so much adrenaline going through me. I was like, this is the point in time where I, like, just something told me in my head, get up, get away from this, like, and that like, that's where I am now. Like that's where I kind of got up and I kind of just walked and was like, all right. And that's when I realized, like, there was a whole nother fight going on. I didn't even know really there was another fight going on. I really thought it was just me and the defendant.
And at some point in time, actually, you can play the rest. So at some point in time, you recall hearing, he's got a knife, he's got a knife?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, at what point in time do you realize that you're stabbed, and then you indicated you went down, you talked to Ty Wood, and then you go into the basement? At what point, I guess, in that timeline is my question?
Like the same exact time.
So you hear, he's got a knife, he's got a knife.
And Ty Wood's pointing out to me that I got stabbed.
And then you're lifting up your shirt. Now, I'll show you State's Exhibit 61. Can you see that?
Yeah.
This individual here on the left with the phone out.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
That's Ricky Fiola.
And at this point in the video, you're already stabbed.
Yes.
So, is there a portion of this video that does not capture the beginning of the fight?
Yes, there is.
So, had this video started earlier, you would have seen the entire fight?
Yeah.
State 63. Again, this is, oh.
Me.
Do you know who this is here?
Oh, that's Sal.
Sal Perry?
Yes.
This individual here with no shirt on, you know?
Alex.
Alex Bernston?
Mm-hmm.
How about this kid here with the red hat?
Michael Samperi.
And this is?
Da Silva.
And do you recall being here in this moment in the video?
That's like the only like point of view like I remember of like watching Da Silva. Like this is like what I remember from that. Yeah.
And it's a few seconds after this that you realize that Ty Wood comes over.
Okay. That's like when everybody started figuring out they were stabbed. Like I want to say like Faison might have been the first one that realized he was stabbed, and he was like, holy shit, like I was stabbed. And then everybody is just like, whoa, like what's going on? And
when you realized that you were
injured, did you notice if any, aside from Faison, did you notice if anybody else was?
No.
You kind of just lifted your shirt up, went right into the basement, and
Pretty much.
sat down, said, "I need a glass of water."
Yeah.
Did anybody else follow you into the basement?
Some people did, but I just don't. I don't remember who it was. Some people did follow me into the basement, and somebody did grab me a glass of water, and then they helped me out back outside because they were like, "The ambulances are coming. They're about to be here. You got to come back outside." But I don't remember who it was.
Why don't you remember?
It was there was just so much going through my head at that point in time. Like I truthfully thought like I was gonna die. And it was so hard for me to breathe. I didn't know I had a collapsed lung. I heard those bubbles happen in my chest, and I was just thinking the worst. And I truthfully thought like I was gonna die in that front yard or basement that night.
Did you know what was going on at that moment?
No, not really. I was just kind of in my own world, just like, don't die, just one breath at a time. Kind of like that's literally what I got down to. By the time I was brought back into the yard and my lung was so like collapsed and stuff, like,
could you breathe?
Like barely. I was like that. I barely was able to breathe, and I was just like one breath at a time. Just I literally took it down to seconds. Like I was thinking so small. I was just like, just one step at a time, and I'll make it. I'll be okay, and all that stuff. But yeah, I was just so in my own world, just thinking about life and my life to that point in time. I truthfully thought I was going to die. And
maybe this might be a good point to stop for the day.
All right. So we are going to adjourn for the day in a moment. So before I do that again, I'm going to do my daily reminder to the jury. So again, please, you must abide by the rule of juror conduct that I described to you at the beginning of this trial and the instructions that I gave you the end of the first day of trial and the ones that I have repeatedly told you to continue to abide by. Please leave your notebooks behind. Have a good evening, and we'll see you back tomorrow to reconvene with the evidence. Thank you. Court stands adjourned.
All right, so that is Ryan Hines, the beginning of his testimony. So that was day 4. So we're going to go and continue on with him into day 5. So let's see what you guys are let's see. Yeah, Elizabeth, that's so much. Yeah, Taylor was Matt's boyfriend, girlfriend, and she said that he would not back down from a fight. 7 sweet kids, this is not self-defense. Self-defenses would be, get back, I've got a knife. He went in with his shirt over his face, hoping to be sneaky. Guilty. Only one person said that he had his shirt over his head. Tyler said he didn't have his shirt over his head. Jack said he didn't have his shirt over his head. And, of course, Raul said he didn't have his shirt over his head. Tyler, Rich never said that. Ryan is the only one that said that. So, but thank you for your $4.99, and I agree. He could have said, get back, I have a knife, but he said that he was on the ground, face down, and he's pulling the knife out, and he's doing that. So there's a lot of inconsistencies, you guys, on both sides. That's what's making this so tough. I don't think Raul's telling the truth 100%. I don't think the kids on Shelton High are telling the truth 100%. So I think somewhere in the middle, the truth lies. Some are saying 5 people, some are saying 50. Raul was saying 50 kids were there. Some Shelton High kids are saying there was only 5. Most are saying like 25 to 30. So again, you got to find that middle ground. You know, when 3 witnesses say one thing and another witness says another, who do you believe? Just like Raul. Raul said that he was face down on the ground and he pulled out the knife and he's swinging it around. That doesn't make sense, because Ryan saying Tyler punches Raul and Raul goes down, and then he stabs him he stabs him here, and then Tommy comes in, separates them, and Tommy gets stabbed in the leg. So that doesn't sound to me like somebody's face down swinging the knife. Maybe after that he was face down, because again, you can confuse things. You know, I don't know. I just feel like both sides are not telling the complete truth. That's just my opinion. They may be in the moment, or you know how they remember it. That's how they remember it. Hold on just a second. Hold on, I'll be back in a second. So there's an experiment, like 10 people in Washington Square Park in New York City. 10 people witnessed a crime, and it was set up, and the cops went and they talked to those 10 people, and all 10 people said something different. So you're drinking, you're 16, 17, 18 years old. It's a very traumatic situation. Things change. You alter your story to fit your narrative. I mean, it happens. It just happens. That's just human behavior. So anyway, I'm not saying they're lying. I'm just saying they're remembering their truth. That's, I guess, all I can say. Everybody's remembering their truth, and it's not lining up. So call it what you will. All right, let's get to more testimony by Ryan here.
Under the obligation.
Your Honor.
Good morning, everyone. You may be seated. Thank you. Morning. All right, so we're back here today again to resume evidence in the matter of State of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. Counsel, is there anything that needs to be addressed before we go ahead and bring our jury in this morning?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, and we can have the witness retake the stand, Attorney Durso. So. Thank you. Good morning. Please come on up. Have a seat. And, sir, I do want to remind you that you do remain under the obligations of the oath that you took when you first entered the witness box, okay? Yep. Thank you. All right. Mr. Clerk, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I just. Oh, he says. Just remember.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back. We are ready to proceed. Looks like everyone's all set. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Very good. Attorney Durso, you may continue on with your direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ryan, I think yesterday when we left off, we were talking about the fight. Just prior to the fight starting, was the group chat still going on?
I can't recall. I don't know.
Do you know whether or not you had indicated your phone was buzzing in your pocket?
Yeah.
Do you recall whether or not you said anything in the group chat?
I think I mentioned one time just calling them pussies, but that's it. That's all I said. I only said one thing.
Okay. And when you came out into the yard to confront the defendant and Mr. De Silva, were you closer to Mr. De Silva or the defendant?
The defendant.
And at any point in time during the night, do you recall fighting anybody other than the defendant?
No.
So when the fight, I think we played the video yesterday. Did we play the video yesterday? When the video is playing, when it starts, is that the beginning of the actual fight, or do you, from what your recollection is, or did that?
When did
the fight? With regards to the video,
yeah.
When did the fight happen? Was it?
That video is probably 20 seconds into the fight.
Okay. And 20 seconds into the fight, you had already fought with the defendant at this point, and at some point in time, what are you doing after you? Well, tell us again how you fought with the defendant.
So I kind of was just over top of the defendant, punched him in the face 2 times, and then I just felt a jab in my side, and I looked down and I see the defendant with his right hand clenched up in a ball like this, and he's just poking at my side.
Did you see any weapon on him?
No, I didn't see a weapon or anything. I just seen his fist and just going like this repeatedly over and over again, and just right there on my side.
And when that happened, after that happened, what did you do?
I just like some instinct in me just was like, get off, get away, like just like that. I don't know how to explain it.
And at some point in time, did you lose sight of the defendant?
Yes.
Did you see where he went?
No.
And did you see the defendant after that, before the fight ended? Did you see him after the fight ended?
No.
At some point in time, do you recall watching the fight with Mr. De Silva?
Yes.
And when you were watching that fight with Mr. De Silva, when did it become apparent to you that you were injured?
Like when I heard somebody scream out, "He's got a knife! He's got a knife!"
So when you heard that,
yeah,
what triggered in your head?
I was just like, he's like, I just heard that, and I was like, he's got a knife. Like, who's hurt? Like, is everybody okay? I didn't even realize I was hurt or anything. And then my buddy Ty Wood came up to me and was like, "Are you okay? Like, you're bleeding." And he pointed down at my side, and I had bled through all my clothing.
And when you realized that you were bleeding, what did you do?
I like lifted up my shirt and I wanted to see like what was wrong with me. I didn't know what had happened. I didn't know how many times I had been stabbed or anything like that. And like right at the same time I'm realizing I had gotten stabbed, I hear all the bubbles and like my lung collapsing basically, and like bubbles in my chest. It was a really weird sound. I don't know how to describe it. I never want to hear that sound ever again. It kind of like it like haunts me in a way. But yeah, I just got super scared, and I didn't know what was going to happen.
Were you able to breathe?
Barely.
And when you realized that you were injured, what did you do next?
I went inside, and I just wanted to sit down and get a glass of water. That's all I could think of was sit down, get a glass of water.
And did somebody bring you a glass of water?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was? No. Why don't you recall it?
I just was in such like a fog of like mentally. All I could think of was just like one breath at a time, pretty much.
At some point in time, did somebody come in the house to get you and bring you outside?
Yeah.
Do you recall who that was?
No.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house?
Yeah.
Why did you exit the house?
Because the ambulances were arriving.
And when the ambulances arrived, did somebody render aid to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did they do for you when you were on scene?
They just were asking me my injuries and what was wrong, and I just had to explain to the best I could what I felt.
And were you taken to the hospital?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you. We started doing this yesterday, so State's Exhibit 61. Remember seeing this picture yesterday?
Yeah.
This individual here on the left, you know who that is?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Ricky Fiola.
He's got the white shirt and the pink shorts on the left side of 61 there. Exhibit 62, do you know who this individual is?
That's the defendant.
Exhibit 63, I'm going to point this kid here to the left. He appears to be a green sweatshirt, black shorts with white trim. Who's that?
That's me.
This kid here with the white shirt and the black shorts next to you. Who's
Sal Perry.
the kid next to him with jeans on with the no shirt on? Do you know who that is?
Alex.
Alex Bernstein.
Yeah.
This guy here with the jeans on, the black shirt and the red hat. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, Michael Samperry.
And this guy here on his knees with what appears to be a shirt pulled up with jeans on. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, Jack DeSilva.
Who's that?
Tyler DeSilva, I mean.
64. This guy right here to the right with the white shirt, black shorts on. Do you know who that is?
That's Charlie.
Charlie who?
Connory.
Again, 65. Charlie Connery.
Yeah.
66. This guy right here with the white shirt, what appears to be tan shorts next to you.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
That's Jake Villalobos, right?
And this guy right here with the shirt off, with the camouflage pants on, with the shirt hanging out the back. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, that's Matt Lokovich.
And this individual right here with the navy blue shirt, white pants. Do you know who that is?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
67. This individual who appears to be pushing somebody to the picture. Do you know who that is?
Jake Villalobos.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt, white pants.
Jimmy McGrath.
Exhibit 68. This individual with the jeans appears to be a shirt still pulled up with their back to us. Do you know who that is?
Tyler DeSilva.
And this individual to his left. Do you know who that is?
That's the defendant.
Finally, state 69. This individual appears to be near the curb in the street with the light blue jersey on. Do you know who that is?
That's DeSilva.
And this person here with the navy blue shirt on and white pants?
That's Jimmy.
That's Jimmy McGrath?
Yep.
Now, at some point in time when paramedics came and rendered aid to you, do you recall whether or not you took your shirt off at the scene?
I think I did take my shirt off. I think I was using it to like cover up my stab wound.
I'll show you state's exhibits 25, which is marked as a full exhibit. These items that you were wearing the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
It appears to, the black shirt, does that appear to be inside out?
Yeah.
State's exhibit 26. Is that the same shirt but right side in?
Yep.
And obviously the green sweatshirt, is that yours?
Yeah. I don't know whose shoes those are.
Those are not your shoes.
Those are not my shoes.
Exhibit 27, closer up picture of the shirt that you were wearing that night.
Mm-hmm.
I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Ryan, you see this defect in the shirt here?
Yeah.
Is that about where your upper stab wound was?
Yes.
And is this the front of the t-shirt?
Yes.
And you see this defect here?
Yes, I do.
Is that the right about where you received your first stab wound?
Yes.
Your upper chest?
Yep.
Exhibit 28. Closer up version of the t-shirt. Again, is this the defect in the shirt? Is this where one of the stab wounds was?
Yes.
Exhibit 29. Is this your sweatshirt with the defect in it from the stab wound?
Yes, it is.
Approach the clerk.
Certainly.
May approach the witness, Your Honor.
Of course. Thank you.
Ryan, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 83?
Yep.
And what is 83?
Me in the hospital.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you look like in the hospital the day after the incident?
Yes.
Showing you marked as State's Exhibit 84 for identification. Do you recognize State's 84?
Yes.
And what is State's 84?
Me with a wound to my head.
And does this accurately reflect the wound to your head on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, it does.
Start showing you states 85. Do you recognize states 85?
Yes.
And what is states 85?
The tube that had to be put in my chest.
And does this accurately reflect what the tube looked like in your chest on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you states 86. Do you recognize 86?
Yes.
And what is states 86?
The tube that was coming out of my chest, and then that's where I got stabbed.
And does this picture accurately reflect the upper wound area but covered on May 15th of 2022?
Yeah.
Showing you states 87. For identification purposes, do you recognize 87?
Yes.
And what is states 87?
My stab wound to my upper chest.
And does this picture accurately reflect what the wound looked like maybe a day or two after the incident, uncovered by any gauze?
Yes.
Showing you states 88 for identification purposes, do you recognize states 88?
Yes, I do.
And what is states 88?
They are my stab wounds that I got to my lower hip.
And does this accurately reflect what they looked like covered in the hospital the day after the incident?
Yes, it does.
Showing you states 89 for identification purposes, do you recognize states 89?
Yes, I do.
And what is states 89?
My stab wound to my side.
And does this picture accurately reflect what your wound looked like a few days after the incident?
Yes.
Showing you states 90 for identification purposes, do you recognize states 90?
Yes.
And what is states 90?
My other stab wound to my leg.
And does this picture accurately reflect what the area looked like covered and tended to in the hospital a day after the incident?
Yes, it does.
Showing you states 91 for identification purposes, do you recognize states 81?
Yes, I do.
And what is states 81?
My stab to my lower, thigh.
Sorry,
But-
Counsel 91?
91.
That's okay, thank you.
And does this accurately reflect what the wound looked like a day or two after the incident?
Yes.
Uncovered?
Yep.
And finally, showing you states 92 for identification purposes, do you recognize 92?
Yes, I do.
And what is 92?
That's about me 2 weeks after.
And does this accurately reflect what your wounds looked like a week or two after?
Yes, it does.
Now, is this picture taken reflecting in the mirror?
No.
Looks like it's the right side, right?
Yeah.
Left side?
Yeah.
This is right. So is this taken in a mirror?
Yes.
Okay. Does this accurately reflect what you looked like when you were taking this picture of your wounds in a mirror?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I would offer these as full exhibits at this time.
No
objection.
All right, with no objection, the court will go ahead and accept into evidence as full exhibit states 83 through 92. Thank you.
Brian, I'm going to show you states 83. That's now been marked as a full exhibit. Again, what is states 83?
Me in the hospital.
Now, these injuries to you, point out, looks like appears you have injuries to your nose, your face area, in your head. Were those injuries caused during the fight at 43 Laurel Glen?
No, those were at Lazy Brook.
So when you got into the initial fight at Lazy Brook with the defendant and his friends, that's when that happened?
Yeah.
States 84. This injury here to the top of your head, which looks like the left side of your head.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when that injury occurred?
That's from Lazy Brook as well.
That's also from Lazy Brook, okay. States 85. Can you tell us where States 85 was from?
That's the tube that had to be put in my chest.
Do you know why the tube had to be put in your chest at the hospital?
To reinflate my lung.
States 86. What are we looking at in States 86?
So the gauze is where I was stabbed, and then that is part of the tube that was also coming out of my chest.
Okay. And this, obviously, this is the left side of your chest?
Yes, sir.
And that is where you got your injuries?
Yeah, on my left side.
States 87. Can you tell us what States 87 is?
That would be my stab wound to my upper chest.
And this is the stab wound that caused the collapsed lung?
Yes, it is.
States 88. Can you tell us what we're looking at in States 88?
That is my stab wound to my hip.
You're around here?
Yeah.
Right. And this is the tube?
Yeah, that's the same tube.
Okay. States 89. Is this the same wound but uncovered?
Yes.
And this is what, a few days after?
Yeah.
States 90. What are we looking at here? This is what?
That would be my stab wound to like my lower butt cheek, pretty much.
So like the hip area?
Yeah.
And again, this tube that's running down, where's that coming from?
That's the same tube that was in my chest.
91. Is this the same wound you just mentioned but uncovered?
Yes, it is.
Showing you states 92. So it appears to be the right side of your body, but are these injuries on the right side of your body?
No, they're on my left side.
So is this picture being taken in a mirror?
Yes.
Okay, so this would be your upper left chest area where the first stab wound was.
Mm-hmm.
Second stab wound to your lower abdomen area.
Yep.
And then your third stab wound would be on the left side of your hip.
Yes.
And when were these pictures taken, do you know?
A couple weeks after.
Now, after you were at the hospital, well, how long did you stay in the hospital for? Do you remember?
I was there for 2 nights and 3 days.
And do you recall what you were diagnosed with?
A collapsed lung. I believe I had a fracture in my nose, and some head trauma, and I don't remember everything else.
And what was the treatment that, aside from getting to the hospital and initially getting diagnosed, what treatment did you have to go through?
Well, I couldn't get stitches because they didn't want my wounds to get infected, so it was really cleaning them out multiple times a day, keeping fresh gauze on them at all times, and just a lot of rest.
And what has your recovery been like?
Physically, they healed up, but mentally, I've never been the same person.
Why is that?
I can't stop thinking about that night. Like every single day, multiple times a day, I just think about that night and things that I could have done different, things that anybody could have done different, and I just didn't think things like this happen in the world. I don't know. I didn't know there was people like that out there that really wanted to cause harm.
When you were at Laurel Glen that night and those individuals walked on the front lawn and the fight started, did you anticipate the fight being a fist fight?
Yes.
Did you anticipate there ever being any weapons used?
No.
Did you have any weapons at Lazy Brook that night with you? Did you have any weapons with you at Laurel Glen that night?
No.
Did Ty Wood have any weapons on him?
No.
Did you recall anybody near you when you were face to face with the defendant having any weapons?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Smith.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Hines.
How's it going?
We have never met before. Never talked about this case before. Let me go over with you some of your testimony that you've given here. You told us yesterday you thought you'd met with the state's attorney 3 or 4 times prior to this?
Yep.
To discuss your testimony here?
Yes.
You recall that?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Hines, I am going to ask you just to please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And when you're answering, you just have to say either yes or no. The court reporter can't get a mm-hmm on the record, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's review that evening. You told us that Griffin Marcinzik was a really good friend of yours since childhood, basically, right?
No. I moved to Shelton in the winter of when I was in 8th grade. So right about when COVID started, I moved to Shelton. But Griffin was one of the first kids I met, and I became very good friends with him.
Okay. So good friends since you moved to Shelton.
Yes.
And you say that was in the 8th grade?
Mm-hmm.
And at this time, May 14th, 2022, you told us that you were ending your sophomore year, so you would have been a rising junior?
Yes.
And you went over to a friend's house. Was that Natalia Ridzik's house?
Yes.
And you hung out there at Natalia's, right?
Yep.
You told us that you were doing some drinking there while you were hanging out?
Yes.
And that was, you had no more than 2 beers, right?
No more than 2 beers.
How do you know no more than 2?
Because I know it was no more than 2 beers.
What makes you so certain about that, no more than 2?
Because it was only 2 beers.
And that was only in 30 to 40 minutes of being there that you had those 2 beers?
Yes.
Power drinking that night?
I'm sorry?
Was that power drinking? Was that fast
I'm
for you,
not
or
sure
was that
what-
a fairly regular speed to have 2 beers in a 30 to 40 minute period?
That's pretty normal.
And then you told us that you got invited over to Austin Leifer's house, right?
Yes.
How did you know Austin?
I met him in 8th grade when I moved to Shelton.
Also when you moved to Shelton?
Yes.
Did Austin go to Shelton High School?
No, he didn't.
Was Austin on the basketball group text chat?
I don't recall.
And Tanner Chernowski drove you to Austin's house, right?
Yes.
How did Tanner Chernowski know to take you to Austin Leifer's house?
Me and Griffin asked him.
And who is Tanner Chernowski to you?
Another guy that I met when I first moved to Shelton and became a really good friend of mine. He happens to live not too far from me and hang out.
Did you play football with Tanner?
No.
You played football with Griffin?
Yes.
Did you play any sports with Tanner?
No.
He was a couple years older than you?
Yes.
Did Tanner Chernowski provide you with any of those beers that evening?
No.
And you said that he drove you over to 5 Lazy Brook, and that was somewhere between 7 or 8 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And that you got there to the house while it was still daylight, but by the time you left, you would agree it was no longer daylight, right?
It was like the evening time, yes.
Because we've seen the video of the fight outside of 5 Lazy Brook, and it appears to be pretty dark then. Are you saying that at that point there was still some daylight?
Yes, there was still some daylight.
And when you showed up, you heard music and noise, and you thought that was a party, so you walked into the garage, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you still only had the 2 beers?
Yes.
But you didn't make it into the house, is that fair to say?
Yes.
You just got into the garage?
Yeah.
And how many people were in the garage when you got in there?
I don't think anybody was in there.
Nobody in the garage?
No.
Okay. So as you're going from the garage to the door into the interior of the house, you see some people coming out of the house, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you came to learn that the party was being shut down or something of that nature, right?
Not really that. I just found out after the fact that the people that were coming out that I saw were happening to be getting kicked out at the time.
Okay. This wasn't your party, right?
No.
And so you saw some people coming out of the house, but you don't know why they were coming out of the house?
No.
In fact, some people thought you hadn't been invited to the party, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, you were confronted by some folks who said they didn't know what you were doing there, right?
Yeah, but the homeowner invited me and Griffin.
Well, not the homeowner, right? Austin doesn't own
Homeowner's
the
son.
home, does he, right? And in fact, Madigan was having the party, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, did you see a number of girls there that evening?
Yes.
You caught a ride with some of those girls at the end of the evening?
Yeah.
Did you know that they were all members of the lacrosse team from that school?
No.
Okay. And you never saw Austin that night, right?
No.
Because he was outside throwing up and ill from drinking, right?
Objection, how would he know?
Sustained. So hold on a minute, Attorney Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury court's going to strike the the witness's response to that particular question, and I'm going to ask you to not consider the question, and you'll learn that questions are not evidence, okay? So the stricken response, not evidence, not to be considered. You'll hear more about stricken evidence at the end of the evidence, and the question obviously is not to be considered evidence either. Thank you.
You didn't see Austin that night, right?
No.
And these three folks that come out the door, you say that they confronted you about coming there, prevented you from going inside, right?
Yes.
And ultimately, you claim that they didn't care about that, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you said they didn't care that you told them that you had been invited.
Yes.
And Mr. Valle, you told us, didn't say anything to you, right?
No, he was speaking to Griffin.
It was Mr. Snyder who was having this interaction with you, right?
Yes.
And you saw him on that photo and identified him as wearing that red hoodie that evening, correct? Yes. And in fact, you say that Mr. Snyder asked you for a beer and you told him, yeah, sure, right?
Mm-hmm.
You gave him a beer.
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Valle asked you if he could have a beer and you said, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And you gave him a beer, right?
Just trying to be a peacemaker.
Okay. You gave both of them a beer that night, correct?
Yes.
Griffin Marcinzik was right there when that happened?
Yes.
Were you blocking his view so that he couldn't see you give the beers to these two people?
Griffin?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Do you recall where Griffin was?
I believe he was right next to me.
And that wasn't enough for Mr. Snyder, right? He decided he was going to grab those beers from you.
Yes.
Mr. Valle didn't grab the beers from you?
No.
Mr. De Silva, did you see him?
Yes.
He didn't say anything to you?
No.
He didn't grab the beers from you?
No.
Ultimately, Snyder grabs the beers from you. You said you were trying to be cool and make some friends.
Yes.
And at that point, you got upset with Snyder, right?
Yes.
He said you weren't going to stand for this, right?
Yes.
You were upset at that point, right?
I wasn't going to get pushed out and bullied.
Sure. You said, I'll fight you right now for this beer, right?
Yes, I did.
And you put your hands up to fight.
Yes.
And y'all make it out into the driveway from the garage, right? Mm-hmm. And we saw the video there.
Yes.
And in that video, we see you and Mr. Snyder squared up, right?
Yes.
And you're circling a little bit for position, right? It's a fight going on,
yeah.
Right? You're not just standing there toe-to-toe like we see some old school bare-knuckles boxers, right? You're moving around. You're circling.
A little bit, yes.
You bump into Mr. Valle?
No.
No, you don't bump into Mr. Valle?
No, I do not bump into Mr. Valle.
Okay. Where was Mr. Valle?
He was hiding behind me.
Hiding behind you?
You could say that, yes.
Hiding behind what?
Me. Just he was behind me. I didn't
He was
know he
just
was there.
behind you,
Yeah.
right? He wasn't hiding.
Sure.
You were aware he was there.
No.
You knew there was a circle of people around you watching, correct?
Yes.
And you were circling for position.
No.
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 You were just going to stand still and let Mr. Snyder come towards you.
I wouldn't really say it was circling, but it was more of just like a little like get a better position. You could say that, yeah.
Right. You're not just going to stand still and let somebody who you've just challenged to a fight just come at you and start throwing blows, right?
Well, in all honesty, that was my first fight ever that night. I never had been in a fight before that, so I very well could have been standing right there. I don't have a fighting background.
Okay. But you saw the video.
Yes.
You'd agree you were moving.
A little bit, yes.
Right. You weren't just standing there. And you told us that Mr. Valle comes out and he sucker punches you, right?
Yes.
He didn't tackle you.
No.
He didn't throw any more blows than that, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
In fact, he moves away from you and gives more space after this interaction, right?
What interaction?
The interaction where you say he sucker punched you.
Yeah.
At that point, you come forward and you tackle Mr. Snyder, right?
Yes.
Get him down on the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go off the screen, right? We can't see the rest of that as you guys are sort of behind a minivan. And at that point, people come in and they're trying to break it up, right?
No, not really.
No?
No.
Well, did you see Emily Robinson in that video coming in?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Did you see any of the girls that were there coming in?
No.
Did you hear any of them?
No.
Fair to say your attention was focused on Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Valle, he had this helmet on, correct?
Yes.
And he had that helmet on the whole time, right?
No.
No, you believe he took that helmet off?
He did take that helmet off.
You believe he took that helmet off?
I see it in the video, yes.
In the video, you see him take the helmet off?
Yes.
And what does he do with it?
He smashes me in the back of the head with it.
And then what does he do with it?
Hits me again in the back of the head with it.
And then what does he do with it?
Not sure.
Does he put it back on?
I don't know.
So it's your testimony, sir, that he takes the helmet off of his head, swings it at you, and hits you with it twice.
Yes.
And then you're not sure if he puts it back on or not.
No, the video is over.
And ultimately, somebody pulls you by the neck up off the ground, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so you would agree somebody was trying to break this thing up?
Yes.
Do you know who it was that pulled you off?
No.
And at that point, you said, Mama Lifer gave you your beer back?
Yes.
And you guys took off, right?
Yep.
You and Griffin went down to the end of the driveway, and you got a ride from the girls that we saw in the photograph later,
Yes.
right? And it appeared that a number of the folks in there, including yourself, were holding blue cans of Bud Light. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that you were holding a blue can of Bud Light?
I believe I had the box in my hand.
Okay. A number of the girls were holding what appeared to be blue cans of Bud Light. Correct?
Yeah.
So y'all were drinking in the car on the way back to where you went, which was back to Ms. Ritzik's house?
I don't recall if I was.
Okay. There was drinking going on in the car?
I'm sure.
You
Yes.
concede that at least?
I don't know.
Well, you gave them those Bud Lights, right?
I don't recall.
In any event, you got back to Natalia's house?
Yes.
They dropped you off there?
Yes.
You do recall that?
Them dropping us off there?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were there for about 10 minutes before you got picked up by Charlie Connory, right?
Yes.
How did Charlie Connory know to come and pick you up from Natalia Ritzik's house?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Well, you told us that about a week earlier you'd been added to the basketball group chat, right?
Yes.
And that basketball group chat, that included Griffin Marsenzik, right?
Yes.
Did that include Tanner Chernowski?
I don't know.
Did it include Sal Perry?
I don't know.
Michael Samperi?
I don't know.
Did it include Alex Bernstein?
I don't know.
Did it include Tanner Chernowski?
I don't know.
You don't know anybody that was included on this group chat that you got added to?
I didn't know anybody in that group chat other than a few of my Shelton friends.
Oh, okay. Well, which of your Shelton friends did you know in that group
Just
chat?
ones that weren't involved in anything.
Like who?
Like Michael Kinnick, for example.
Okay. That's the only one of your friends that you knew that was in that?
Yeah.
How many people were on that group chat?
I don't know.
10?
I don't know.
15?
Don't know.
20?
Objection asked and answered. He doesn't know.
Don't know.
Sustained.
You have no idea how many people were on that basketball group chat?
No.
Objection.
That you told us was about a lot of shit talking, right?
Yeah.
But you don't know anybody that was on it?
No.
Sustained.
And somehow, Charlie Connery knew to come pick you up at Natalia Ridzik's and take you over to Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yep.
Had you had plans that night to go to Tyler Rich's house already?
No.
And along the way, you told Charlie Connery about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
He already had known.
How did he already know?
I don't
Objection.
know.
How would he know? Speculation.
Sustained. Again. All right, so Mr. Hines, I'm going to ask you to just pause in between the questions so counsel can go forward with his objection. So once he objects, please refrain from providing an answer, okay? Thank you so much.
Sorry.
And again, direction to the jury, the last response should be stricken from evidence. Thank you.
You say he already knew when he came to pick you up about the fight at 5 Lazy Brook.
Yes.
How did you know that he already knew?
Because he asked me about it.
He asked you about the fight
Yes.
at 5 Lazy Brook.
Mhm.
Okay. And based upon that question, you determined he already knew about it.
Yes.
Okay. And how long did it take you to get over to Tyler Rich's house?
Another 10 minutes.
Any drinking along the way?
Not that I recall, no.
And you told us yesterday that you weren't involved on that group chat, right?
No.
But then you told us today that, in fact, maybe you had sent a message, just one message, right?
Yes.
What was that message?
Saying that they were pussies for jumping me at the Lifer household.
And to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
No.
You didn't send out the address?
No.
But somebody did, didn't they?
I believe so, yes.
On that group chat, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Well, you wouldn't assume so. You told us you were aware of that group chat. It was going off and it was buzzing in your pocket when you told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you would look at it from time to time and just say, oh, that's nothing. I'm not worried about that, right?
Yes.
Except today you told us, in fact, no, you had been involved. You would agree that's different than just looking at it and ignoring it, right?
This is before, like, I was at the Rich's house. I was not sending any text. This was all, like, before I even got picked up by Charlie.
Do you recall speaking to officers on May 15th at about noon when you were at St. Vincent's Hospital?
Slightly.
Officers Millington and Nugent came in and they talked to you while you were there, right?
Yes.
And you told them that your friends and you had reached out to the kids who jumped you and told them to come to Tyler Rich's house at 43 Laurel Glen Drive now that you had your friends with you, right?
I don't recall that, no.
You don't recall that?
No.
Do you generally, in your everyday speaking, say that you don't recall something?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you recall speaking to detectives on June 9th around 3:30 with your parents at your home, Detectives Iannati and Bango?
Somewhat, yes.
Do you recall telling them that someone from the Shelton High School group texted the St. Joe's kids and challenged them to show up at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I do recall that, yes.
You do recall that?
Yes.
So again, it's not that you were just feeling your phone buzz and thinking, gosh, I don't want to pay attention to this. I don't have any idea what's going on. You were aware of what was happening, right?
No.
Well, how were you not aware of what was happening?
Because I wasn't reading the text messages. I just saw the notifications.
But you texted on that same group chat, right?
Hours previously.
Hours previously.
Yeah.
Hours previously, you told these kids that they were pussies, correct?
Yes.
On this group chat,
Yes.
correct? What time was that?
Around like 8 or 9 o'clock.
So at least around 8 or 9 o'clock, you knew that you could use that basketball group chat to text with these St. Joe's kids?
Yes.
Sir, would it surprise you if you learned that those kids weren't added to that group chat until after 5 Lazy Brook?
I'm not sure. What do you mean by that?
You're telling us that you texted these kids using this basketball group chat between 8 to 9 o'clock, right?
I believe so, yes.
Told them that they were pussies, right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell them to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive because now you had your friends with you.
I did not tell them that, no.
You didn't tell them that?
I did not.
Or you don't recall telling them that?
I did not tell them that, no.
Did somebody tell them that?
I'm sure.
You know somebody told them that, right? You were part of that group chat. You had to open it up and text on that group chat, right?
Object.
Sustained.
Asked and answered, and it
Sustained.
calls for speculation.
So you would agree that when you texted on that group chat, you would have to open it up. You couldn't just look at the notification, right?
No, you can just look at the notification.
In order to text something back?
I wasn't texting anything back.
You were texting on that group chat, right?
Beforehand.
And in order to text on the group chat, you had to open the group chat, right?
Yes.
And you were with Griffin Marcinzik, right?
Yes.
And you could see where Griffin Marcinzik was, right?
When?
When he was with you in the car?
Yes.
When he was with you at the Ridzik house?
Yes.
When he was with you when Charlie Connory came to pick you up?
Yes.
You were side by side most of the time, right?
No.
Not in the car?
No.
Where was Griffin in the car?
Which car?
Well, where was Griffin in Charlie Connory's car?
I don't know.
Where were you?
In the back seat?
You couldn't see Griffin texting?
No.
Did you see him with his phone out?
Yes.
Did you see him with his phone open?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
You think he just had his phone out in his hand, but you saw that, but you don't know if it was open or not?
I'm not sure, no.
What'd you see him doing with the phone when you saw him with it?
I don't know.
What were y'all talking about on the way there?
Just what had happened.
With Charlie?
Like in Charlie's car?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's you, Charlie, and Griffin in the car, right?
Yes.
And you guys are talking about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Objection, asked and answered.
Yes.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And you're talking about what is going to happen next when you get to Tyler Rich's house, right?
No.
No. And there's no talk about payback or anything like that, right?
No.
And so there's this basketball group chat that you've now told us you actually did participate in which there's a lot of shit talking, but nothing's going on like that on the way to the house in Charlie Connory's car, right?
No.
You guys are just calm, cool, collected?
Yes.
Not excited?
No.
Not angry about what happened?
No.
Nobody's saying, hey, we should text these kids and get them to come over here?
I was not, no.
You weren't?
I was not.
Was Griffin?
Objection, that calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
And you told us yesterday that when you got to Tyler Rich's house, everybody already knew about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
How many people were there when you got to the house?
20 or 30.
And you told us yesterday you didn't really care, though, right?
No.
You didn't really care. Why did you text these guys and tell them that they were pussies?
Because I had been jumped.
So you did care.
I'd been jumped.
You did care.
Not really, no.
Not really. Didn't anger you?
No.
Didn't upset you?
No.
Didn't make you want payback?
No.
You went to school with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
You played football with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
He was a couple years older than you?
Yes.
And he was the captain of the football team for 1 year while you were there?
Yes.
You'd been to his house before?
Yes.
You knew to go in through the Bilko doors on the side, right?
Yes.
You knew when you got there that there was going to be some drinking going on?
Yes.
And you said that people were coming up to you and questioning you, and they already knew about what had happened, right?
Yes.
Who came up to you and questioned you about it?
I don't recall.
Well, you told us yesterday Jimmy McGrath was one of the first ones to come up to you, right?
He was one of the people that did come up to me.
And he came up to you and asked you about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook,
Yes.
right? And he was interested in what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yeah.
I think that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did his demeanor and his questioning indicate to you that he was interested in what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Yes.
Did it indicate to you that he was concerned about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
He wasn't concerned?
No. He just wanted to hear what happened.
So it didn't indicate to you that he was excited in any way about it?
No.
Didn't indicate in any way that he was upset about it?
No.
Didn't indicate in any way to you that he was angry about it?
No.
He's just calm, cool, collected. First thing he asked you was, hey, what happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Pretty much,
Objection,
yes.
calls for hearsay.
I'll allow it.
Do you remember anybody other than Jimmy McGrath coming up to you and asking you about it?
No.
But everybody there already knew, you told us, right?
Yes.
So you would agree that it was more than just Jimmy McGrath who came up to you and asked you about it, right?
Certainly, yes.
And in fact, there was some conversation that occurred, right?
With?
With everybody that was there yesterday. Conversation, hanging out, people drinking.
Yes.
And one of the main topics of conversation was what had happened to you at 5 Lazy Brook.
Yes.
You told us you only drank one beer at that time, right?
Yes.
How do you know it was only one beer?
Because it was only one beer.
You recall that?
Yes.
And people were planning to reach out to these kids and ask them to come over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
I believe so.
You know so, right? Because your phone's buzzing and going off and people are talking about it. And there's talk about getting these kids over there, isn't there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And at one point, Griffin Marcinzik texts the address and a picture of 43 Laurel Glen Drive on this group chat to these kids, correct?
I don't know.
And then you told us at some point a car shows up outside, right?
Yes.
And that car is a Honda Pilot, right?
Yes.
And nobody was surprised by that, were they?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, they knew that car was going to show up. They texted it to come there, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And so because nobody is surprised, everybody empties out of the house to go confront the car, right?
No.
How many people emptied out of the house to go confront the car?
I don't know.
Well, you told us yesterday that at least 10 to 15 approached the vehicle, right?
Yes, but that's not everybody.
No, that's about half of you, isn't it?
Somewhat, yes.
And you could be wrong about 10 to 15, you would agree?
Yeah.
Could have been more, could have been 20.
Could have been less.
Could it have been more?
I don't know.
And you told us yesterday that the car parked right in front of the drive, right?
No. It was not exactly right in front of the driveway, but it was a little farther back. It was about halfway in front of the driveway.
Okay. Mr. Hines, I'm just going to come around you. I don't want to surprise you, but I'm going to come around and put this up on the easel behind you. Okay? It's exhibit number 52, state's exhibit number 52.
Yep.
Pointer there.
No.
Pointer.
Pointer, it's right there.
I'll try not to drop it today. And if you would, can you show us where that vehicle parked when it showed up that first time?
It's not in that frame.
It's not in that frame?
No.
So it's not that close to the driveway?
It was back here more.
Okay.
It's over here. Or
All right. We are going to use State's Exhibit 49. Just move all these off as we go. Big step. Can you see State's Exhibit 49 on your screen there?
Yep.
Okay. Looking at that, do you see the driveway in front of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the what looks like some sort of pathway down to the house across the street?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the corner of the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen Drive?
Yes, I do.
And do you see what appears to be a sewer or drainage grate there?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see across the street on the other side of Laurel Glen from 43 sort of area of large trees there?
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've oriented ourselves, can you describe for us where that vehicle parked when it first showed?
More near the bushes across the street.
More near these, would you agree maybe these are trees given their apparent height?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that the vehicle parked more near trees on the opposite side of Laurel Glen Drive?
Yeah.
And so in relation to the driveway, you would agree that that is not near the driveway?
It was like that general area.
Okay, somewhere over there, closer to the curb on that side of the street?
Oh, no, they were in the middle of the road.
They're in the middle of the road?
Yes.
There were other cars parked up and down the street as well, correct?
Yes.
All right, so now we've got the vehicle out there, and you told us that 10 to 15 of you approached the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you got right next to the vehicle, you didn't talk to anyone, right?
No.
But you noticed that, in fact, these were the kids that had been told on the basketball group chat to come to 43 Lower Glen Drive, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You noticed that these were Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, and Mr. Valle in the car, you told us, right?
Yes.
Those were the kids from 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
And these were, therefore, the kids that had been told to come to 43 Lower Glen Drive, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Again, it didn't surprise you that those kids had showed up, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
You don't remember whether or not you were surprised that they showed up?
No.
Didn't you just tell us moments ago that you weren't surprised?
No.
And that car was facing towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
That's at the other end of the street, right?
That is at the other end of the street, yes,
Yes.
sir. Okay. And you noticed the 3 that I've just mentioned, as well as Mackenzie Trafficante?
Yes.
How did you know Mackenzie?
I just knew who she was from social media.
And you said the 10 or 15 of you approached the vehicle and someone had a conversation, right?
Yes.
And you were standing right beside the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were on the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I was kind of going back and forth.
When you say back and forth between what 2 points?
Like the driver's side and the passenger side.
So you were going back and forth around the vehicle from one side to the other?
Yeah.
Behind the vehicle or in front of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Was anybody else going back and forth with you?
I don't know.
Who else was there at the vehicle with you?
I don't know.
You don't know any of the other people that were at the vehicle with you?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich there?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal there?
No.
Did you see Michael Samperi there?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry there?
No.
Did you see Alex Bernstein there?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lokovich there?
No.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski there?
No.
You didn't see Tyler Rich there?
No.
So there were 10 or 15 of you there, and these were all friends that you'd had and played football with at least since the 8th grade.
Yes.
But you can't tell who was there with you at the car.
No.
You heard voices.
Yes.
Whose voices did you hear?
I don't know.
You said you heard someone having a conversation.
Yes.
Who was that was having the conversation?
I don't know.
Well, you said that initially that conversation was normal, right?
Yes.
When you say normal, what do you mean by normal conversation?
Like the one me and you are having right now.
Okay. So it was just a questioning back and forth, hey, how you doing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any mention of McDonald's?
No.
No. You didn't think this was an Uber that had showed up to deliver something, right?
No.
And you can't tell us who was having this conversation, but it seemed to be a normal conversation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And then you said, then it became aggressive, right?
Yes.
It didn't just get aggressive, right?
What do you mean by that?
Somebody did something for it to become aggressive, for it to change, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you see Tyler Rich reach inside the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich put his body halfway into the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you see Aiden King at the car?
No.
And then you told us that cans started getting thrown at the car, right?
Yes.
Again, sir, they didn't just start getting thrown, right?
Yes.
No. Somebody threw something, right?
They threw a can, yes.
Yes. It didn't just start from nothing, right?
I don't know.
Well, you've described it as cans just started getting thrown at the car.
From what I was aware of, yes, that's what had happened.
But then you told us that you threw a can at the car.
Yes, I did.
So it didn't just start getting thrown, you threw a can at the car.
I didn't start throwing the cans.
Okay, you joined in of the throwing of the cans.
Yes, I did.
You would agree that it was other people, not some anonymous entity that was throwing cans at the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And those people that were throwing cans at the vehicle were aggressive. Would you agree?
They were aggressive, you said?
Yes.
Sure.
That's an aggressive act, right?
Yeah.
What would you expect the response to be to a can being thrown?
I'm not sure. Object, that calls for respect.
Sustained.
What did you intend to happen when you threw the can at the car?
For my can to hit the car?
You wanted those kids to get out of the car, right?
No.
You heard somebody say, leave or get out.
No.
You didn't want them to get out of the car.
I didn't hear them say that. I didn't want them to get out of the car. I didn't care if they got out of the car.
You didn't want them to get out of the car. You didn't care if they got out of the car. So why'd you throw the can at the car?
I just wanted to throw the can at the car.
Is that a normal thing for you to want to do?
No.
Why did you want to throw a can at that car?
I just saw other people doing it.
Do you generally just do what you see other people doing, even if it's criminal?
No.
But in this instance, something about the occasion made you want to do that.
Yes.
What was it about the occasion that made you want to do that?
I don't know.
Okay. In any event, you threw a can and you hit the car, and other people were throwing cans too, right?
Yes.
Were you still circling around the vehicle while you did this?
No.
Where were you now?
I was on the passenger side.
On the passenger side?
Yes.
Who did you see on the passenger side?
I don't remember.
How many other people were on the passenger side with you?
Maybe 5.
5 people on the passenger side?
Maybe.
How many people were on the driver's side?
I don't know.
More people were on the other side, right?
I don't
Objection. You said you didn't know.
Sustained.
Could you see other people on the other side?
Yes.
So there were other people on the other side?
Yes.
You just don't know how many?
No.
Or you know, but you won't tell us?
I don't know how many.
Sustained.
You never saw Tyler Rich on the driver's side of the vehicle?
No.
You saw in the picture yesterday of the vehicle that it had a defect in the windshield, right?
Yes.
Did you see that when you were on the passenger side?
No.
You saw it in that video, in that picture though, didn't you?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter?
No.
And you didn't see anybody throw anything from that vehicle, did you?
Not that I recall, no.
You didn't see anybody put their hands on the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody kick the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody rock the vehicle?
No.
But at some point you said the car pulled away and started driving back and forth really fast, right?
Yes.
But they weren't throwing anything out the windows.
No.
And at that point, you were in the driveway, you told us.
Yes.
And who else was in the driveway with you?
I don't remember.
Were there other people in the driveway with you?
I'm sure there was.
Was Faison Teal in the driveway?
I don't know.
Was Tyler Rich in the driveway?
I don't know.
Can you tell us anybody who was in the driveway with you?
No.
But you told us you were talking to the person that was next to you, right?
Yes.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Okay. And you said at some point you do remember that the car stopped at the corner near Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
Where were you standing at that point?
When it stopped?
Yes.
I believe I was in the driveway still.
And you told us that you did remember that Tyler Rich at that point was running down the street after the car, right?
Yes.
Where had he been before he was running down the street after the car?
I don't know.
But you remember that he was running down the street after the car?
Yes.
Was anybody else with him?
There were some people. I don't know who they were, though.
How many?
2 or 3.
2 or 3. Okay. And you told us that you walked halfway down there by yourself, right?
Yes.
You weren't with Tyler Rich?
No.
You weren't with Faison Teal?
No.
You weren't with Enrique Fiola?
No.
And you said you were by the trees on the left-hand side of Laurel Glen by pine trees just past 43 Laurel Glen Drive. Do you remember telling us that yesterday?
Yeah, like where the shade is in the picture.
But you weren't close enough to see what was going on, you told us.
No.
So at that point, you couldn't see Tyler Rich anymore?
No.
At that point, you couldn't see Faison Teal?
No.
Couldn't see Enrico Fiola?
No.
Could you see Charlie Connery?
No.
Did you see Mr. Valle?
No.
You didn't see Mr. Valle emerge from the bushes on the other side?
No.
Did you see anybody throwing anything at that point?
No.
Did you hear anybody saying anything at that point?
No.
Where was the vehicle now?
Still at the end of the road.
Still at the end of the road, so you could see the vehicle?
Yeah.
What was it doing?
Parked.
Were the doors open?
Yes.
So you could see that the doors were open?
Yes.
And did you see anybody come out of the car?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know.
And where was Tyler Rich at that point?
I believe down at the car.
And sir, do you recall telling officers on June 9th when you spoke to them at your home that in fact you, Enrico Fiola, and Tyler Rich approached and told them to leave?
No, I don't.
You don't recall telling that?
No.
Did you tell them that?
I don't recall saying that.
You're telling us now that you only walked halfway down there, right?
Yes.
And you weren't close enough to see what was going on?
No.
But you told us yesterday that people appeared to be talking.
Yes.
What was it about their appearance that led you to believe they were talking?
Like hand gestures, stuff like that. Just looked like they were having a conversation.
Civil conversation?
Yes.
Hand gestures like what?
Just normal hand gestures that you would say while you're having a conversation.
Didn't appear to be aggressive to you at that point?
No.
You didn't throw anything down there at that point?
No.
You were done throwing things?
Yes.
And you weren't upset anymore at that point?
No.
And you watched that for 30 seconds before you went back to the house, correct?
Yes.
Through the Bilko doors, correct?
Yes.
Back inside to Tyler Rich's.
Yes.
And you said when you got back there, everyone seemed to be in there then, right?
Yes.
Did they pass you, the group of folks that you had seen down at the end of Farmhouse Lane?
No.
How did everyone get back in before you got back into the basement?
Because I was halfway down the street, and then not that many people walked there. Everybody just went inside.
Did you see Tyler Rich inside?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal inside?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lockovich inside?
No.
Did you see Alex Bernstein inside?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry inside?
No.
Did you see Michael St. Perry inside?
No.
Did you see Charlie Connery inside?
No.
Did you see Tommy Connery inside?
No.
Did you see Ty Wood inside?
No.
Who did you see inside?
I don't remember.
But everyone seemed to be in there.
Yes.
And did they all seem to be calm?
I don't remember.
Did they seem to be agitated in any way?
I don't remember.
What were they doing?
I don't really remember. I just remember being in there and there was people in there.
So before, when everybody was in there and nobody had even arrived, everybody was interested in what had happened at Lazy Brook. You would agree?
Yes.
But now, after all of this commotion, everybody's back in the basement and you're telling us that nothing was going on, it was all just business as usual?
Yeah.
Was there any drinking going on?
I don't know.
And then you said you heard they're back, right?
Yes.
Who said they're back?
I don't know.
Whose voice was it?
I don't know.
Was it just one person?
I believe so.
And how did they say they're back?
They're back.
Just like that?
Yeah. They're in the front yard. They're back. Just like that.
Just like, oh, they're in the front yard, they're back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not excited or agitated in any way?
No.
Not, they're in the yard, let's go, they're back.
No.
No, because you said instantly you were like, I want to go see what it is, right?
Yeah.
What did you think it was going to be?
I don't know.
You just were curious about what might be going on.
Yes.
So you decided, I'm going to go out and just see what it is.
Yes.
Did you walk leisurely back to the front yard?
Yes, I did.
Didn't run?
No.
But you told the state's attorney that you were anticipating a fight in the front yard, right?
No.
You said you anticipated a fist fight when you talked to him.
No.
You don't recall telling him before that you anticipated a fist fight when he was asking you about whether or not there were weapons?
No.
Were you anticipating a fist fight?
No, I really wasn't.
So the truth of the matter is, when you walked out there,
Yeah.
you were anticipating a fight because you wanted payback for 5 Lazy Brook, right?
No, I just walked out there to see who was out there.
Well, you'd heard they're back, right?
Yes.
That's what drew your attention to going out there, right?
Yes.
You thought they're back meant you were going to see the kids in the pilot again, right?
Most likely, yes.
The kids that you had thrown the can at before, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't want payback.
No.
You weren't anticipating a fight.
No.
You didn't think, man, I've got 20 of my buddies from the Shelton High football team here. We got pretty good odds on our side.
No.
You were just curious.
Yes.
He told us that you walked into the yard and you were somewhere behind the red bush, right?
Yes.
And you saw, well, first off, when you were somewhere behind the red bush, did you see Tommy Connory?
No.
He wasn't in that area with you?
No. I remember I was one of the first people that walked outside.
You were one of the first people that walked outside?
Yes.
When you walked outside, did you see Faison Teal?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich?
No.
Who did you see when you walked outside?
The defendant in De Silva.
That's it?
Yes.
So you were the first one outside?
One of, yes.
Well, who else was out there with you?
I don't know.
Well, how do you know you were one of?
Because I can remember, I never made it, like, I was inside the basement, but I never, like, left the area of, like, where the stairs were, like, to lead back outside through the corridors. So when somebody said, they're here, I was already right there, right by the stairs, so I was one of the first person that stepped up the stairs and walked outside.
I thought you told us before that you had gotten back, went inside his house, and you're in the basement, and everyone seemed to be in there.
Yeah. They were all in there, and I was one of the last people in there.
So now you're saying you didn't get into the basement, you were still on the stairs.
No, I was in there. I was just next to the stairs, like at the bottom of the steps, you can say.
The person who said they're back, were they inside or outside?
I don't know.
And you came back up the stairs, and you went and you stood behind the red bush, and you just saw these 2 people in the yard.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the exhibit behind you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you still have the pointer with the little red tip on it?
I do.
Okay. Can you show us where you saw the 2 individuals?
They were right about in this area.
Okay. So they're back by the red bush.
Yes.
Okay. Beside the black truck?
Yeah.
In front of the cement square?
Around there, yeah.
Do they look like they were coming into the house?
I don't know.
That's the same path that people take to get to the Bilko doors, right?
Yes.
Where was Mr. De Silva?
He was behind the defendant.
Behind the defendant?
Yes.
Could you see him?
Yes.
So was he behind and to the side or directly behind him?
Which side?
My right side.
You may be seated.
So you're facing the street.
Yes, I'm facing the street.
So Mr. De Silva is on.
Counsel, as you are aware, we did receive a note indicating that the jury would like to hear Raul Valle's testimony concerning if he knew Tyler De Silva was on the street when he returned from the Honda Pilot and they crossed paths. Did he recognize that it was Tyler? The video shows they crossed.
All right, sorry guys. Let me rewind that. That caught me by surprise. So they're back live. Let me rewind this. That caught me by surprise. Let's rewind it a little bit. All right, they're coming back in. I mean, that caught me by surprise. I heard all this noise. I'm like, what? Okay, so they're back in. All right, here we go.
Judge Murphy's presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, everyone. You may be seated. Counsel, as you are aware, we did receive a note indicating that the jury would like to hear Raul Valle's testimony concerning if he knew Tyler De Silva was on the street when he returned from the Honda Pilot and they crossed paths. Did he recognize that it was Tyler? The video shows they crossed. Well, that was at 2:52. We have spent some time trying to pinpoint the testimony both in direct as well as cross-examination. It's my understanding that we have an agreement relative to the portion of the testimony that would satisfy, we believe, the jury's inquiry, although it seems to be a little bit unclear, but we've done our best to provide a limited amount of testimony, but broad enough to satisfy what we believe to be their concerns. I'll hear from counsel if you have any questions or concerns relative to the testimony that we're about to play.
The state has no concerns at this time, Your Honor.
I don't think the defense has no concerns, Your Honor, based on the discussions we had.
Okay, very good. So my intention is to bring them in, acknowledge the note, and then let them know that we are going to play a portion of testimony first, which was a testimony clip from direct examination, to be followed by a clip of testimony from cross-examination. All right, so if we could please bring the jury. Court will mark it no. Are you welcome? So counsel, please stipulate to the presence of all of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. Which exhibit number is this? This will be number 9. Number 9. All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your continued deliberations with respect to this matter. As I indicated earlier, you do have the opportunity to have parts or portions of testimony played back to you upon your request. I did receive a note, which will be marked as Exhibit 9. The time 2:52. It did take us some time to locate the portion of the testimony that we believe satisfies your inquiry. So you're first going to hear a clip of Raul Valle's testimony that occurred during direct examination, and then thereafter you will hear an additional clip of testimony that occurred during the cross-examination of Raul Valle. Okay, so it is going to be played. There are speakers here. I would ask you to please listen intently. I'd ask everyone else to please try to be silent.
Did you see Tyler De Silva at that point? When I was at the car, I looked over and I saw Tyler DeSilva.
And what did you see Tyler DeSilva doing?
He was also on the ground getting beat on.
Could you tell how many people were beating him while he was on the ground?
I can't give a number.
And do you recall how many people were around you when you got shoved into the car as you described it?
As soon as I looked back, the first thing I was looking for was Tyler.
Okay. Did you see any of the people that had just been attacking you?
Yeah.
Where were they?
Right on the edge of the lawn on the curb, somewhere on the street going back.
Did you see Ryan Hines anywhere?
No.
Did you know Tommy Connory before this?
No.
Did you know Ryan Hines before this?
No.
Did you know Faison Teal before this?
No.
Did you know Jimmy McGrath before this?
No.
You say you remember getting shoved to the car. Did you make it to the car eventually?
Yeah.
What did you do when you were at the car?
As soon as I looked for Tyler, and I saw him getting beat on.
What was Jack Snyder doing?
Nothing.
Did he say anything when you went to the car?
I didn't even open the car door all the way.
Why didn't you just get in that car and leave?
I saw my best friend. He saw my dad hugged. And nobody was helping him.
How did you feel?
It's still terrifying. But I couldn't just let him be there alone. I felt like I had to see him.
Did you think that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you if you went back in there?
Objection as to what Jack Snyder was going to do.
Did you have any indication that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you?
No.
You didn't open that door at that point and take out that knife and then go back and stab those 4 kids?
No.
You already had that knife when you'd been attacked on the lawn the first time?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Positive.
You weren't upset that you had been attacked and went back to get that knife? Had you known about that knife being in the car prior to that evening? When you got back to that car, you didn't get back into the car, right? Why didn't you just go running off back down the street, back down Farmhouse Lane towards, or down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse?
Well, I just couldn't do it.
Why not?
He was my best friend. Looked at him like his brother. What kind of me would I to just leave him there?
What did you worry might happen to him if you left?
If he was in the same situation as me, probably would have.
I'm going to object. Calls for speculation. This is what would happen to Tyler.
What were you worried about if you left and ran down to the end of Laurel Glen Farmhouse Lane?
That time I would have beat it out of there.
What happened next?
I found myself right on the edge of the grass on the curb.
How did you get there?
I just remember being
What did you see when you got there?
Just another wall of people.
Did you see Tyler DeSilva?
No.
Did you cross paths with Tyler DeSilva?
Yes.
You say another wall of people. Did you see Mr. Hines, who had been on top of you before?
I think so.
All right, so that was the testimony of Mr. Valle on direct, and we're now going to play related testimony on police examination.
Now, at some point in time, you say you saw Tyler back on the lawn, right?
Yeah.
You still had the knife on you at that point, right? Knife was still out in your hand, right? And you come back into the fight, right?
Yeah.
Playing the video.
Now, Tyler's being pushed into the street at this point, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there are no Shelton kids to the right of you, right? There's a car. You can see a car right there, right?
And this looks like
There's kids in front of you,
right, yes.
but there's no kids right to the right of you. There's a car. You can see the car. If there were, we wouldn't be able to see the car, right?
That's true.
Right. There's nobody to the right of you, right? There's a kid in front of you.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of kids
Right. There's a whole bunch of kids over here we can't see, but there's nobody to the right of you, right?
There's a kid right next to that.
There's a kid here. But I'm saying, is this you right here?
Yes.
Right. To the right of you, do you see a kid or a car?
That's the street.
That's the street, and there's a car there, right?
Yeah.
So there's nobody to the right of you, right? There's a car.
There's nobody in the street.
And there's nobody to the left of you other than Tyler DeSilva, right?
Yeah.
So when you're going back in, there's just a wall, right?
It's like this.
Right. But you're not surrounded at that point, right?
At that point, no.
No. But you go back in, Tyler's already pushed out into the street, right?
The video. I'm on my way back, guys.
But Tyler is no longer engaged in the fight, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that. So you just blacked out and ran right back into the fold. That's your testimony today?
And it was just like a shoe horse of people.
A shoe horse, but not a circle. You were not encircled, right?
But was there anybody behind me?
Right. There's nobody behind you.
I don't think so.
Right. So you could have, if you chose to, you could have left. You could have retreated, right? So you could not have left because there were people around you?
Yes.
So you just said there was a semicircle of people on the yard. Now you're saying that you were surrounded.
It's like this.
So semicircle, right?
Yeah.
Not a circle. A circle goes like this, right?
Yeah, I wasn't going to turn my back to the many people.
You weren't going to I'd move to strike as non-responsive here. You indicated when you made it back to the car, you were still terrified, right?
Yeah.
You were still scared. You came back in anyway, right? With the knife. Then you ran over to the edge of the grass, right? And you passed Tyler, right?
Yes.
He passed you on your left, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I hope that Sorry. Are you recording? Sorry. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you've heard the portion of the testimony that the court believes was relevant to answer your question. If you go back into the deliberations room and you feel that there is additional testimony that you need to put any of that testimony into perspective, whatever it is you're deliberating on, please just send out another note and we will do our best to answer any questions with any playback concerning any other issues or matters. Okay, thank you so much. thank you for continuing to follow the court's proceedings and procedure relative to the jury charge and your duty as jurors. I appreciate it. Thank you. You can go back into your deliberation. I think your court's going to, just for the record, any comments by counsel relative to the playback?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the.
And it represents what each of you asked for and what we agreed upon would be played back to the jury with respect to Court's Exhibit 9.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Our court stands in recess.
All right, so the question was, this was the question. They wanted to see Raul's testimony about Tyler being on the street. Did he recognize it was Tyler? That was the question. And yes, the jury's going to have to go back for 15 minutes. Because they usually end at 4:30. The court ends at 5 o'clock. They shut the doors at 5 o'clock. So, all right, so they're not going to deliberate too much longer. So I think, well, tomorrow I'm going to play, because I'm guessing they're going to be deliberating tomorrow. So tomorrow I want to finish up Ryan's testimony. So first of all, let's finish up Ryan's testimony, because we still have to finish that up. And then there's also So I want to finish up Ryan's testimony because I think he's almost done. And then tomorrow, if I think they're still going to be deliberating, I want to play Raul's testimony. Because I think for that direct and cross, they were showing videos, right? And we're just hearing some audio. So anyway. All right, let me get rid of my statement here. They're probably going to go home. You know, they're going to go home any minute. I want to finish up Ryan's testimony. He's almost done. All right, let's go through. Okay, we'll just hang here for a second. So going back to this morning, she dismissed the jury yesterday at 4:45. She dismissed them at 4:45 yesterday because 5 o'clock court closes. Counsel reviewed the note. It's about the deliberating process of the jury. The jury remains deadlocked on count 1. Now, this was yesterday's note. They can't reach a verdict on counts 2 through 4, I should say. So she says she'll instruct the jury to continue deliberations, to which one of the alternates had a medical. Excuse me. One of the alternates had a medical appointment this afternoon. Excuse me. So they allowed that juror to leave, but they're going to keep them on board. She calls in the jury. She acknowledges the note from yesterday. She says it appears to the court that you are deliberating. Court notes that you have been deliberating a little less than 5 hours. So that was at 10:15 yesterday. So add another 10:15, 11:15, 12:15. Take a break, 2:15, 3:15, 4:15. So that's another 5 hours. So we're looking at about 10 hours, I should say. They're going on about 10 hours. Thank you. Thank you guys for the bless you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So then let's see. You may have any portion or evidence read back. So head back to the jury room and continue on. So they basically have been deliberating about 10 hours now. So then they got a note, Valle's testimony. They want to hear Valle's testimony about Tyler being on the street. Did he recognize it was Tyler? So they were trying to pinpoint the moment. Counsel agreed on the moment. No concerns from the state, no concerns from the defense. So the jury comes in at the 2 hour and 52 minute, I guess 2 hours and 52 minutes. Then under direct, looked over. So it started with direct, and then it goes for cross. So he says he looked over. He saw Tyler on the ground getting beat up. He can't give a number of how many people were around him or around Tyler. He got shoved into the car. He looked back. He was looking for Tyler. He said he saw some people on the edge. Some were on the street. He didn't know Ryan, Tommy, Faison, or Jimmy before this. He said he got shoved to the car and he made it. He looked for Tyler. He saw him getting beat on. He said he was terrified. He didn't think Jack was going to wait for him. He says Tyler was his best friend, like a brother. He couldn't just leave him there. He thought if he left, Tyler wouldn't make it back. So he went to the edge of the grass and saw a wall of people. He didn't see Tyler. And that's where they stopped it. And then Cross came in and said he saw Tyler. He had a knife. He went back into the fight. Tyler is being pushed into the street. He says there was a horseshoe, but you weren't encircled. So this is where Mr. Durso is saying you could have left. You could have retreated. And he says he didn't want to turn his back on the wall of people. So... all right, tomorrow we'll play, let me continue on with, we'll continue on with Ryan's testimony. All right, this is Ryan's testimony. Oops. No. Oh boy. I got to flip this around. Okay. So we'll put that there. All right. Nope. All right. So we'll continue on with Ryan's testimony.
Belgian blocks there that go along the side of the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Valle?
In front of him, and in like more like this area up here a little more.
Okay. So up close to the tree line?
Yeah.
And you were one of the first ones out, you told us?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything in Mr. De Silva's hands?
No.
Didn't see anything in Mr. Valle's hands?
No.
You didn't have a knife out that he was flashing around and saying, who wants some?
No.
In fact, he wasn't talking to you, right?
Who?
Mr. Valle.
About?
Well, he wasn't talking to you. He was asking, where's Aiden King, you told us.
Well, he was talking to me, asking me where Aiden King was.
You thought he was asking you where Aiden King was?
Yes, he was.
Do you know Aiden King?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Aiden King?
I played football with him.
Okay. Do you know if he knows Mr. Valle?
I don't
Objection,
know.
Sustained.
And you said that you interacted with them, right?
Yes.
And what did that interaction involve?
The defendant walked up with like his shirt up over his head, like trying to hide his face almost, and he was saying, "Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King?" Just repeatedly over and over again. And by this time, it was me, Ty Wood, and Nikki DeJesus all next to each other, and we're like, "Don't worry about it. Like, it doesn't matter where he is." And I pulled the shirt off of his head, and I was questioning him, saying, like, "What are you doing with that on your head? Why are you wearing a shirt on your head? You look
So
stupid."
you reached out and you put hands on Mr. Valle?
No, I just kind of went like that. Because he had his shirt up on his head, so I just pulled it down.
Shirt was on his head?
Yes.
You reached out and touched the shirt?
Yes.
But that's not you putting hands on Mr. Valle?
Not in a physical way, no.
You thought you were straightening his shirt out for him, making sure he looked okay to his
Yeah,
tie?
I mean, I never really seen people put their shirt up on their head like that before. I didn't know what he meant by it.
You didn't tell him, Aiden, I don't know where Aiden is.
Yeah, I did say that.
Oh, you did?
I don't know where Aiden is.
Okay. I thought you told him, don't worry about it, I'm right here.
Pretty much, yes.
So that's not, I don't know where Aiden is, right?
I said all of it, yes.
You said, I'm right here.
I believe so, yes.
Indicating to him that you were the person he needed to deal with, right?
No. I was just the person in front of him.
The tip of the spear, so to speak.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you were the first one that was confronting him, right?
Yeah, you said
And you told us that at this point, you know that you had been joined by at least 2 others that you've identified to us, right?
Yes.
And that was Ty Wood?
Yes.
And who was the other person?
Nikki Jesus.
Okay. Can you show us on that exhibit behind you there where they were?
Right next to me?
Yes.
So, like, right in this area.
Okay. And there's now 3 of you at least.
Yes.
Was there anybody else out there?
Not that I know of, no.
So you think it was just the 3 of you and Mr. Valle?
Yes.
You weren't aware that other people had started to come out of the house?
No.
Could you hear other people?
No.
What was Mr. De Silva doing?
I don't know. He was kind of just standing behind and to the right. I wasn't really paying attention to him. Like, after I took off the defendant's shirt off of his head, I was really just locked in, staring him right in the eyes. I wasn't worried about Mr. De Silva.
You were staring him right in the eyes?
Yes.
And you say he had his own shirt up over his head before you reached out and pulled it down. Were you standing in such a way that you were blocking anybody else's view from seeing Mr. Valle?
Objection, how would he know?
Sustained.
You said after you pulled his shirt off of his head that he got crazy and started freaking out, right?
Yes.
Became very argumentative.
Yes.
Asked you, why'd you take his shirt off his head?
Yes.
Asked you, what are you doing touching me?
No.
He took a swing at you.
Who?
Mr. Valle.
No.
No?
No.
You didn't see him take a swing or flinch?
Oh, he was flinching the whole time.
He was flinching the whole time?
Yeah.
Because there were, by your account, 3 people that were facing him.
Yes.
Did you become aware at some point that there were more than just 3 of you out there?
No.
You never became aware that there was more than 3 of you out there?
Well, after I had gotten up from the altercation I had with the defendant.
You said that at least you, Nikki DeJesus, and Ty Wood are talking shit back and forth, right?
Yes.
And that lasted, you said, for 30 to 45 seconds.
Probably, yes.
And you were challenging him to fight, right?
No.
What were you saying?
Just talking shit.
And that shit talk didn't involve any challenge to fight?
No, that's not, like, no, that's not at all. None of us really were saying that at all. Nobody was saying...
The shit talk just
fighting.
involved, what, insulting his clothing?
You could say that, yes.
Did you ever feel anybody push against you from behind?
No.
But out of nowhere, Tyler Rich punches Mr. Valle in the face, right?
Yes.
Where did Tyler Rich come from?
I don't know.
You don't know. So at that point, you would agree it's not just 3 of you, it's at least now 4 of you that are fighting with Mr. Valle.
I'm not sure.
Well, there's you, right?
Yes.
There's Ty Wood, right?
Well, I don't know if he was fighting.
Well, he was right there with you.
Doesn't mean he was fighting.
Okay. Fair enough. Nikki DeJesus was right there with you.
Yes.
And now Tyler Rich was right there with you as well.
No, he just came out of nowhere and punched him in the face.
Right. You would agree he at least was now fighting Mr. Valle, right?
Not that I don't know.
Well, you would at least agree that he punched him in the face out of nowhere, right?
Yes.
And so the three of you, Ty Wood, yourself, Nikki DeJesus, you were distracting Mr. Valle so that Ty Rich could punch him in the face.
No.
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 But after Tyler Rich punched him in the face, you backed off, right? And you were like, oh, Tyler Rich has got this.
No.
No. You went forward, you got on top of Mr. Valle, and you told us that you punched him at least twice in the face, right?
Yes.
In fact, people crowded forward at that point, right?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I just know of my actions.
And your actions, at least, were that you punched him twice in the face, right?
Yes.
While he's down on the ground, right?
Yes.
You're over top of him, right?
Yes.
You've got control of him, right?
No.
No. You don't have a handful of shirt in one hand and a punch in the other?
No.
But you would agree you're at least over top of him?
Yes.
Delivering these 2 blows?
Yes.
Only 2 blows?
Yes.
Nobody else has joined you in this attack?
Not that I know of, no.
And the crowd didn't push forward?
I don't know what the crowd did.
Crowd didn't swarm around?
I don't know.
You heard screaming?
Yeah.
You heard yelling?
Yeah.
You heard somebody say, yes, sir!
No.
You saw it in the video, at least?
Yeah.
That was Tanner Chernowski.
Yes.
Filming this, right?
Not the beginning of the fight, no. He got the end of the fight.
The video that we see, that was Tanner Chernowski who recorded it, right?
Yeah.
And he was recording that and yelling, yes, sir, right?
Yeah.
And that was sort of celebratory, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You described to us that while you were on top of Mr. Valle punching him, his shoulder and his bicep were held back?
It seemed like that, yeah.
What was holding it back?
I don't know.
And you could see his fist, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you got off of him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
After you felt a stick, right?
Yes.
And you said he wasn't trying to hit you in a certain spot.
No, he was just, like, I just seen his fist like this, just going like this repeatedly over and over again.
Flailing wildly.
Yeah.
And your injuries, sir, start sort of at the middle of your body and make their way down and to the backside, right?
So yeah, my first one is up more near my armpit, then one's down more by my hip, and then the other one is like my mid-thigh.
Where was Tommy Connory at that point?
I don't know.
Didn't see Tommy Connory?
No.
Did you see other people punching or kicking Mr. Valle?
No. Did not.
It was just the 2 of you, isolated.
Yes.
And you told us that after you got off of him, you realized that Tyler De Silva was in a fight, right?
Yes.
And that he was fighting with his own group of people, right?
Yes.
And how many people were fighting with him?
Looked like 2 or 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
And you did not engage with Tyler De Silva, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't throw any punches or throw any kicks at Tyler De Silva?
No.
The fight took a minute?
Around that, yeah.
Could have been more, maybe 2 or 3 minutes?
No, it was probably less.
Probably less. Less than a minute?
Yeah.
You said you only watched the fight with Tyler De Silva, but you agree that other people were throwing punches and blows at Mr. De Silva, right?
Yes.
Tommy Connory didn't come over and get involved and throw some blows at Mr. Valle?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Didn't jump in the middle and separate you?
I don't remember that, no.
Did you see Charlie Connory?
No.
And it was when you heard he's got a knife that Ty Wood pointed out to you that you were bleeding, right?
Yes.
And where was Ty Wood at that point?
He was like right next to me.
And where were you?
Right next to him.
And could you show us where that was on the exhibit behind you? Okay. So by that point, you had moved away from where you were originally when you started with Mr. Valle, correct? In fact, when this original interaction or confrontation occurs, it was where you've described as being by the red bush, over by the tree line and the black truck, right?
Yeah.
How did you get from there over to by the tree where you've just pointed to?
I walked.
The fight itself with Mr. Valle, you say, all occurred over where the initial confrontation took place?
Yes.
And when you say you saw the defendant's fist clenched with something in it that you now believe was a knife, that was his right hand, correct?
Yeah, it was his right hand.
You told us when this started, it was just the three of you, Mr. DeJesus, yourself, and Mr. Wood, facing Mr. Valle, correct? At some point, Mr. Rich comes over and joins the three of you and throws this first punch, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Valle hadn't thrown any punches at that point?
No.
Hadn't shown you a knife at that point?
No.
Hadn't threatened you at that point?
No.
And you would agree, would you not, that at least in the video, there are well more than 3 kids involved?
Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jury.
Steve will stipulate, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have to close the facility and get us out of here by 5 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead then directed to adjourn your deliberations for the day. I just want to remind you, obviously, follow and continue to follow the rules of juror conduct. And also remember that you can only discuss this matter with each other when all 12 of you are present in the jury room here in the courthouse, okay? Thank you very much for all the time you are giving to this matter. We all greatly appreciate it. Have a good evening, and we will see you back tomorrow. Thank you so much. Court stands adjourned.
All rise. Court adjourned.
All right, so that's that. I want to get through Ryan's testimony, so bear with me, you guys. Let's. I can close that. Let's finish up Ryan's testimony, then we can be done for the day.
With fighting.
Fighting who?
Fighting with whoever's out there. There's more than 3 kids that are out there fighting, right?
I don't object. That's confusing.
Sustained.
You would agree that in the video we see more than 3 kids on the video, correct?
Yeah.
That it was a chaotic scene, right?
Of course.
That people were rolling around and it was hard to tell who was where, right?
Sure, yeah.
And you never saw Jack Snyder leave the car, right?
No.
And after you backed off of Raul Valle, you could see that he was still fighting with some of the other Shelton High kids, right?
Oh, I have no idea.
You don't recall any of that?
I don't know.
After you backed off of him, you don't recall anything about what else was going on with Mr. Valle?
No.
But you do recall that you saw Mr. De Silva fighting?
Yeah, like I got up and I immediately turned around and I see what's going on with De Silva.
And you just watched?
Yes.
Didn't throw any kicks?
No.
Didn't throw any punches?
No.
Didn't get involved in any way with...
No.
And that night you were wearing the green hoodie?
Yes.
Black shorts and the white trim?
Yes.
Other than Tyler Rich throwing the punch at Mr. Valle, can you tell us anybody else who threw a punch that night?
No.
You never saw Mr. Valle punch anybody?
No.
And it was only after you were standing over top of him, punching him, that you felt a stick in your side?
Yeah.
And your recollection is that it was just you and Mr. Valle fighting alone?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Attorney Jersey.
I do have some redirect. Do you want to take the morning recess at this point?
I think probably now is a good time to do that, sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to go ahead and take our morning recess. 15 minutes. We'll be back to hear evidence. Thank you.
And there were some questions about the group chat that had started. And my question to you is, at what point after the fight at Laserbrook did you even participate in the group chat?
I really didn't. I think maybe in that car ride back to Natalia's house I might have said something, but after that I didn't say anything.
So it wouldn't have been when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
No.
Okay. And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, you said you were just getting notifications in your pocket?
Yeah, I was.
And you would look at it and put it back?
Yeah.
And when you get notifications, can you read what they say if you just pick it up and look at it?
If my phone is unlocked, yes.
But if it's locked, what does it look like?
It just says like an iMessage notification.
Okay. And you didn't participate in that group messaging once you were at Tyler Rich's house?
No.
Now, with regards to, you were asked a little bit about where you were when you were at Tyler Rich's house after the car goes down Laurel Glen and parks down the street in your farmhouse.
Yeah.
this is just for the record, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 49. Can you show us in 49 where you were?
I was over by like where like the shade is coming across the street.
So here on the left side of the road here?
Yeah.
So you were maybe one house up maybe, or just before the second property?
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that Farmhouse Road is somewhere down in this area up here?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm directing my pen somewhere near the intersection of Farmhouse Road and Raul Valle at the top of 49.
All right, so noted.
And when you were in that area, you indicated you couldn't hear what was being said.
No.
And could you see people down the road?
Yes.
And you indicated that you knew Tyler Rich went down the road?
Yes.
Did you know anybody else from your friends that went down the road?
No.
But it was more than one person?
Yes.
And when Tyler Rich went down the road, how long would you say you watched what was going on down the road?
Maximum a minute.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you turn around and walk back to the house?
Yeah.
So in that minute, when you were watching what was happening down the road, you saw people talking?
Yeah.
Did you see any fighting going on down the road?
No.
Now, when you got back to the house, got back to Tyler Rich's house, you said you were in the basement area, but that included, in your mind, the stairway?
Yeah, I was right next to the stairs.
So were you at the top of the stairs or were you at the bottom?
I'm at the bottom of the stairs, but like right at the bottom of the stairs.
And when you're at the bottom of the stairs, are there other people in the basement?
Yeah.
And what's happening in the basement?
Just people hanging out there.
Just hanging out.
Yeah.
And do you recall every single person that was in the basement at that given time?
No.
Why don't you recall who was in the basement?
I just knew they were my friends.
Some of your friends included the names that we mentioned during your testimony today and yesterday?
Yeah.
At some point in time, you heard they're back.
Yeah.
And you go back outside.
Yes.
You're one of the first people outside?
Yes.
And when you're outside, you walk up to the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you have a conversation with the defendant, you pull
Yes.
the shirt off?
Yes.
How long would you say that interaction happened before you noticed Tyler Rich punch the defendant in the face?
A minute.
Okay. And when Tyler, before the punch, did you anticipate that there was going to be a fight? A physical fight?
No.
When the punch happens, is that when the fight starts?
Yes.
And when the fight starts, my question to you is, how soon after when that punch is thrown from Tyler Rich, when you're on top of the defendant, do you feel pain in your side?
No more than 30 seconds.
No more than 30 seconds?
No more.
Could it have been more? Could it have been less?
Less.
So you punch him twice and then you feel pain?
Yeah.
And soon after you punch him, you see this. What motion do you see?
It's like his like fists balled up like this and just going like that repeatedly.
Before you engaged with the defendant, before he got punched, did you see if he had anything in his hands at that point in time?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any cross?
Briefly on.
Okay.
Said before Tyler Rich threw that punch, you never anticipated a fight, right?
No.
And you told us that how soon after was it when this fight broke out that you started to feel the pain, and you said that that was 30 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the state's attorney asked you, could have been more, right?
Yeah, he did say that.
And you said, no, less, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you would agree that it's always less It could never have been a longer period of time when you've been asked on a series of questions about how long something lasted, right?
I'm going to object because it's argumentative.
I'm going to sustain the objection on that. It mischaracterizes and it's argumentative. Thank you.
Couldn't have been any longer than 30 seconds.
No.
And you told us yesterday that you didn't participate in any of that group chat, but now you've said maybe in that car ride is when you admit you sent at least one text, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't participate in that at all at Tyler Rich's house, right?
No.
You told us you didn't see anything in Mr. Valle's hands, correct? When he was standing there facing you?
I was not looking at his hands.
Well, you reached out and you pulled the shirt off of him, you claim, correct?
Yes.
He didn't punch you at that point?
No, he just got, like, super upset.
He didn't shove you at that point?
No.
He didn't touch you in any way?
No.
He didn't show you a knife?
No.
He didn't say, hey, I've got a knife, I'm going to cut you?
No.
And so from the time that Tyler Rich punched Mr. Valle in the face until the time that you felt the pain and got off of Mr. Valle, that was at least 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
30 seconds, you're standing over him, punching him in the face only 2 times.
Yes.
Nobody else has joined in with you.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hines, you're dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please watch your step as you exit the witness stand.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to call it a night. It is 5 o'clock, and we are going to be calling it a day, calling it a night, calling it a day, calling it a day. Dual streaming today, so appreciate you guys being respectful. We were streaming, obviously, Verdict Watch here with Raul Valle. And then we're also streaming a new case. Well, not new. It started, I think, earlier this week or maybe last week. Karina Cooper. So that's an interesting one as well. So I'm going to say goodbye to you guys for now. We will pick up again at 9:45 for Valle. Cooper, I think, is going to be at 11. So that'll be about an hour later. Have a great night. Appreciate you guys being respectful to each other. Remember, we all have opinions. We don't necessarily need to beat each other over the head with those opinions. I know sometimes you guys, you get very emotional and passionate, and you want everybody to come over to your side. But you just have to tell yourself it's not A, you're not going to convince people. Maybe not. B, sometimes it's just not worth it. Say what you have to say and just move on. It's not worth fighting for, and we do not want to see anybody fighting. If you do attack another person in the chat, we'll definitely call you out on that, and we don't want to. We don't want to do that. Just be respectful to each other, be courteous. We all have our opinions, and if somebody rubs you the wrong way, just take a step back and just know that we as a channel do support your opinion. We just don't want you hammering it. You don't need to beat. You don't need to beat that drum constantly. We hear what you're saying. Let's move on. Let's just make insightful, intelligent comments, and we'll take it from there. So thank you guys for being with us. I wish I could show you Super Ball. She's right here, but my camera's not. My camera's on my computer. I can't take it and move it around. So anyway, we'll see you tomorrow, 9:45 Eastern. And until then, let me see. Should I come over here? I think this, yeah. Okay, until then, have a great night and take care of yourselves. And we will see you then. Okay, bye. Bye.